Chapter 364. It's over. Many guards thought anxiously as they watched Yi Hao fly backwards. As a martial emperor, Yi Hao actually wanted to block an 8th Order martial emperor expert's attack using an emperor weapon. Putting aside the difference in cultivation realm, Yi Hao was a martial emperor. Apart from the fact that the Second Elder's pill furnace was an emperor weapon and above, it would be difficult to destroy it unless one's cultivation level was higher than the Second Elder's. Everyone looked at the blood-scar dual blades in Yi Hao's hands. They looked terrifying, but the blood-scar dual blade's grade was not certain. At this time, the pill furnace that was flying towards Yi Hao suddenly trembled in the air for a few seconds, followed by a crackling sound. What's that sound? It sounds like, it's cracking. Everyone immediately looked at the 40 to 50 large pill furnaces. They discovered that the top of the pill furnaces were covered with dense cracks. It was as if a huge spider web had covered the top of the furnaces. All of you, quickly protect the people, Yi Hao shouted, and with the blood-scar dual blades in hand, he rushed towards the pill furnace again. Hearing Yi Hao's order, the Imperial Guards did not have time to be surprised, and immediately activated their defenses to protect the crowd. Bang! Another fierce collision, and the ear-piercing sound rang out again. The crackling sound rang out again, but the pill furnace was still in its original state, and it continued to press down on Yi Hao. Let's see how long you can last. Yi Hao felt that his shoulder was already numb, and without thinking, he rushed towards the pill furnace again. Bang! The Emperor weapon was indeed powerful, and just the reaction force alone was enough to make Yi Hao spit out a mouthful of blood. Black Dragon Charge. Explode for me. Bang! Under Yi Hao's repeated attacks, the pill furnace finally could not hold on any longer and exploded, turning into tens of thousands of fragments, flying in all directions. Following which, the pill furnace fragments smashed onto the houses, and the houses were turned into ashes in an instant. The Second Elder's pill furnace had destroyed half of the Mu royal city. Fortunately, the crowd was protected by the Imperial Guards, otherwise, there would have been countless casualties. Thank you, Lord. Everyone looked at the surrounding ruins, and before they could recover from the shock, someone suddenly knelt in front of Yi Hao. They were very touched. Because in the eyes of the big shots, they were nothing more than ants. They would not care about their lives at all. No one would be like Yi Hao, who would ask his subordinates to protect them. They knew that their lives were given to them by Yi Hao. Otherwise, they would have died tragically. However, everyone was even more shocked. They never thought that Yi Hao would actually destroy the alchemy furnace. This was an emperor-grade spiritual artifact, and it was controlled by an 8th Order martial emperor. Yi Hao's cultivation level was obviously lower than the Second Elder's, but he was able to destroy the furnace. Could it be that the spiritual weapon in Yi Hao's hand was above the emperor level? Little bastard, you killed my son and destroyed my emperor weapon. The old and new grudges are absolutely irreconcilable. If I don't kill you, I'm not a man. Second Elder's alchemy furnace had been destroyed, and his connection with the alchemy furnace had been completely destroyed. His soul was instantly damaged, which made him even more furious. One had to know that he had spent a lot of effort to get this alchemy furnace from his master. Now that the alchemy furnace had been destroyed, how could he explain it to his master? Moreover, alchemy furnaces were different from other emperor weapons. They were several times more precious than ordinary spiritual artifacts. Not only could they be used as weapons, but they could also be used to attack enemies. They could also be used to refine pills. Most importantly, they could increase the success rate of refining pills and increase the quality of the pills refined. Second Elder originally wanted to use the alchemy furnace to suppress Yi Hao and show off at the same time. However, he did not expect that the alchemy furnace would be destroyed by Yi Hao. At this moment, his heart was bleeding madly. Today, he had suffered a great loss. One was his most beloved son, and the other was his most beloved treasure. He did not expect that they would be destroyed in the hands of a single person. Whirlwind slash. Second Elder used his strongest attack. He took out his inferior emperor weapon and attacked Yi Hao. Earth-devouring slash. Yi Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He did not have time to think and immediately used his martial skill to meet the attack. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided and a terrifying force spread out in all directions. Even Second Elder's disciples and the Imperial Guards were sent flying by the aftershock. Not good, quickly get out of the city, the Imperial Guards shouted and escorted the crowd out of the city. Bang! Just as the crowd left the city, the two figures collided again. Behind them, the entire city turned into ashes in an instant. Looking at the disappearing city in front of them, the crowd was terrified. If they had escaped a little later, they would not have been able to come out again. I've lived my whole life to be able to see a battle between martial emperors. This life is worth it. Many cultivators had admiration in their eyes. Who do you think will win? Someone asked inexplicably. Then, other than the sound of the battle, the crowd fell silent. This was because they did not think that Yi Hao would win. Even though Yi Hao was powerful enough in their eyes, it was impossible for him to compare to the Second Elder. No matter what, Second Elder was an 8th order martial emperor. As for Yi Hao's cultivation level, no one knew. Puff! Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. Level up! Yi Hao shouted at the system. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for consuming 80 million experience points. Congratulations on leveling up to 8th order Emperor Wu. Again, feeling that his injuries had healed, Yi Hao went into the battle again. At this time, he only had about 10 million experience points left. It was only enough for him to level up once more. Little bastard, if you can't take it anymore, just die obediently. Don't force yourself. Seeing Yi Hao rushing towards him again, Second Elder sneered. The Second Elder sneered as he looked at Yi Hao. He had already attacked Yi Hao just now. He reckoned that Yi Hao would not be able to last much longer now that he was seriously injured. Old bastard, let's see who can't take it anymore. I still have to send you to see your son. Yi Hao retorted. 1,000 leaves / little bastard, go to hell. Yi Hao's words naturally pierced through Second Elder's heart. Whirlwind / The Second Elder knew quite a few martial skills, but he only knew this one Earth rank martial skill. Normally, he rarely used it. However, he had not expected that Yi Hao would actually know 2 Earth rank martial skills. Although he could not take it anymore, he had also suffered a lot. He really suspected that Yi Hao was the illegitimate son of a great expert in the Bishing dynasty. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? That's right, Yi Hao's cultivation level was only at Emperor Wu's level. However, the strength that he had unleashed was enough to fight Second Elder for so long. Second Elder had heard of people fighting above their level, but who could do so by so many levels? Little bastard, I must get your secret. Second Elder stared at the space ring on Yi Hao's hand with a covetous expression. Little bastard, I'll send you to my son to ask for forgiveness. Seeing that Yi Hao was attacking again, Second Elder knew that he could not keep up with the previous attack. Second Elder thought that it was because he had injured Yi Hao. Humph! Suddenly, he heard a cold snort in his ear. Then, his expression changed. How is this possible? You broke through? The Second Elder stared at Yi Hao in disbelief. He could clearly feel that Yi Hao's falling leaves 1,000 / had been incredibly weak a moment ago, but now its strength had suddenly increased. There was only one possibility, Yi Hao had broken through. Old bastard, you only know now. Yi Hao had pretended to be weak earlier. At this time, thousands of sharp blades formed from martial power had already surrounded Second Elder. So what? Break for me. No matter what, Yi Hao's cultivation level was still far from Second Elder's. Although this accident caused Second Elder's movements to be a little chaotic, he still managed to open a path for himself. Humph, little bastard, so what if you broke through? With your current strength, I estimate that you can fight evenly with a 7th order martial emperor. Little bastard, you're not bad, and your strength has greatly surprised this old man. However, this old man is an 8th order martial emperor. You're destined to be killed by this old man. Of all the things you shouldn't have done, how dare you provoke me? Chapter 365. Is that so? Yi Hao sneered at second elder. Is that so? You don't even have a chance. You've already broken through once. I don't believe that you can. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for consuming 90 million experience points. Congratulations to host for leveling up to Emperor Wu rank 9. This time, Yi Hao didn't hide his breakthrough aura at all. Second elder wanted to mock Yi Hao, but the words that he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. It was as if he had eaten a dead mouse. He couldn't say or swallow his word. Oh. Commander is mighty. Commander is mighty. Seeing how domineering Yi Hao was, breaking through without a word, all the Imperial Guards were immediately subdued. Since when was it so easy to break through? Everyone, including second elder, thought at the same time. The higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it was to break through. This was a principle that even a 3-year-old child knew. For someone of Yi Hao's cultivation level, it would take at least 10 years for him to break through once. Of course, this was excluding those who had special opportunities. However, Yi Hao didn't even need to cultivate. He could break through whenever he wanted. Furthermore, he broke through twice in a row. Who else could do this? Is it enough now? Yi Hao smiled at second elder. Humph, if you want to slap my face, I'll slap your face first. Yi Hao sneered in his heart. Hearing Yi Hao's words, second elder broke out in cold sweat. He had lost the advantage of his cultivation level. Due to the destruction of his alchemy furnace, he had less than 90% of his cultivation level. Now that Yi Hao had broken through again, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for Yi Hao. Do I have to use that? Second elder started to feel conflicted. When he was training in the past, he had a great opportunity and obtained a forbidden spell. This forbidden spell could unleash an attack of a beginner martial sage. He couldn't bear to use it. If he used it on Yi Hao, it would be a waste. Old bastard, go accompany your son. Yi Hao raised his blood-stained dual blades and attacked the second elder. Let's go all out. The second elder hardened his heart and immediately took out a forbidden spell. What is this? Yi Hao suddenly stopped his attack and looked at the strange animal skin in the second elder's hand warily. He knew very well that the item that the second elder took out at this time was definitely not ordinary. Master, quickly kill him. If my guess is correct, that should be a forbidden spell. The voice of the weapon spirit of the dragon prison lake immediately rang out in Yi Hao's mind. The voice was filled with urgency. Forbidden curse. Yi Hao's expression changed when he heard the words forbidden curse. Because forbidden spells have long disappeared from the Myriad Kingdom continent. A forbidden spell was similar to engraving a formation. The only difference was that it required a powerful technique to be engraved into a piece of beast skin. Moreover, it had to be a powerful beast skin, or else it wouldn't be able to withstand such power. Moreover, the forbidden spell was very simple to use. It could be released by directly tearing the beast skin. At this time, Yi Hao didn't have time to think about how the second elder had a forbidden spell because he already felt that his life was in danger. He felt as if he had been locked on by a terrifying aura. This feeling was like a knife in his throat. If he was hit by this forbidden spell, he was afraid that he would really be in danger. Butterfly shadow step. Yi Hao had no choice but to think and quickly rushed towards the second elder. He definitely couldn't let the second elder tear this beast skin. Haha, little bastard, weren't you showing off? Now you know how to be anxious. Go to hell for me. Seeing Yi Hao's anxious expression, the second elder sneered loudly. He didn't have time to think and immediately tore apart the forbidden spell. Rumble. Suddenly, the second elder's hand shone brightly and a 1,000-meter big palm formed in front of the second elder. There was no doubt that although this palm was only 1,000 meters long, the power it contained could definitely turn an empire into nothingness in an instant. Oh no! Yi Hao didn't expect that he was still one step too late. He was anxious, but he was already very close to the giant palm. And now, he was like an ant in front of the giant palm. Although the giant palm hadn't attacked him yet, Yi Hao could feel the power emanating from the giant palm. It was soul-stirring and made him feel powerless. At this time, Yi Hao didn't even have the thought of running away. Yi Hao, Run quickly. Mu Qingyu shouted at the top of her lungs when she saw that Yi Hao was sweating profusely and standing in front of the giant palm in a daze. Hearing Mu Qingyu's shout, Yi Hao suddenly came back to his senses. He hadn't expected this forbidden spell to be so powerful. It had actually made him lose his composure before it even attacked. Run. Yi Hao's heart sank as he immediately retreated. You're only trying to escape now? It's over. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Yi Hao desperately running away and his helpless back, the second elder couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Boom. The giant palm finally formed. It seemed slow, but it was hurtling towards Yi Hao at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, the sky changed color. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The spectators who weren't mentally strong enough were scared to death. As for the Imperial Guards and Mu Qingyu, their hearts were in their throats. They didn't know if Yi Hao would be able to escape alive. Faster, faster. Yi Hao kept reminding himself in his heart as he ran at full speed. However, the giant palm behind him was getting closer and closer to him. Yi Hao could feel the destructive power coming from the giant palm even from behind him. It's over. This thought appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. Because at this time, Yi Hao was only a few feet away from the giant palm. Ha ha ha. The second elder and Gudanzan's disciples laughed proudly. That's enough. Suddenly, a loud shout came from nowhere. The giant palm that was about to hit Yi Hao's back instantly shattered into nothingness. Who dares to ruin Gudanzan's plans? The giant palm was so close to killing Yi Hao. Who would have thought that at the crucial moment, the giant palm would actually be shattered by someone? Now that the giant palm was gone, it meant that he no longer had a chance to kill Yi Hao. Moreover, he had wasted his forbidden spell. If that was the case, he would suffer a great loss today. Most importantly, he didn't know if he would have a chance to escape. Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of him. One was white, and the other was green. Looking at the back of the green figure, the second elder wanted to curse. But suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Strange. Why did this back view look so familiar to him? Yi Hao felt the weight on his back lighten. His back was drenched in sweat. He immediately turned around and saw the two of them. Yi Hao immediately thanked them. Thank you for saving my life, sect leader Guo. No need to thank me. Guo Zhenyu smiled and waved his hand. His tone was still as gentle as ever. Liu Ji, are you all right? Looking at Yi Hao, Guo Shuefu suddenly felt a little shy. She opened her mouth for a long time before asking. Yi Hao shook his head. Looking at Guo Shuefu, who had lost a lot of weight, Yi Hao asked puzzledly, You look so haggard. You seem to have lost a lot of weight. Guo Shuefu was suddenly embarrassed to say it. If Yi Hao knew that she had waited for him day and night in front of Roaring Beast Valley for a few days, how embarrassed would she be? Seeing his daughter lowering her head and playing with the corner of her clothes, Guo Zhenyu smiled and said, You little brat, you've caused my daughter to suffer. Ever since you entered the Beast Roar Valley, my daughter has been sitting in front of the Beast Roar Valley, anxiously waiting for you. Father. Hearing Guo Zhenyu's words, Guo Shuefu panicked and became even more shy. Who is she? Why does it seem like her relationship with Yi Hao isn't ordinary? Mu Qingyu looked at Guo Shuefu. This beauty whose looks were comparable to her, and Mu Qingyu felt a little jealous. Moreover, wasn't Yi Hao the little city lord of Yanghuang City? Chapter 366. Mu Qingyu looked at Guo Zhenyu, who was floating in the air, and knew that Guo Shuefu had a powerful background. Otherwise, how could the massive palm that he had used to attack Yi Hao earlier have suddenly crumbled? Moreover, she didn't even see Guo Zhenyu make a move. Guo Zhenyu only let out a shout. With just a shout, Guo Zhenyu was able to easily destroy the forbidden spell. From this, one could imagine how powerful Guo Zhenyu was. When the second elder heard this familiar voice, he was so scared that he peed his pants. He quickly knelt on the ground and said, Greetings, sect leader. Hearing the second elder's words, the other Gudanzan disciples looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They didn't understand why the sect leader was here, but they didn't have time to think. Dozens of disciples knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, "Greetings, sect leader." What? This person is the sect leader. Could it be the sect leader of Gudanzan? Why would the sect leader of Gudanzan come to such a small place? It seems that the sect leader has a good relationship with Liu Ji and Yi Hao. Everyone looked at Guo Zhenyu with respect. Some of them even knelt on the ground. After all, Gudanzan was a saint-class force. It was one of the top forces in the 10,000 countries continent. How many geniuses and proud sons and daughters wanted to enter the ancient alchemy sect no matter what? And now, they were lucky enough to meet the sect leader of Gudanzan. Naturally, they were very excited. Moreover, if Guo Zhenyu took a fancy to them, they might be able to join Gudanzan and have a meteoric rise. Sect leader, this kid killed my son. Please avenge me. The second elder knelt in front of Guo Zhenyu and cried. There's such a thing. Guo Zhenyu frowned and looked at Yi Hao questioningly. That's right. Yi Hao didn't deny it because he was sure that Guo Zhenyu wouldn't do anything to him. This kid is really like what my daughter said. He's not safe anywhere. Guo Zhenyu scolded him in his heart. Logically speaking, the second elder was one of the most important figures in Gudanzan. Now that his son had been killed and he knew about it, he should avenge his son. If it had been someone else, he wouldn't have cared, but even if it was the Grand Commander of the Baisheng dynasty, he wouldn't hesitate to kill him. But this person just had to be Yi Hao. He was at a loss for what to do. Why did you kill him? Guo Zhenyu obviously did not expect Yi Hao to admit it so readily. He had originally thought that since Yi Hao could deny it, he could use the investigation as an excuse to dodge this matter. After all, there were so many people here. How could he abandon Elder Gudanzan and openly side with Yi Hao? If this matter were to spread to Gudanzan, it would greatly damage his image and prestige. I don't like him because he's ugly. Yi Hao said something shocking, and this old thief, I don't like him either. He's too ugly. Cough, cough. Guo Zhenyu choked on Yi Hao's words. He thought to himself, can't you be more tactful with your words? Why do you have to be so direct? You killed him because he was ugly. Can't you find a better reason? Look at his face. Isn't it ugly? He looks like a pile of poop. Yi Hao pointed at the second elder, whose face was filled with rage. At the moment, the second elder's face was contorted with rage. Sect master, please uphold justice for us. This brat is simply going too far. He doesn't put our ancient alchemy sect in his eyes at all. Under second elder's indication, all of the ancient alchemy sect's disciples spoke in unison. Sect master Guo, this old thief must die, Yi Hao said firmly. Everyone was shocked when they heard Yi Hao's words. Could this person be more important to Guo Zhenyu than an elder? However, there were also many people who felt that Yi Hao was being arrogant. No matter what, the second elder was a member of Gudanzan. He was also an elder. He was Guo Zhenyu's family. How could Guo Zhenyu kill his own people for an outsider? Unless Guo Zhenyu was sick in the head. Guo Zhenyu closed his eyes and pondered. The two of them would not rest until one of them was dead. He had to make a decision. Guo Zhenyu suddenly looked at Guo Shuefu. She was looking at him worriedly. Guo Zhenyu sighed inwardly. For my daughter, I'm going all out. I'm sorry. Guo Zhenyu's eyes glowed. Before anyone could understand what he meant, Guo Zhenyu's aura surged. Why? Sect master. Never in his wildest dreams would the second elder have imagined that Guo Zhenyu would actually attack him. Furthermore, all of his disciples had already been wiped out. Humph. Guo Zhenyu snorted and killed the second elder in an instant. Guo Zhenyu knew that if news of this got out, Gudanzan would be finished. Kill. Guo Zhenyu's heart sank. He knew that he could not let these onlookers live. Sect Master Guo, stop. Yi Hao was very satisfied that Guo Zhenyu had killed the second elder. However, when he saw that Guo Zhenyu was about to attack the onlookers, Yi Hao immediately stopped him. Why? I've already killed him. What else do you want? I can't let these people live. Guo Zhenyu looked at Yi Hao in confusion and said in a firm tone. Let these people go and I'll help you rebuild Gudanzan. Yi Hao said directly. You. Guo Zhenyu obviously did not believe that Yi Hao had the ability to do so. Wait until you become a martial sage. Sir, please spare my life. The onlookers did not expect Guo Zhenyu to kill his own people for an outsider. However, this also meant that Guo Zhenyu would silence them. After all, as a sect master, Guo Zhenyu was helping an outsider and killing his own disciples for no reason. This was definitely a huge taboo. If Guo Zhenyu's competitors caught hold of this weakness, Guo Zhenyu would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. At this moment, Gudanzan was surrounded by danger. Many factions were secretly eyeing this fat piece of meat. Moreover, some elders were colluding with other factions. It could be said that Guo Zhenyu was suppressing Gudanzan alone. However, Guo Zhenyu was very powerful and he was very strict in his work. Those elders could not touch his position. But now, Guo Zhenyu had killed the second elder. To him and the ancient alchemy sect, this was definitely a dangerous move. If they were the slightest bit careless, the colossus that was the ancient alchemy sect would be destroyed. I don't have the strength of a martial sage, but that doesn't mean that I don't have martial sage subordinate. Yi Hao said casually. His soul points were enough to summon a peak martial sage expert. Therefore, it was really easy for him to help Guo Zhenyu rebuild Gudanzan. What? Guo Zhenyu's expression was not as calm as before. I'm really curious. Who exactly are you? After a while, Guo Zhenyu sent a voice transmission to Yi Hao's mind. You'll know sooner or later, but I'm still worried. At this moment, Guo Zhenyu was clearly moved by Yi Hao's words. If there was really a martial sage helping him rebuild Gudanzan and deal with those elders, then there was no need to kill these onlookers. However, what made him suspicious was whether Yi Hao had martial sages as his subordinates. Moreover, Yi Hao actually had martial sages as his subordinates. How powerful was Yi Hao's background? He had no choice but to be careful. If you don't believe me, you can lock them up temporarily. Then we'll do as you say. As long as you help me rebuild Gudanzan, I'll let these people go. Moreover, I don't think I'll interfere in the matter between you and my daughter. Cough cough. Yi Hao coughed dryly. He thought to himself, I have nothing to do with your daughter. Chapter 367. It will take some time. I have something to deal with now. Yi Hao said without hesitation. Because the matter of the beast monster sect was imminent, he had already promised Sun Ba even if it wasn't to complete the mission. He had to keep his promise to a subordinate. What's the matter? Guo Zhenyu looked at Yi Hao. He was afraid that Yi Hao would misunderstand, so he explained, Is there anything I can help with? Yi Hao wanted to refuse at first, but then he thought about how Gudanzan was also an alchemy sect, and how Gudanzan was a sacred force. Maybe they could really help him. Moreover, where could he find young alchemy disciples now? Maybe he could borrow a few people from Guo Zhenyu. Oh, you mean the beast monster sect and the spiritual medicine sect? After hearing Yi Hao's words, Guo Zhenyu's expression was a little surprised. What? Sect Master Guo, you know? Yi Hao looked at Guo Zhenyu. No matter what, Guo Zhenyu was the leader of a sacred force. How could he know about two small sects? Their previous pill sect was a branch of Gudanzan in the Myriad Kingdom continent. How could I not know? Guo Zhenyu laughed. This surprised Yi Hao. He didn't expect that there was such a relationship between the two. Then now. Yi Hao didn't understand. Pill sect was a branch of Gudanzan. How could it fall to its current state? Moreover, he had never heard Sun Ba mention it. Guo Zhenyu sighed and revealed a look of reminiscence. The river of time will change many things. Moreover, this history is too long. At that time, Pill sect relied on Gudanzan and everything was going smoothly. After growing stronger, they actually wanted to separate from Gudanzan. But how could it be so easy? But no matter what, they originated from the same branch. Gudanzan couldn't be too ruthless and could only suppress them a little. I didn't expect that after Pill sect separated, there would be internal conflicts. Pill sect directly disintegrated and became the current beast monster sect and spiritual medicine sect. Gudanzan, on the other hand, didn't have the time to care about their affairs. He just let them die on their own. From what I see, Gudanzan also has internal problems. You don't have the spare energy to care about the alchemy sect anymore. Yi Hao looked at Guo Zhenyu with disdain. Ahem. Guo Zhenyu did not expect Yi Hao to not give him any face. That's right. This is all because your grandmaster is useless. I've been unable to break through for so long. Right now, your grandmaster is almost unable to suppress that bunch of greedy wolves. Guo Zhenyu said with a desolate face. It could be said that everything he was doing now was taking a risk. He could only hope that Yi Hao's background wouldn't disappoint him too much. Guo Zhenyu suddenly thought, I heard that the two sects are going to hold a competition recently. They even invited me, Gudanzan, to be their special envoy. It's just that I've been ignoring them. Why would they invite Gudanzan to be their special envoy? No matter what, no matter how poor Gudanzan is, they're still one of the best among the alchemy sects. That's not what I meant. I want to know why they still have the nerve to separate from Gudanzan. Please send someone to be their special envoy. That's because they're now at a moment of life and death. They want to rejoin Gudanzan, but it's not that easy. Yi Hao instantly understood what Guo Zhenyu meant. To Gudanzan, the alchemy sect was a traitor no matter what. Even if it had happened a long time ago, it was still unforgivable. Otherwise, how could they establish Gudanzan's prestige? I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Guo to help me send a message. Just say that the Bisheng Sacred Dynasty will send an envoy to watch the competition. Sigh. What should we do? I don't know where our Grandmaster is. I'm afraid this time, our beast monster sect is finished. I heard that Mu Shengzon's envoy has already arrived at the Spirit Pill sect. It seems like Mu Shengzon is most likely going to support the Spirit Pill sect. At this moment, the beast monster sect was in a state of depression. The elders, including the sect master, had lost all will to fight. Suddenly, the expression of Sun Ba, who was sitting on the main seat, changed. All the elders knew that something bad was about to happen. Sect master, what's wrong? No one dared to ask. Only Wang Chong asked. I just received news that the Bisheng Sacred Dynasty and Gudanzan have sent envoys to witness the competition between the two sects, Sun Ba said with an extremely ugly expression. What? Why would the Bisheng Sacred Dynasty send someone? And didn't Gudanzan say that he wouldn't send anyone? Sun Ba's words made everyone's expression turn ugly. The envoys sent by these two factions definitely had nothing to do with the beast monster sect. Didn't that mean that these two factions were targeting the Spirit Pill sect? If that was the case, then the beast monster sect was doomed. Moreover, they had investigated for so long but still couldn't find any information about Yi Hao. In their view, Yi Hao was probably doomed. Don't give up until the last moment. Have our disciples cultivate hard. Sun Ba instructed the middle elder. In fact, even he himself didn't have much hope for this competition. However, things had already come to this point, so he had no other choice. Yes. All the elders immediately obeyed. Don't let him escape. Mu Qingyu suddenly shouted. Yi Hao immediately turned around. It turned out that Li Jiazhu saw that his backer was dead and the relationship between Mu Qingyu and Yi Hao wasn't ordinary. He knew that if he didn't escape now, he would definitely not have a good ending. So while everyone was looking at Yi Hao and Guo Zhenyu, Li Jiazhu wanted to quietly escape. Who knew that Mu Qingyu's eyes were fixed on him? As soon as he made a small move, Mu Qingyu immediately shouted. Trying to run? A cold smile appeared on Yi Hao's face. With a light wave of his hand, he grabbed Patriarch Li. Lord, please spare my life. Li Jiazhu was caught by Yi Hao and immediately begged Yi Hao for mercy. I'll leave it to you. Beat him back for me how he hit you. Yi Hao ignored him and threw Li Jiazhu at Mu Tianyu's feet. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Mu Tianyu was delighted and a cruel smile appeared in his eyes. He remembered every punch that Li Jiazhu had thrown at him earlier. He had thought that one day, he would pay Li Jiazhu back 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. But he didn't expect this moment to come so quickly. Little bastard, what? What are you trying to do? Li Jiazhu immediately wanted to retreat when he saw Mu Tianyu covered in blood and with disheveled hair. But his body had been locked down by Yi Hao and he couldn't move at all. How did you hit me? I want to pay you back. Mu Tianyu looked at Li Jiazhu and his tone was full of hatred. Don't, Master Tian, Master Yu, I was wrong. Please spare me. Li Jiazhu had no choice but to lower his head and immediately chose to beg for mercy. Although Mu Tianyu was young, Li Jiazhu's gaze was so terrifying that it made him panic. Li Jiazhu regretted it now. If he had known, he would not have hit Mu Tianyu. Or he would have just killed him. Now, he had tortured Mu Tianyu half to death and now it was Mu Tianyu's turn to take revenge on him. It's too late to call me your ancestor. Mu Tianyu raised his fist and punched Li Jiazhu's head mercilessly. Crack. The sound of teeth breaking could be heard. You little bastard, how dare you? Li Jiazhu spat out a mouthful of blood. 2 or 3 teeth could be seen in the snow. Li Jiazhu grimaced in pain. I'll let you scold me. I'll let you scold me to your heart's content. Bam! 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 Mu Tianyu used all his strength and punched Li Jiazhu's face again and again. Li Jiazhu's entire face collapsed in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 368. This kid's aptitude is not bad. Guo Zhenyu nodded as he looked at Mu Tianyu, who was venting his anger. Yi Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. No matter what, Mu Tianyu would be his brother-in-law in the future. He should give him a chance. Yi Hao looked at Mu Tianyu and realized that Mu Tianyu actually had peerless talent. He was definitely a genius, but his physique was a little too weak. Of course, this was definitely because the Mu family did not have enough resources. Fortunately, Mu Tianyu was still young and could make up for his weak physique. Yi Hao smiled and said to Guo Zhenyu, sect leader Guo, since you don't have a disciple, why don't you accept him as your disciple? Hearing Yi Hao's words, Guo Zhenyu was obviously a little tempted. However, he did not dare to agree as he was not sure of Mu Tianyu's true talent. After all, no matter what, he was a martial sage. Taking in a disciple was something that could not be too shameful. Yi Hao naturally knew what Guo Zhenyu was thinking. He immediately smiled and said, sect leader Guo, don't worry. I guarantee that this kid's talent will definitely surprise and satisfy you. Guo Zhenyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Who is this kid? Why are you showing off for him? I'm definitely not exaggerating. If you don't believe me, you can bring him back for testing. Seeing that Guo Zhenyu did not believe him, Yi Hao did not say anything else. He knew that it was better to let Guo Zhenyu bring Mu Tianyu back for testing. Whether he was a dragon or a worm, they would know when the time came. He believed that with Mu Tianyu's aptitude, Guo Zhenyu would definitely be happy to accept him as his disciple. Then we'll do as you say. I'll bring Gudanzan back first. I'll put it bluntly. If his aptitude is not good, I will definitely not accept him. Actually, Guo Zhenyu was also curious as to why Yi Hao dared to say that Mu Tianyu's aptitude was not bad after just one look at Mu Tianyu. One must know that a person's aptitude and talent were usually very difficult to discern. That was why he needed those testing crystal pillars. Based on his many years of experience, he felt that Mu Tianyu was not bad. However, this was just a feeling, and he did not dare to jump to conclusions. Even he, a martial sage, did not dare to jump to conclusions. What was the reason Yi Hao was so certain that Mu Tianyu's aptitude was not bad? Guo Zhenyu looked at Yi Hao curiously. Yi Hao had been looking at Mu Tianyu for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, the people of the Li family did not expect the plot to turn out like this. There was a 360-degree turn. They knew that at this time, the Li family's dream of dominating the Mu royal city would most likely be directly declared shattered. Didn't you hear? Even the sect master of Gudanzan wants to take the young master of the Mu family as his disciple. Regardless of whether they accepted it or not in the end, the Mu family could be considered to be riding on Gudanzan's coattails. At the very least, Mu Tianyu could also become Gudanzan's disciple. And looking at the current situation, it would be very difficult for the Lee family to get through today. Family head, I've always said that your son and daughter are absolutely extraordinary. See, I was right, wasn't I? Of course, how can the son and daughter of the patriarch be bad? PH, a small Lee family dares to mess around on top of our Mu family. They are simply seeking death. Patriarch, the people of the Mu family also did not expect that Mu Qingyu would know Yi Hao, and instead ride on Gudanzan's coattails. And seeing that Yi Hao was so familiar with Guo Zhenyu. Who was Guo Zhenyu? He was the sect master of Gudanzan, a genuine martial sage expert. He was an existence that they could not even dream of. And now, with just a few words from Yi Hao, Guo Zhenyu actually had the intention of taking Mu Tianyu as his disciple. No matter what, with Lord Mu's status in the Mu family in the future, no one would dare to offend him. And Mu Qingyu's relationship with Yi Hao was not ordinary at first glance. They were also afraid of Yi Hao. Think about it, just Yang Lifeng alone was enough to make them so scared. He was someone who could easily kill Yang Lifeng. And he was able to make Gudanzan's sect master kill one of his own elders for him. They could imagine that this person's background was not as simple as being the commander of the Baisheng Holy Dynasty. At this moment, they were all wondering if Yi Hao was the illegitimate son of a martial sage expert in the Baisheng Holy Dynasty. Otherwise, why would Guo Zhenyu be so indulgent towards Yi Hao? Lord Mu snorted coldly. This time, he completely saw the true colors of these fence-sitters. Master, we have no choice but to protect ourselves for the sake of the Mu family. Please don't offend us. Patriarch, we are willing to accept the punishment. But no matter what, we are still from the same clan. Patriarch, please forgive us. We promise that we will listen to your words in the future and obey your orders without any hesitation. We are absolutely loyal to the head of the family. Hearing Lord Mu's cold snort, all the elders looked at each other and immediately knelt on the ground, trembling as they cried and begged for mercy. Daughter, I'll leave this matter to you. How do you want to deal with it? Lord Mu stroked his beard and thought for a while. Then he suddenly said to Mu Qingyu. What? Me? Mu Qingyu was surprised to hear her father's words. She knew that in her father's heart, the family was the most important thing. This was her father's character. Since when did her father allow a woman to interfere in the family's affairs? At this moment, all the elders of the Mu family secretly cursed Lord Mu for being a sly old fox when they heard Lord Mu's words. This was because they believed that even if Lord Mu decided to punish them now, he would not be too ruthless. Moreover, if he was too ruthless, everyone could feign compliance. After all, they were not afraid of Lord Mu himself. They were afraid of Yi Hao, who was behind Mu Qingyu. However, if Mu Qingyu was the one to decide the punishment, things would be different. At the very least, Mu Qingyu would not care about their past relationship because there was no past relationship between Mu Qingyu and them. Moreover, even if they wanted to feign compliance with Mu Qingyu's decision, they did not dare to do so with Yi Hao around. Unless they did not want to live anymore. Moreover, it would be fine if they were killed normally. Thinking about Yang Lifeng, he was eaten by rats and only his head was left. Everyone shuddered at the thought of this. Daughter, you decide. Lord Mu looked at the crowd's reaction. The more he looked at his daughter, the happier he was. His daughter had really found a good son-in-law for him. He had finally vented his anger for him. Moreover, Lord Mu had compared Yang Lifeng to Yi Hao. That was because Yang Lifeng could not be compared to Yi Hao. Yang Lifeng was just a POW in front of Yi Hao. In fact, he was even worse than a POW. Then I have decided. I wonder if all the family members and elders will agree. Mu Qingyu scanned the crowd and said. Everyone felt bitter in their hearts. At this time, unless they did not want to live anymore, who would not listen to her? We are willing to listen to eldest young lady's punishment. All the family members immediately bowed to Mu Qingyu. My decision is that all the elders of the Mu family will be removed from their positions as elders. We will see what happens next. What? All the elders were shocked. The position of an elder represented power. Now that they were removed from their positions as elders, it was equivalent to them being deprived of their power. If this was in the past, they would not agree even if they were beaten to death. HMPH. Yi Hao suddenly made a sound of dissatisfaction. All the elders panicked. With this person around, they did not have the right to refuse. We agree, all the elders said with bitter expressions on their faces. Lord Mu was overjoyed when he heard the elders' words. He looked at Yi Hao's eyes. The more he looked at him, the more he liked his son-in-law. That was because he had been waiting for this day for too long. However, he had never had the chance to remove these elders. After all, many elders had used their positions as elders to oppose him openly and secretly. Although he was the head of the family, he could not have all the power. Many things had to be approved by the elders. Chapter 369. Also, now that the Mu royal city has been destroyed, I need all the elders to contribute a sum of money to rebuild the city. We agree. No matter what Mu Qingyu said, none of the Mu family members objected. Because if they wanted to live, they had to listen to Mu Qingyu. At this moment, they wished they could worship Mu Qingyu. You have some talent for management. No matter what Mu Qingyu said, Yi Hao did not interrupt. He only watched quietly from the side, releasing his aura from time to time to intimidate the Mu family members. Seeing Yi Hao staring at her, Mu Qingyu could not help but blush. Seeing Yi Hao and Mu Qingyu flirting with each other, Guo Shuefu snorted jealously and stomped her feet. She did not understand. Yi Hao had only been out for a few days. How could he have gotten to know a beauty so quickly? That's not right. What does it have to do with me whether he knows a beauty or not? I'm just showing concern as a friend. Yes, that's right. That's right, Guo Shuefu thought to herself. Disciple Mu Tianyu greets master. Under Yi Hao's signal, Mu Tianyu immediately dropped Li Jiazhu, who was like a dead dog in his hands, and knelt at Guo Zhenyu's feet obediently. At this moment, Mu Tianyu was extremely excited. Although he was still young, he had never thought that he would be able to have a martial sage as his master one day. Just thinking about it made him very excited. Mu Tianyu knelt at Guo Zhenyu's feet, his body trembling nervously. He did not even dare to raise his head to look at Guo Zhenyu. Even the aura that Guo Zhenyu unconsciously released made him feel like submitting to him from the bottom of his heart. Get up first. I haven't agreed to it yet. Guo Zhenyu looked at Mu Tianyu's actions and knew that it was Yi Hao's doing. He could only glance at Yi Hao helplessly. Mu Tianyu didn't get this chance, so how could he give it up so easily? He knelt on the ground and refused to get up. Guo Zhenyu waved his arm, and Mu Tianyu felt a surge of energy in his legs, and he stood up involuntarily. Mu Tianyu was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat, but how could he resist Guo Zhenyu? He could only look at Yi Hao for help. It wasn't easy to get such an opportunity, so he didn't want to waste it. Don't worry. As long as you perform well and cultivate diligently in the future, I guarantee that you will become his disciple. Yi Hao comforted Mu Tianyu in his mind when he saw the desire on his face. Thank you, brother-in-law. Hearing Yi Hao's promise, Mu Tianyu exclaimed happily. At the same time, he promised, I will cultivate diligently and not embarrass brother-in-law. Although Guo Zhenyu didn't understand what Yi Hao and Mu Tianyu were talking about, he still said, no matter what, my disciple's talent can't be too bad. It can't be lower than superior grade. Guo Zhenyu wanted to say superior grade talent, but after thinking about it, he realized that superior grade talent was too hard to come by. Although he wasn't too satisfied with superior grade talent, it wasn't like he couldn't teach him. As long as he worked hard, he could also achieve something. I understand. Mu Tianyu was happy, but he still looked worried. This was because he didn't know what kind of talent he had. He was afraid that his talent wouldn't be superior grade. If Guo Zhenyu didn't accept him, what would he do then? Mu Tianyu looked at Yi Hao, and Yi Hao gave him an encouraging look. Mu Tianyu immediately nodded nervously. Liu Ji, you've been having fun these few days. You've hooked up with a beauty so quickly. You made me worry for nothing. Guo Shuefu suddenly said jealously. Guo Shuefu was originally a gentle girl. When she said these words, it sounded very funny. It didn't seem like they came from her mouth. What do you mean by hooking up? Please, when I met her, you weren't even there yet. Yi Hao said, blushing with shame. Actually, looking at Guo Shuafu's haggard appearance and the fact that Guo Zhenyu could come here and save his life, Yi Hao guessed that it had something to do with Guo Shuafu. Yi Hao was also very touched. He thought to himself, didn't this girl have a crush on that genius that only appears once in 10,000 years? Don't tell me she fell in love with someone else. Yi Hao, who is she? She's so beautiful. Mu Qingyu suddenly acted out of character and gently held Yi Hao's arm. Yi Hao couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his back. What was going on today? Why did these two girls seem a little abnormal? Yi Hao, is this your real name, or is it another fake name? Tell me honestly, what is your real name? The gentle Guo Shuafu also grabbed Yi Hao's other arm and asked in an arrogant tone. I'm so envious. I'm so envious. There are beauties on both sides of him. If you give me one of them, I'd be willing to lose all my cultivation. Don't talk about losing all my cultivation. I'd be willing to die immediately. Seeing the beauties taking the initiative to throw themselves at Yi Hao, and there were beauties on both sides of him, they were even fighting over jealousy. Everyone was envious. Say it. The two girls shouted at the same time. Yi Hao was just about to answer when he suddenly took a deep breath. He looked down and saw two pairs of hands on his ribs. The two girls seemed to have discussed it and actually made their moves at the same time. Don't pretend. Say it. My name is… What? Seeing that Yi Hao was deliberately keeping them in suspense, the two girls curiously stretched their heads over. Smack. Smack. Suddenly, Yi Hao smacked the two girls' faces. After the kiss, Yi Hao remembered that Guo Shuafu and Mu Qingyu's father were at the scene. The two of them were looking at him awkwardly. You guys continue chatting. I'll leave first. Yi Hao felt that the situation was not good and wanted to leave. Kid, don't go. I still have something to ask you. Guo Zhenyu immediately stopped him and said, didn't you enter the Beast Raw Valley? Why are you here? This was what Guo Zhenyu was most concerned about. To Gudanzan, the Beast Raw Valley was full of mystery. Even a martial god expert could not resist the attraction of the Beast Raw Valley. Of course, Guo Zhenyu was the same. But he was more curious about how Yi Hao could come out of the Beast Raw Valley. If he could come out of the Beast Raw Valley, did that mean that he could also enter it? At the thought of this, Guo Zhenyu was extremely excited. Guo Zhenyu looked at Yi Hao eagerly. Guo Shuafu also looked at Yi Hao curiously. This was because the Beast Raw Valley left a deep impression on her. Gudanzan's biggest ban was that no one was allowed to enter the Beast Raw Valley without permission. It was because the Beast Raw Valley was a man-eating valley. Once you entered, you could forget about coming out. After Guo Zhenyu's question, Guo Shuafu remembered that it was too strange for Yi Hao to appear here. Of course, I used the teleportation talisman. Yi Hao did not hide and said directly. Teleportation talisman? Guo Shuafu and Guo Zhenyu said at the same time. The father and daughter looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. What? You are a sacred force. Don't tell me you don't even have a teleportation talisman. Yi Hao deliberately joked. You really used the teleportation talisman? Guo Zhenyu still did not believe and asked again. Yes, why would I lie to you about this? Seeing Guo Zhenyu's disbelieving expression, Yi Hao replied with a sincere face. Yi Hao did not understand. He had used the teleportation talisman to leave the Beast Raw Valley. What was so strange about it that Guo Zhenyu made a fuss about it? It shouldn't be. How is this possible? Guo Zhenyu's brows were knitted together as he muttered softly. Guo Zhenyu looked at Yi Hao's sincere face and thought that Yi Hao really did not need to lie to him. Chapter 370. From Guo Zhenyu's point of view, this matter was obviously not as simple as Yi Hao said. After Guo Zhenyu asked carefully, he understood that Yi Hao had no need to lie. When Guo Zhenyu heard that there was not a trace of martial arts power in the Beast Raw Valley, and that the valley was filled with ancient beasts, he was immediately shocked. From Guo Zhenyu's point of view, This Beast Raw Valley without martial arts power was really a tomb for martial artist. Because even the strongest martial god realm, unless the physical body itself was so strong. Otherwise, without the support of martial arts power in the body, they would also be slaughtered by the ancient beasts. As for why only Yi Hao could use the teleportation talisman, Guo Zhenyu couldn't figure it out even if he racked his brains. After Yi Hao heard Guo Zhenyu's words, Yi Hao was also speechless. That 17th disciple really wanted to kill him. He actually let him enter the Beast Raw Valley. That was a place where even martial gods couldn't get out. If he didn't have the system, he would probably have died inside. After listening to Guo Zhenyu's words, it seemed that so far, he was the only one who had come out of the Beast Raw Valley alive. Yi Hao was very curious why it seemed that he was the only one who could use the teleportation talisman. According to Guo Zhenyu, it seemed that the teleportation talisman couldn't be used in the Beast Raw Valley. Suddenly, Yi Hao thought of a possibility, which immediately made him extremely excited. He quickly asked the system what was different about the teleportation talisman that the system dropped. The system immediately explained that the teleportation talisman rewarded by the system was just an ordinary teleportation talisman, no different from the teleportation talisman on the Myriad Kingdom continent. When he thought of that possibility, Yi Hao couldn't wait to enter the Beast Raw Valley again. That place was not only a holy land for leveling up, but also a place where that thing might exist. Thinking of this, Yi Hao felt that his heart was about to jump out. However, without sufficient preparation, Yi Hao didn't dare to enter that place again. Because even if he brought martial gods in, they couldn't level up like him. As long as their martial arts power was exhausted, they would still die. Therefore, if he wanted to enter the Beast Raw Valley, he had to be fully prepared. Sect leader Guo, where's that brat who harmed me? Yi Hao admitted that he was a vengeful person, but of course, he also knew how to repay kindness. However, he would definitely not let off the person who wanted to harm him so easily. Even if he didn't die, he would make him lose a layer of skin. He wanted him to know that he was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, he definitely had no enmity with the 17th disciple. It was impossible for the 17th disciple to kill him for no reason. Yi Hao clearly knew that there must be someone behind this 17th disciple, and it probably had something to do with that 5th senior brother. He's dead. Upon hearing Yi Hao's question, Guo Shuefu immediately replied softly. What? How is that possible? Did you kill him? Yi Hao looked at Guo Shuefu. He thought that Guo Shuefu had killed the 17th disciple and wanted to avenge him. He committed suicide. Guo Shuefu shook her head. Suicide? Haha, how can you believe such a reason? Yi Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was obvious that he had killed the 17th disciple to silence him. How could it be a suicide? Of course not, but there's no evidence. What can we do? Now, Gudanzan is facing internal and external troubles. The 5th disciple is the disciple of the 3rd Supreme Elder. According to seniority, he's about the same as my father. Guo Shuefu also smiled bitterly. What? About the same as your father? How is that possible? Although the 5th disciple's strength was not bad, it was only for people of the same age. However, he was only a martial emperor and could not be compared to Guo Zhenyu. If the two of them were of the same seniority, it would mean that the sect leader and the outer sect disciples were of the same seniority. No matter how one looked at it, it was unacceptable. What's so surprising about that? There are tens of thousands of outer sect disciples. Those who can be ranked in the top 5 are definitely outstanding. Naturally, there will be elders fighting for them. However, the 5th disciple was unexpectedly taken in by the 3rd Supreme Elder. Therefore, the 5th disciple's seniority was immediately pulled up. In fact, the 3rd Supreme Elder was deliberately trying to humiliate Guo Zhenyu. Because think about it, if an outer sect disciple was of the same seniority as the sect leader, how ironic would that be? However, this did not violate any rules. Guo Zhenyu felt as if he had swallowed a bunch of dead flies, but he had nothing to say. However, the 5th disciple is ruthless. In order to protect himself, he was even willing to kill his own subordinate. Yi Hao was secretly shocked by the 5th disciple's methods. However, when I return to Gudanzan, I don't care if you're the 5th disciple or the 3rd supreme elder. I'll kill you all. Yi Hao felt that if the disciples were like this, the 3rd supreme elder would not be a good person either. Otherwise, Guo Zhenyu would not have frowned at the mention of the 3rd supreme elder. However, Yi Hao had more important things to do now. He had to go to the primordial ruins. He did not know whether Yi Qing and Wu Hei were dead or alive. The people of the Thousand Beasts sect were still trapped in the primordial ruins and he had to go rescue them. Furthermore, it was time to avenge the enmity between him and the Bai Wu sage. Yi Hao, are you going to the beast monster sect? Guo Zhenyu guessed when he saw that Yi Hao had no intention of returning. Yi Hao nodded. Indeed, after he finished dealing with the Thousand Beasts sect, he had to rush to the beast monster sect. Guo Zhenyu was right. Furthermore, Yi Hao did not want to deliberately explain. After all, his enemy was the Bai Wu sage of the Bai Sheng dynasty. No matter what, the Bai Sheng dynasty was still inextricably linked to Gudanzan. Then let Xue Fu accompany you. She will represent the forces of Gudanzan and send an envoy. Guo Zhenyu glanced at Guo Xue Fu, who had a longing expression on her face. He naturally knew what she was thinking. In fact, even if Yi Hao did not agree, there was nothing he could do. He had already sent a message to the Beast Monster sect and the Spiritual Medicine sect, saying that the Bai Sheng dynasty and Gudanzan would send an envoy. Let's forget about it. Yi Hao quickly rejected. After all, his enemy was a martial sage. If he brought Guo Xue Fu with him, it would be dangerous. Mph, I want to go. When Guo Xue Fu heard Yi Hao's rejection, she was unhappy and pouted her lips. I want to go too. Mu Qingyu glanced at Guo Xue Fu and said. However, her tone was cold as before. Looking at the two women, it seemed that even if he did not agree, he had to agree and they would not give up. Yi Hao had no choice but to agree. Yi Hao thought that when the time came, there would be no problem with a peak martial sage. When the two women saw that Yi Hao had agreed, they immediately revealed victorious smiles. It was simply a smile that could topple a city. The two women together could bring disaster to a country and its people. Daughter, you go first. When the time comes, I will send a group of people to look for you. Guo Zhenyu looked at Guo Xue Fu lovingly and said. Then, he waved his arm and brought the people of Mu King City back to Gudanzan. Let's go. Yi Hao summoned the Black Wind Tiger and set off in the direction of the primordial ruins. The 300 to 400 Imperial Guards immediately followed after them. Yi Hao sat on the Black Wind Tiger and frowned slightly. He had not thought of how to deal with this group of Imperial Guards. According to his original plan, he had wanted to kill all of them and contribute some experience points to himself. However, these people had been obedient to him for the past few days and they clearly treated him as their commander. This made Yi Hao feel a little reluctant to kill them. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the task of subduing the 2nd and 8th teams. Task reward, 1 billion experience point. Killing the 2nd and 3rd teams will give you 100 million experience point. It seems like it's time to make a decision. When he heard the system's notification, Yi Hao ordered the Black Wind Tiger to stop. Chapter 371. Let me tell you the truth. I am not the real Liu Ji. Yi Hao looked at the crowd, standing proudly on the back of the Black Wind Tiger, and went straight to the point. What? How is that possible? Commander, are you joking with us? That's right. Commander, your official seal and your voice transmission can't be fake. How could it be like this? When they heard Yi Hao's words, they were all shocked. At the same time, they looked at Yi Hao with a hint of wariness. Let's cut to the chase. Are any of you willing to follow me? Of course, if you follow me, it means that you are no longer the Imperial Guards of the Bai Sheng dynasty. You have to think about this carefully. Yi Hao scanned the crowd. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Liu Ji? Suddenly, someone questioned loudly. My name is Yi Hao. I accidentally entered the imperial city of the Bai Sheng dynasty. I had no choice but to pretend to be Liu Ji. HMPH, who do you think you are? Why would we abandon a dynasty to seek refuge with you? That's right. The Baisheng dynasty is considered one of the top forces in the Myriad Kingdom continent. I don't believe that seeking refuge with you is better than staying in the Baisheng dynasty. Since you are a fake, please hand over your official seal. We are going back to the Baisheng dynasty. After listening to Yi Hao's explanation and learning that Yi Hao was a fake, the crowd's attitude changed 180 degrees. They finally understood why a piece of trash would suddenly become so powerful and become a commander. It turned out that someone else was impersonating him. Official seal? Yi Hao took out the official seal and said, "Take it if you want." Yi Hao exerted force in his hand and the two seals turned into scrap metal. He then threw them to the crowd. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for destroying the official seal of the Baisheng dynasty. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 million experience points. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for destroying the official seal of the Baisheng dynasty. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 million experience points. Two voices rang in Yi Hao's mind at the same time. Yi Hao was very surprised. He didn't expect that he would gain 20 million experience points just by destroying two official seals. However, he was currently Tier 9 Emperor Wu. If he wanted to break through to Tier 10 Emperor Wu, he would need 100 million EXP. Now, regardless of whether he killed this group of Imperial Guards or subdued them, he would be able to level up. You! How dare you destroy the official seal of the Baisheng dynasty? Do you want to die? All the Imperial Guards were shocked when they saw the two pieces of scrap metal in front of them. These official seals were imbued with a trace of the Holy Dynasty's national fate. Therefore, the official seals were not only a symbol of power, but they were also precious. Yi Hao had destroyed the official seal, which was equivalent to destroying a trace of the dynasty's national fortune. Of course, compared to the Baisheng sacred dynasty, the fate of the nation was not even worth a drop in the ocean. But as a sacred dynasty, it was absolutely intolerable. Yi Hao's action was equivalent to declaring war on the Baisheng sacred dynasty. Since Yi Hao had destroyed the official seal, his aura would be recorded by the imperial jade seal of the Baisheng holy dynasty. No matter where he went in the future, the imperial jade seal of the Baisheng holy dynasty would be able to pinpoint his location. At this time, the holy emperor of the Baisheng sacred dynasty suddenly opened his dragon eyes. There was anger in his eyes as he roared, "How dare you destroy our country's national fortune?" "Yes, your majesty." Hearing the holy emperor's order, a first-order martial god realm warrior in golden armor immediately knelt on the ground and ran in Yi Hao's direction. "I'll give you a choice now. If you want to live, submit to me. If you don't want to live, we can fight," Yi Hao said and sat back on the black-winged tiger's back. Roar. As if they had discussed it beforehand, the black-winged tiger roared at the sky, shaking everyone's hearts. Among the remaining Imperial Guards, the second squad was basically made up of martial venerables, and the eighth squad had quite a few Emperor Wu. Looking at the black-winged tiger in front of them, they were still afraid. "I will never betray the Baisheng sacred dynasty. I will never betray the Baisheng sacred dynasty. At worst, we'll die. There's nothing to be afraid of." The Imperial Guards were arguing, but Yi Hao closed his eyes and ignored them. The two women sat quietly beside Yi Hao. "Yi Hao, I advise you to give up. We, the 8th team, won't submit to you. We won't betray the great holy dynasty," said Yi Hao. "The same goes for the second squad. We will be loyal to the Baisheng sacred dynasty. You'd better not waste your time." Everyone scrambled to be the first to speak. They wanted to show Yi Hao that when the time came, no one would side with him. They wanted to see what he could do. They didn't believe that even if Yi Hao had the ability and the black-winged tiger, he could still defeat them. There were more than 200 martial venerables and more than 100 Emperor Wu. As long as they were united, they believed that Yi Hao wouldn't be able to do anything to them. When they returned to the Baisheng sacred dynasty, they might even be rewarded handsomely. Who says no one is willing to follow the commander? Anyway, I'm alone. I admire the commander's strength and his imposing manner. I'm willing to follow the commander. Just as everyone was feeling smug about Yi Hao being put on the spot, An unsociable voice rang out from the crowd. Yi Hao's eyelids twitched and the corners of his lips curled up. Fortunately, these people didn't disappoint him. Yi Hao believed that with the first leader, there would be more to follow. That's right. I've had enough of that bullshit Bishing Sacred Dynasty's imperial city. Whether you're Liu Ji or Yi Hao, you're my commander. Me too. I like the commander's temper. I'll follow him. You traitors. Many guards who were loyal to the Bishing Sacred Dynasty couldn't help but step forward and criticize the guards who had sided with Yi Hao. PH, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Do you think that you're all loyal? You're just more afraid of death than us because you're more afraid of the Bishing Sacred Dynasty's strength. The leader who had sided with Yi Hao sneered. You. The leader's words made everyone choke. That was because they compared Yi Hao to the Bishing Sacred Dynasty. They were more afraid of the Bishing Sacred Dynasty because of the Bishing Sacred Dynasty's strength. Moreover, the Bishing Sacred Dynasty's influence was deeply ingrained in their hearts. They didn't even have the courage to betray the Bishing Sacred Dynasty. As for the two girls, Mu Qingyu still didn't understand what was going on. Guo Shuefu, on the other hand, was shocked. Yi Hao had only been in the Bishing Sacred Dynasty for a few days. Yi Hao had quite a bit of enmity with these people. The commanders of the 2nd and 8th squads had died at the hands of Yi Hao. Yi Hao could make so many people stand on his side without saying a word. They even dared to betray the Bishing Sacred Dynasty. Guo Shuefu couldn't understand how Yi Hao had done it. Although she hadn't said a word, she had been worried about Yi Hao from the beginning. Her palms were sweaty now. She had guessed that none of these people would be willing to side with Yi Hao. After all, if she was asked to betray the Bishing Holy Dynasty, an ancient sacred faction, to work for a random kid with an unknown background, she would hesitate. In fact, Guo Shuefu admired the courage of these people who wanted to side with Yi Hao. Chapter 372. Yi Hao took a closer look and realized that although there were many guards who wanted to join him, they were less than 1/3 of the total number of guards. It seemed that the Bishing Sacred Dynasty's deterrence was still very strong for these people. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. There were still more than 200 people on his side, close to 300. Therefore, many of the guards were not as afraid of Yi Hao as they were at the beginning. They drew their weapons and their bodies were burning with fighting spirit. You guys are not worthy of me taking action. Yi Hao chuckled and ordered the people who wanted to join him, I am very pleased that you have chosen to join me. Now, please step aside. When the crowd heard Yi Hao's order, they were very confused. They had heard Yi Hao say that he did not want to fight. They had thought that Yi Hao would ask them to do it. Suddenly, they felt a chill in their hearts. They had thought that Yi Hao would use them as cannon fodder. However, Yi Hao had asked them to step aside. Ha ha ha, we admit that the Black-Winged Tiger is very strong. However, do you think it is a match for so many of us? The crowd mocked. They had thought that Yi Hao would overestimate himself and ask the Black-Winged Tiger to do it. Did I say that I would ask the Black-Winged Tiger to do it? Yi Hao looked at the crowd mockingly. The crowd was even more confused. They did not understand what Yi Hao was up to. Squeak. Squeak. As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, a strange squeak was heard. The squeak was followed by a swarm of sky-devouring rats. They fell from the sky and pounced on the martial artists around them. Ah, it's the sky-devouring rats. Seeing the swarm of sky-devouring rats, someone immediately shouted in panic. How can there be so many sky-devouring rats? There are at least 2,000 of them. It can't be just 2,000. There are at least 3,000. No, 4,000, 5,000, squeak. Rip, rip, squeak, 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 squeak. Damned heaven-devouring rats. Why are there so many of them? A guard of Emperor Wu's level roared in exasperation because he had killed 3 sky-devouring rats in a row. But the price was that a lot of his flesh had been bitten off. The heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body and into his mind, but he simply couldn't free his hands to take medicinal pills and treat his wounds. He was also incomparably shocked in his heart because he had heard of the heaven-devouring rat's reputation. But he didn't take it seriously in the past, because in his opinion, no matter how powerful the heaven-devouring rat was, it was only a 5th-rank magical beast. No matter how heaven-defying a rank 5 heaven-devouring rat was, so what? However, this rank 5 magical beast was able to easily break through his defenses. According to common sense, even an ordinary 7th-rank magical beast wouldn't be able to break through his defenses. As for 6th-rank magical beasts, there was no need to even mention them. However, he had suffered who knows how many losses under the mouth of this 5th-rank magical beast. Emperor Wu suddenly felt pain in his neck. He didn't know when, but a heaven-devouring rat had scurried behind him and ripped off his neck with one bite. Emperor Wu unwillingly covered his neck. At this moment, he still had a trace of life, so he immediately killed the heaven-devouring rat that bit his neck with one sword strike. And at this moment, he could only watch as more heaven-devouring rats came to divide up his body. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing Emperor Wu. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 700,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 70,000 soul point. Ding dong, congratulations to the number of heaven-devouring rats increased by 1. Ding dong, congratulations to the number of heaven-devouring rats increased by 1. Ding dong, congratulations to the number of heaven-devouring rats increased by 1. Ding dong, congratulations to the number of heaven-devouring rats decreased by 1. Ding dong, congratulations to the number of heaven-devouring rats increased by 1. Ding dong, congratulations to the number of heaven-devouring rats decreased by 1. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a martial saint. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4,000 soul point. In an instant, notifications rang out in Yi Hao's mind. The number of heaven-devouring rats was crazily dying, but at the same time, it was also crazily increasing. We were wrong. We surrender. I don't want to play anymore. This is too terrifying. Commander, I was wrong. Commander, I want to follow you. Please tell these rats to stop. In an instant, begging sounds could be heard everywhere. Yi Hao coldly looked at the crowd and didn't say anything. This was because he had already given them a chance. They didn't fight for it themselves and thought that they had more people, so they could threaten him. Now, it was time for them to taste the bitter fruit that they had brewed themselves. All of you, watch carefully. Since you've submitted to me, you won't have the chance to regret it. If you dare to betray me, don't blame me for being merciless. Yi Hao glanced at them. Among those who had submitted to him, only a small number of them were at 80 points. Not a single one was at 90 points. As for the rest, they were at the edge of 60 points. In other words, they could betray him at any time. This was clearly not what Yi Hao wanted to see. What he wanted were people who were loyal to him. Otherwise, he might as well not have them. If he wanted a bunch of fence-sitters by his side, they might stand out at any time and bite him back. Therefore, Yi Hao had no choice but to warn everyone. We don't dare. When everyone heard Yi Hao's cold words, they hurriedly knelt on the ground. When they saw the scene in front of them, it was like purgatory on earth. They were really scared. Their companions who were chatting and laughing at the beginning were now struggling desperately. If they weren't careful, they would be eaten by several sky-devouring rats. Clearly, they didn't want to be eaten by the sky-devouring rats. They were secretly glad that they had made the right choice. Who would have thought that Yi Hao would have such a trick up his sleeve? He could actually control a group of sky-devouring rats. They were really scared that Yi Hao would order the sky-devouring rats to eat them all. You really don't dare? Yi Hao raised his eyebrows and asked coldly again. When everyone heard the biting sounds of the sky-devouring rats and the many screams, they didn't even dare to raise their heads. They shook their heads desperately. At this moment, they wished that they could dig out their hearts and let Yi Hao see how loyal they were to him. Ding dong, congratulations to host Li Feipeng for increasing loyalty by 10. Loyalty by 8. Loyalty by 12. Ding dong, Li Feipeng's loyalty has reached 100. He is loyal to the host. Ding dong, congratulations to host Shi Chun for increasing loyalty by 7. Seeing that everyone's loyalty had soared, Yi Hao nodded in satisfaction. All of you, get up. Then, Yi Hao was puzzled. He had killed so many people, but he had also subdued more than 100 people. Did that mean that he had completed his mission? After all, the experience points needed to subdue everyone was 1 billion, but the experience points needed to kill everyone was only 100 million. The difference was 10 times. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Mission evaluation is in progress. Finally, the last guard was killed by the sky-devouring rats. At this moment, the entire ground was covered in blood and the smell of blood filled the air. However, there were no corpses on the ground, not even the corpses of the sky-devouring rats. Of course, these corpses were all killed by the sky-devouring rats. However, more than half of the sky-devouring rats were killed or injured. After all, the defense of the sky-devouring rats was not even comparable to that of a rank 2 demonic beast. How could they be a match for Wu Zun and Emperor Wu? They could kill a sky-devouring rat easily without using any martial techniques. However, due to the disparity in numbers, the sky-devouring rats outnumbered the crowd by 30 to 40 times. This group of Imperial Guards could only die with regret. But in the end, the sky-devouring rats. I don't know how to inform others. The number of sky-devouring rats increased instead of decreasing. Yi Hao did a rough count. At this moment, there were more than 15,000 sky-devouring rats. In other words, including the dead sky-devouring rats, there were more than 4,000 sky-devouring rats. Chapter 373. However, Yi Hao discovered that the difference between the number of heaven-devouring rats and the number of male and female rats was extremely huge. There were so many newborn heaven-devouring rats, but the number of male rats was actually less than 500. And the number of female rats was several times that of male rats. Of course, there was a reason for this. It was because Yi Hao discovered that the male rat's attack power was much stronger than the female rats. Similarly, as a rank 5 heaven-devouring rat, the toughness of its teeth was much greater. Male rats were several levels stronger than female rats, but female rats could reproduce, making up for this weakness. But in the end, in the heaven-devouring rat group, male rats were the warriors, and female rats were used to reproduce the group. Yi Hao, are these heaven-devouring rats all yours? How did you subdue them? Guo Shuefu had also heard of the heaven-devouring rat's reputation. Moreover, ordinary people would not provoke the heaven-devouring rats. As for subduing the heaven-devouring rats, Guo Shuefu had heard of them before. But those people had only subdued a few heaven-devouring rats. And because the heaven-devouring rat's defense was extremely poor, subduing a few heaven-devouring rats was actually useless and could not produce any fighting strength. Therefore, people would go and subdue the heaven-devouring rats and do such a laborious and unrewarding thing. But subduing a group of heaven-devouring rats was something she had never heard of. Because it was simply inconceivable. The power of the heaven-devouring rat was its teeth. But because of its defense, it needed numbers to make up for it. But who could be so powerful to subdue a group of heaven-devouring rats? Seeing those heaven-devouring rats showing obedient expressions in front of Yi Hao, Guo Shuefu immediately felt that it was extremely strange and asked curiously, "Just subdue her." Yi Hao waved his hand and released the heaven-devouring rat king. The heaven-devouring rat king lay at Yi Hao's feet. Its body was more than 10 meters long, but compared to the huge body of the black-winged tiger, it was much weaker. However, when the black-winged tiger saw the heaven-devouring rat king, it could not help but shiver. Because if it could not kill it in one strike, the heaven-devouring rat king could kill any martial emperor expert in an instant. It was possible that an early-stage martial saint would be laborious and unrewarding in front of it. You actually subdued the heaven-swallowing rat king. Guo Shuefu was even more shocked. She had originally thought that Yi Hao had only subdued a few heaven-devouring rats, and then let the heaven-devouring rats reproduce, which was why they had developed into such a large number. What she did not expect was that Yi Hao actually really subdued a group of heaven-devouring rats. It's all because of this little kitten. She wanted to use the sky-devouring rat to kill me, but in the end, she was accidentally subdued. When he thought of himself being bitten by the sky-devouring rat, Yi Hao could not help but kick the Black-Winged Tiger's butt. Black-Winged Tiger glanced at Yi Hao, feeling wronged. Carelessness. Subdue the sky-devouring rat king. When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they were all shocked speechless. How powerful this group of heaven-devouring rats was, everyone had witnessed it with their own eyes. Nearly 300 martial venerables and Emperor Wu had no chance of survival in front of this group of sky-devouring rats. However, Yi Hao was able to subdue the sky-devouring rat king. How powerful was Yi Hao? Furthermore, he said that he had accidentally subdued the sky-devouring rat king. Did he have to be so demoralizing? Actually, Yi Hao had indeed accidentally found out about the sky-devouring rat's weakness. Then, he summoned the Sky Yin beast and accidentally subdued the sky-devouring rat. Yi Hao was not wrong when he said that he had accidentally subdued the sky-devouring rat. Commander, I'll have to trouble you to put away this group of sky-devouring rats. We feel very uncomfortable being stared at by them. When the many guards saw the group of sky-devouring rats looking at them with a pair of green eyes, some of them were about to collapse. They could only plead to Yi Hao. Seeing the uneasy appearance of the crowd, Yi Hao waved his hand and recalled all of the heaven-devouring rats. When everyone saw the sky-devouring rats disappear, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they had been scared out of their wits by the sky-devouring rats. Moreover, the sky-devouring rats had become the biggest shadow in their hearts. The scene of the sky-devouring rats slaughtering the Imperial Guards was still fresh in their minds. Therefore, no matter what the reason was in the future, just with the sky-devouring rats around, they would not dare to casually betray Yi Hao. Ding dong, the system mission evaluation is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 million experience point. Phew, that's still alright. Hearing the system notification, Yi Hao was a little disappointed. However, overall, this amount of experience points was not bad. If he was given 100 million experience points, he would have nothing to say. After all, he had killed close to 2/3 of the Imperial Guards. With this 500 million experience points, in addition to the experience points he had obtained from killing so many Imperial Guards and subduing them, his experience points had reached 700 million. At this moment, his soul points, in addition to the 50 million from before, had reached more than 70 million. Bai Wu, it's time to settle the deep hatred between us. Yi Hao looked at the discovery of the primordial ruins with a strong fighting spirit on his face. In front of the primordial ruins, at the peak of a 10,000-meter tall mountain, there was a person sitting cross-legged on the ground, continuously breathing in martial arts energy. Behind this person stood an old man. At this moment, his face was filled with anxiety. He kept looking at Bai Wu Sage, but he did not dare to speak. At this moment, he was feeling very conflicted. His Highness the Prince was dead. No matter what, he could not escape the blame. He reckoned that when he returned to the Bai Sheng sacred dynasty, he would die. Now, he only hoped that by capturing Yi Hao, he could lessen the punishment that the Sage Emperor gave him. Someone is coming. Bai Wu Sage, who was in the middle of cultivating, suddenly blurted out. Someone is coming. Elder Bai immediately looked around. There seems to be quite a number of people. Elder Bai released his mental strength and could vaguely sense it. Who could it be? After all, the difference between him and Bai Wu Sage was huge. Bai Wu could only sense that group of people. With his cultivation level, it was already good that he could vaguely sense the number of people. Sage King, could it be Xia Hao? Elder Bai was a little nervous as he spoke. This long wait was an endless torment for him. I don't think so. I can't sense that kid's aura. Go and take a look. Bai Wu Sage closed his eyes and carefully observed for a while before he spoke. Yes. Elder Bai did not dare to delay when he heard Bai Wu's order. He immediately flew towards the group of people. D***MN it. Who destroyed our WAN show sect? I must avenge the Wan Shou sect. Sigh. I hope that we can go to the primordial ruins and find our leader. We just went out to train not long ago. How could this happen? Now, the entire Wan Shou sect is in ruins. This is too scary. The group of people were arguing angrily with each other. This group of people was Yi Qing, Wu Hei, Murong Bai, and the others. At that time, Yi Qing had followed Yi Hao back to the outer sect and bragged to a group of disciples. Not long after, Murong Bai came to find them. It turned out that Murong Bai had found an opportunity and wanted to bring his disciples to train. Who knew that just after they left, Bai Wu would attack the Wan Shou sect. When they returned from their training, they saw that the Wan Shou sect was in ruins. When they saw the state of the Wan Shou sect, they were anxious and worried about Yi Hao's safety. However, after a few days of observation, they only found that there were bloodstains in the outer sect. The other peaks were only destroyed, but there were no bloodstains. Hence, they guessed that the rest of the people had either been captured or had gone into hiding. Yi Qing immediately thought of the primordial ruins. Although she did not know if they were in the primordial ruins. Since they were already here, they could only try their luck. Leader, sister, nothing must happen to you. The closer Yi Qing got to the primordial ruins, the more nervous she became. I believe that our leader will be fine, Wu Hei said honestly. Chapter 374. Elder Bai looked at Yi Qing, who was leading the group, and recognized her. Back then, it was precisely because of Yi Qing that Yi Hao and Bai Yi were able to get along. If it wasn't for Yi Hao lending a helping hand, Yi Qing's soul would probably have long perished. It's you. Yi Qing was shocked when she saw Elder Bai. You did all of this. You also destroyed the Wan Shou sect. Yi Qing asked angrily when she saw Elder Bai's proud face. That's right. I destroyed the Wan Shou sect. Elder Bai had been depressed for a long time. When he saw Yi Qing's angry face, he felt very happy. Where is my boss? Wu Hei also recognized Elder Bai and asked anxiously. That dog was killed by me, Elder Bai said indifferently. At the same time, he looked at the crowd mockingly. He wanted to see their angry and helpless expressions. Elder Bai was in a good mood when he saw that everyone was angry. Ha ha ha, a martial emperor doesn't even know how to blush when lying. You are so shameless. Murong Bai suddenly sneered. Murong Bai explained when he saw that everyone was confused, if he killed our boss, would he still be here? Ha ha, what an old dog. He doesn't even know how to blush when lying. Yi Qing laughed loudly. You are courting death. Elder Bai suddenly made his move, setting off a wave of qi that struck Yi Qing's body. Yi Qing was instantly sent flying. Elder Bai coldly snorted, so what? I'll capture you all. I don't believe that dog won't come out. If you want to live, kneel down obediently. Otherwise what? At this moment, a voice exploded behind Elder Bai. Elder Bai was shocked. Who was that person? He had actually appeared behind him without him noticing. At the same time, Elder Bai broke out in cold sweat. If that person had attacked just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Elder Bai immediately turned around. You are? Due to the fact that Yi Hao's current appearance had turned into Liu Ji's, none of the elders were able to recognize him at first glance. Moreover, the black-winged tiger that Yi Hao was sitting on gave him a lot of pressure. Haha. Aren't you looking for me? Why don't you recognize me now? Yi Hao laughed loudly. Suddenly, his appearance changed and he became Xia Hao. Bastard, it's actually you. Seeing Yi Hao, Elder Bai was both angry and happy. Bastard, give me your life. Elder Bai turned his hand into a sword and slashed towards Yi Hao with a strong martial strength. Black Dragon Charge. Yi Hao did not waste his breath and directly used an earth-rank martial skill. How is this possible? Elder Bai clearly didn't expect Yi Hao to improve so quickly in such a short period of time. He wasn't much weaker than him. Boom. Immediately, the mountains and rivers beneath their feet shattered, and an intense sound rang out. Black-winged tiger, protect them. Yi Hao told the black-winged tiger through telepathy the moment he attacked. King Bai Wu used his mental strength to control a blood-red spear that was dozens of feet long, and he attacked Zhong Fei. "Break for me!" Zhong Fei shouted again. Everyone could only feel their eardrums buzzing. "Greetings, my lord." At that moment, the crowd in the primordial ruins came out and greeted Yi Hao. "Why is Brother Zhong so powerful? Did he hide his strength before?" Yuan Guopeng said in bewilderment when he saw Zhong Fei fighting Bai Wu. Everyone had been forced by Bai Wu to hide in the primordial ruins, and they did not dare to come out. Moreover, Zhong Fei was impatient and he wanted to rush out many times, but he was stopped by the crowd. Everyone knew that Zhong Fei was only a martial emperor. If he came out, he would die. However, Zhong Fei was obviously suppressing Bai Wu. If they had known that Zhong Fei was so strong, they would not have stopped him. There was no need to hide. Only Wu Song knew that Zhong Fei's sudden increase in strength had something to do with their lord. "Xia Hao, I am really suspicious of your identity. How can an emperor of a principality have such powerful subordinates? Are you from a divine grade faction?" Xie Chunyu looked at Yi Hao curiously. "Chunyu, don't be rude. How dare you call our lord by his name?" When Yuan Guopeng heard Xie Chunyu's words, he immediately frowned and said to Xie Chunyu. However, his eyes were filled with love. Xie Chunyu lowered her head in embarrassment and pursed her lips unhappily. On the other hand, Yi Hao didn't hear Xie Chunyu at this moment because he suddenly felt unfocus. Logically speaking, Bai Wu was no match for Zhong Fei. Why did he have such a feeling? At that moment, the powerhouse sent by the sage emperor of the Holy Bishopric was rushing towards Yi Hao's location. Chapter 375. Ha! Zhong Fei shouted when he heard Yi Hao's order. "Go to hell!" Zhong Fei increased the strength in his hand and the martial arts power around him surged. There was even the sound of thunder in the air. The serpent spear shattered the spear that was hundreds of feet long in the air. The blood-red spear instantly turned into thousands of light spots and was turned into nothingness by the powerful force. Poof! Bai Wu did not have time to react when his weapon was destroyed. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good. Bai Wu could feel Zhong Fei's murderous intent and his heart sank. Run. Bai Wu immediately had a thought. He was a martial sage and a king sage in the Baisheng sacred dynasty. He could not die like this. He wanted to live forever, and he wanted to live forever. He did not want to die yet. He had not lived long enough. "Let me go and the Baisheng sacred dynasty will remember your kindness," Bai Wu said as he ran away. "Go to hell!" Zhong Fei shouted, and the serpent spear in his hand flew toward Bai Wu's head. Poof! The serpent spear pierced through the back of Bai Wu's head. "I will not let you go." When one reached the martial sage realm, one's soul could leave the body and be reborn. When Bai Wu's body was destroyed, a golden light flew out from his body and he let out a hateful voice. "Stop him." When Guo Shuefu saw the golden light, she knew that it was Bai Wu's soul. She immediately shouted. If they let Bai Wu's soul escape, they would not be able to kill him. However, it was too late. Bai Wu had already run away. In fact, Bai Wu had already prepared for the worst. From the beginning, Bai Wu had focused all his strength on his soul. He used it to protect his soul and increase the speed of his escape. Even though Zhong Fei was a peak martial sage, he could not catch up with Bai Wu. Whoosh! Everyone looked at Bai Wu's soul anxiously. Suddenly, the array engraved heart appeared in Yi Hao's eyes. A black light shot out from the array engraved heart and turned into a cage that flew toward Bai Wu's soul. In the blink of an eye, the cage caught up with Bai Wu. What the hell is this? Feeling the aura behind him, Bai Wu couldn't help but shiver. "You really want to kill us all? You'd better think this through. You'll have to bear the wrath of the Bisheng dynasty and be hunted down by martial gods." Bai Wu had already sensed a dangerous aura from the black light. The aura threatened his soul. Bai Wu could only hope that the Baisheng sacred dynasty and the martial gods would scare Yi Hao. However, Bai Wu didn't know that Yi Hao wouldn't leave any loose ends. Ever since Yi Hao had killed Bai Yi, Yi Hao and the Bai Sheng dynasty had an irreconcilable enmity. Even if the Bai Sheng holy dynasty let him go, he might not let them go. All of a sudden, the cage formed by the black light expanded and covered Bai Wu. The black cage emitted a dazzling black light that pierced through Bai Wu's soul. Bai Wu instantly let out a miserable cry. "You evil bastard! I will not live under the same sky as you. You are a demon." Bai Wu cursed Yi Hao, trying to use this move to relieve his pain. But perhaps he had forgotten how many innocent people he had killed and tortured in the past. Those people had also cursed him like this before they died. Even the Wn Shou sect's outer sanctum was destroyed by him with a flip of his hand. They didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. If it weren't for the fact that the Wn Shou sect retreated quickly, he would have slaughtered the entire Wn Shou sect. He was being tortured because he wanted to capture Yi Hao and torture Yi Hao. But what made him feel helpless was that Zhong Fei had appeared. "I will kill you. Let me go if you dare. The Bai Sheng dynasty will not let you go." "Ah, it hurts." The black light kept on crossing Bai Wu's soul. Bai Wu's golden soul gradually appeared one by one. Black spots appeared and Bai Wu kept on screaming. "This is..." Yi Hao frowned. That black light was the heavenly yin spirit. But the heavenly yin spirit had not gained sentience yet. So, Yi Hao did not know what the heavenly yin spirit was doing, but he had a bold guess. The heavenly yin spirit was creating the heavenly yin beast. But he was not sure. So, he could only look at the heavenly yin spirit like everyone else. What was it trying to do? "I can't accept this. Spare. Ah. I will. Kill. Spare me." At this moment, the black light was taking up more and more of Bai Wu's soul. On the other hand, the golden area was decreasing. Bai Wu started to talk incoherently. "Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly yin beast." Bai Wu's voice had completely disappeared. Bai Wu's soul had turned into a black human figure. He looked no different from a normal person. But from afar, he looked like a human figure. "Attack." Yi Hao wanted to test the combat power of the heavenly yin beast. Yi Hao immediately ordered. Swoosh. Boom. Hearing Yi Hao's order, the heavenly yin beast immediately rushed out. The 10,000-meter tall mountain in front of the ancient ruins instantly turned into nothingness. So powerful. What is this thing? Shh. You don't want to live anymore. It has the strength of a martial sage at least. Boss is too cool. How did he do it? So terrifying. I feel like he can kill me with just one look. When everyone saw the heavenly yin beast and its powerful strength, they were all filled with fear towards the heavenly yin beast. Check the information, Yi Hao immediately said to the system. He did not expect that the heavenly yin spirit would really be able to do it. It was actually able to transform Bai Wu's soul into a heavenly yin beast. This was a martial sage soul. The heavenly yin beast that was transformed into a heavenly yin beast should not be too weak. Heavenly yin beast. Strength of a second-level martial sage. Can be named. What? When Yi Hao heard the information in his mind, he almost cried out. Wasn't this too powerful? Yi Hao simply did not dare to believe it. Bai Wu's strength was a second-level martial sage. Now that his soul had been transformed into a heavenly yin beast, it did not weaken in the slightest. One could imagine how terrifying the heavenly yin spirit was. No wonder every time a heavenly yin spirit appeared in the 10,000 countries continent, it would cause a sensation in the entire continent. This was because the heavenly yin spirit was simply too abnormal. If the heavenly yin spirit was allowed to develop freely, it was estimated that any plane would be destroyed by it. Yi Hao could now see that the heavenly yin beast created by the heavenly yin spirit needed a soul. Therefore, the heavenly yin beast would not stop killing. Master, I want to eat him. The devouring beast looked at Bai Wu's corpse greedily. No hurry. There were many people here and Yi Hao naturally knew what the devouring beast wanted to do. The impact of the heavenly yin spirit turning Bai Wu into a heavenly yin beast was already strong enough. If everyone saw the devouring beast devouring Bai Wu's corpse, at that time, ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a second-level martial sage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 million experience points and 2 million soul point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a martial sage expert and successfully taking the first small step into the world. Congratulations to the host for doubling the rewards. Host, please draw the lottery. A wheel appeared in front of Yi Hao. On it were written 1 to 5, meaning 1 to 5 times. It must be 5 times, Yi Hao said excitedly. Chapter 376. Begin. Yi Hao said to the system with excitement in his eyes. A virtual turntable appeared in front of Yi Hao. Only he could see it and it started to spin rapidly. 5 times. 5 times. Yi Hao shouted anxiously in his heart. It's over. It can't be. Yi Hao suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He looked at the needle of the turntable. It was slowly moving past the 5 times region and its speed was getting slower and slower. Based on this speed, there was no hope for him to reach the 5 times region. 2 times, it can't be. He looked at the needle moving past the 3 times region and to the 2 times region. Forget it. A mosquito's leg is still meat. It's better than nothing. Seeing that he was just 1 step away from reaching the 5 times region, Yi Hao slowly felt relieved. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5 times reward. The system's notification sounded. What? Yi Hao looked at it excitedly and realized that the needle had passed the 2 times region by a bit and was at the edge of the 5 times region. He was too lucky because there was only a slight difference between the 2 times and 5 times. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for doubling the reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 million soul points. Haha, it seems like I can upgrade Wu Song to the martial sage realm. Adding his previous soul points, he now had 40 million soul points. 40 million soul points was just enough for him to break through from the martial emperor realm to the martial sage realm. Ding dong. Do you want to use 40 million soul points to upgrade Wu Song's cultivation? Yes. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for reaching the peak of the martial sage realm. Wu Song, who was standing at the side, looked at Zhong Fei enviously. Suddenly, he felt that his cultivation level had also started to soar. He was immediately overjoyed. As long as one was a martial artist, one would have a fanatical pursuit of cultivation level. He was no exception. When he saw Zhong Fei's cultivation level increase, he was a little jealous. Now, he finally had a breakthrough. Elder Bai's heart felt like it was on a roller coaster. He didn't know what to feel. He originally thought that once Bai Wu appeared, he would definitely suppress everyone. When the time came, he would capture Yi Hao and bring him back to beg for forgiveness. That way, his punishment would be reduced and he would suffer less. What he did not expect was that Bai Wu, who was so strong, would be killed by Zhong Fei. Even his soul could not escape. Elder Bai took out the teleportation talisman in a panic and wanted to escape. Swish. Suddenly, the teleportation talisman in his hand disappeared. Elder Bai raised his head in a panic and saw a black shadow in front of him, imprisoning the space around him. Elder Bai felt his legs trembling. He shouted instinctively, "Holy King, Elder Bai, do you think I will let you use the same method twice?" Yi Hao looked at Elder Bai mockingly. From the beginning, he had been on guard against Elder Bai. He was worried that Elder Bai would use his old tricks again. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Elder Bai tried his best not to look at Bai Wu's soul when his escape plan was seen through. He suppressed his fear and said firmly, even if Yi Hao let him go, he wouldn't be able to live after returning to the Bishing dynasty. He might as well die with dignity. Die? Yi Hao raised his eyebrows. Do you think it will be that easy? I haven't settled the score with you for what you did to the outer sect of the WN Shou sect. Kill him. Skin him alive. Kill him. When they heard Yi Hao mention the outer sect of the WN Shou sect, all the disciples of the WN Shou sect shouted in anger. Their eyes were burning with hatred and they wanted to pierce through Elder Bai's body. What do you want? Elder Bai panicked when he saw the disciples shouting with hatred. If it was any other time, he would have killed all of them. He wanted to see if they could still shout. However, the black shadow was beside him and he did not dare to move. Tear him apart. Yi Hao shouted. What? Elder Bai was stunned. He did not know who Yi Hao was talking to. Squeak, squeak, squeak. When the guards heard the familiar voice, they shuddered. Why aren't you saving me? Bai Wu suddenly saw the Imperial Guards rushing over. It was as if he saw the hope of survival. Elder Bai. As the Imperial Guards had just arrived, they did not see how Bai Wu was killed. Elder Bai was Bai Yi's Imperial Guard. If Elder Bai was here, Bai Yi would be here too. Bai Yi was the prince of the Bai Sheng dynasty. However, none of them made a move because Yi Hao was their leader now. Squeak. Suddenly, there was a scream. A sky-devouring rat opened its mouth and pounced at Elder Bai. You are asking for death. When Elder Bai saw a big rat pouncing at him, he wanted to fight back. Break! Yi Hao shouted. The black shadow immediately attacked and broke Elder Bai's arm. Hiss! Elder Bai took a deep breath. Squeak! The sky-devouring rat bit Elder Bai's shoulder. Rip! The sky-devouring rat bit off Elder Bai's shoulder. Go! Yi Hao felt that it was not enough. He let out another dozen sky-devouring rats. Without Yi Hao's order, the dozen sky-devouring rats pounced at Elder Bai as if they had seen a delicious meal. Brat, you're too vicious. Elder Bai screamed. Only now did he know that death was a luxury. This kind of torture, waiting for death, was truly torturous. Bite him to death, bite him to death, bite him to death, bite him with all your might, bite his flesh, drink his blood. Seeing the sky-devouring rats biting Elder Bai, no one pitied him. They all shouted to vent their anger. You bunch of ants, wait for the wrath of the Bai Sheng dynasty. Elder Bai screamed for the last time. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing an 8th Order martial emperor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8 million experience points and 800,000 soul point. In the next few days, Yi Hao set the location of the Thousand Beasts sect at the ancient ruins. Yuan Guopeng successfully became the sect master of the Thousand Beasts sect. Everyone in the Thousand Beasts sect submitted to Yi Hao. As a precaution, Yi Hao left Wu Song to guard the Thousand Beasts sect. Yi Hao rushed towards the direction of the Beast Monster sect. At the same time, Yi Hao brought Murong Bai away. As for Yi Qing and Wu Hei, Yi Hao had already placed them in the Thousand Beasts sect. He believed that with the resources of the Thousand Beasts sect, the two of them would definitely develop well. Boss, you must come back to see us. Many of the underlings said reluctantly. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. Let's go. Yi Hao nodded and patted the black-winged tiger's body. The black-winged tiger immediately soared into the sky. Brother Wu Song, I want to quickly develop the Thousand Beasts sect and help the Lord. Seeing the black-winged tiger fly away like a black lightning, Yuan Guopeng said to Wu Song who was beside him. Yuan Guopeng knew of Yi Hao's ambition and with his cultivation, he obviously couldn't keep up with Yi Hao's footsteps. But to fight for the world, one needed not only individual strength, but also manpower. Yuan Guopeng wanted to quickly strengthen the Thousand Beasts sect and create a tiger wolf army for Yi Hao. Moreover, although the outer sect of the Thousand Beasts sect was destroyed, it didn't hurt the foundation. Moreover, cultivating in the ancient ruins allowed the cultivation of many disciples to advance by leaps and bounds. Now that there was Wu Song, a martial sage expert, in charge, the current Thousand Beasts sect was definitely stronger than before. Moreover, it wasn't just one level stronger. Alright, you plan, I'll be the vanguard. Yuan Guopeng's words were exactly what Wu Song wanted. He didn't want to stay here and guard a bunch of disciples. He also wanted to make a career for himself. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of the cultivation that the Lord had raised for him? Let's start with the Flying Beast sect. Yuan Guopeng thought for a moment. He decided to make a move on the closest honorable force, the Flying Beast sect. Chapter 377. After hearing Yuan Guopeng's introduction, Wu Song didn't object and nodded in agreement. Okay, let's start with him. To him, as long as he could help his master, he was willing to do anything. Furthermore, he was itching to find an expert to test out his strength. Although he didn't care about the Flying Beast sect, he knew that the 10,000 Beast sect wouldn't be able to eat until they were fat. He couldn't rush this. As for the Beast Monster sect, it was already close to the competition and the entire sect was dead silent. This was because the Spirit Pill sect sent news that they had found 3 Saint-class factions as judges, and these 3 factions were all biased towards the Spirit Pill sect. The Spirit Pill sect alone had obtained the support of 3 Saint-class factions. This was a huge blow to the already weak Beast Monster sect. Sect leader, the competition is about to start. I think that the master is most likely dead. Otherwise, why hasn't he appeared yet? What do we do now? Wang Chong asked disheartened. Don't talk nonsense, we have to believe that the master is safe. Sun Ba's face sank as he shouted at Wang Chong. Subordinate knows his mistake. Wang Chong immediately said, I was just too anxious. We have no choice but to wait for the Spirit Pill sect to take us in. This matter, tell your sect leader to come out, I have something to talk to him about. Sun Ba was about to speak when a voice exploded in the air above the Beast Monster sect. Who dares to be so arrogant in front of my Beast Monster sect? Hearing that voice, Wang Chong was already in a bad mood and now he was even more annoyed. This person doesn't have good intentions, follow me out to take a look. Hearing the strength of the voice, Sun Ba was worried that someone was here to cause trouble and became vigilant. The group of elders immediately followed behind Sun Ba and flew out. At this moment, at the entrance of the Beast Monster sect, a young man with a thick body and an honest face was squatting at the entrance of the Beast Monster sect. He was holding the leg of an unknown demon beast and was roasting it above the fire. Seeing the actions of the youth, Wang Chong was even more furious. Preposterous, this is the holy land of the Beast Monster sect, where do you think this is? You actually dare to do such a thing here? Many elders were furious as well. After all, this was the entrance of the Beast Monster sect and this was the face of the Beast Monster sect. For this youth to roast something at the entrance of the Beast Monster sect, this was a slap to the face of the Beast Monster sect. You're still a mortal. You've gone too far. Tell me, did the spiritual medicine sect send you here? Wang Chong's eyes as he realized that he was just an ordinary person, this made him even more furious. Wang Chong originally wanted to attack the honest youth, but upon seeing that he was an ordinary person and that he was sent by the Spiritibarium sect, Wang Chong lost all interest in attacking him and coldly asked, You're not from the spiritual medicine sect? Hearing the young man's vulgar words, Wang Chong frowned, then who are you? TT. After biting, the youth was unhappy and muttered, That's weird, why can't I roast it like boss? Bah. The honest-looking youth spat out the beast meat in his mouth, and then threw the magical beast leg in his hand to the side. This seems to be the leg of a grade 6 beast, the tiger-driving beast. An elder said with a weird expression as he looked at the leg the youth threw in front of him. What? Everyone's expression changed when they heard the elder's words. A class 6 magical beast, that was equivalent to a martial saint. Wang Chong didn't believe it. Did you see wrongly? He is just an ordinary person, how can he have the leg of a tiger-driving beast? Moreover, he just threw it away. That is a heavenly treasure. The beast itself contained energy and was a great source of nourishment for cultivators. Of course, the higher the grade of the beast, the more energy it contained. It wasn't that they hadn't eaten a grade 6 beast before, but every time, all the elders would go out for it. Every time they obtained a beast's body, they would treat it as a treasure. They couldn't bear to waste the slightest bit of it, so they would eat it and slowly refine it. How could they be like the youth, roasting an entire leg and then throwing it away because it wasn't tasty enough? Not to mention Wang Chong, even Sun Ba couldn't remain calm. If not for the sect master's face, he would have picked up the beast's leg. However, Sun Ba's eyes lit up. He asked the youth, Let me ask you, where did you pick up this beast's leg? The youth shook his head like a rattle drum and said, I didn't pick it up. I killed it myself. What? You killed it? Everyone was stunned. Then, they burst into laughter. An ordinary person could kill a grade 6 beast. If this wasn't a fool's dream, what could it be? If an ordinary person could kill a grade 6 beast, why would they still need cultivators? Would they still need to cultivate so desperately? You should return to where you came from. Sun Ba smiled and shook his head. He thought that the youth was a fool, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with him. No, I have an agreement with my boss. He told me to find him. The youth shook his head once more. Your boss, Shio. Sun Ba wanted to speak, but he was interrupted by the sound of something tearing through the air. A few people landed in front of the beast monster sect. Seeing them, the faces of the beast monster sect members turned ugly. Cheng Ziyuan greets fellow sect members. One of them cupped his fists and said with a smile. There was no respect on his face. Instead, it was filled with provocation. Seeing Cheng Ziyuan's arrogant expression, Wang Chong immediately stood out and shouted, "Preposterous, the competition hasn't started yet. Who are your fellow sect members? How dare you be so arrogant in front of our sect master?" Logically speaking, Cheng Ziyuan's status wasn't high among the Spirit Pill sect elders. He should have bowed when he saw Sun Ba. From the looks of it, he didn't have any respect for the beast monster sect. He looked at Sun Ba with disdain. Cheng Ziyuan looked at Wang Chong with disdain. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Wang Chong's, he wasn't afraid of Wang Chong. He coldly smiled and said, "Is there a need for this competition? I think it's just a formality. Moreover, the sect master sent me here to watch over you and prevent you from escaping." Cheng Ziyuan put on an expression that said, "Your beast monster sect is already in my pocket." Preposterous, this is too much. The beast monster sect members felt like their hearts were about to explode from anger. The competition hadn't started yet and the Spirit Pill sect was already so arrogant, bullying them. If the beast monster sect lost, what kind of life would the beast monster sect have? The entire beast monster sect would probably be suppressed by the Spirit Pill sect disciples. They might even become the servants of the Spirit Pill sect disciples. Cheng Ziyuan, your words are a little too much. Sun Ba's eyes were filled with anger. At the same time, killing intent was emitted from his body. Seeing the killing intent from Sun Ba, Cheng Ziyuan's heart trembled. He had long heard of Sun Ba's temper. His eyes turned and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He chuckled and said, "Elder son, there's no need to be angry. This is the sect master's intention. No matter what, we're from the same sect." "What? You're threatening me?" Hearing Cheng Ziyuan's words, Sun Ba's killing intent soared. Sun Ba's killing intent intensified as he said in a deep voice, "The competition hasn't started yet. Who gave you the guts to call me elder son?" Chapter 378. Hey, don't quarrel. I want to ask if my boss is here or not. The honest-looking young man scratched his head and interrupted the crowd. "Who are you?" Cheng Ziyuan turned his head and looked at the honest youth. When he realized that the honest youth was actually an ordinary person, he couldn't help but frown as disgust flashed in his eyes. "I don't want to talk to you. Please move aside." The honest youth immediately saw the disgust in Cheng Ziyuan's eyes. The honest youth didn't want to bother with Cheng Ziyuan and walked around him. "You are courting death." For the first time, he was ignored by a mortal that he looked down on the most. Cheng Ziyuan immediately felt that his face was gone. "Cheng Ziyuan, this is my territory. If you dare to attack, don't blame me for being impolite. Besides, he's just an ordinary person. There's no need for you to make such a big fuss." Seeing that Cheng Ziyuan wanted to attack the honest youth, Sun Ba immediately stopped him. "Why? Sect Master Sun, do you know this person?" Cheng Ziyuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Sun Ba. "I don't know him," Sun Ba said honestly. "Since you don't know him, Sect Master Sun shouldn't be a busybody." With that said, Cheng Ziyuan didn't wait for anyone to react and directly grabbed the honest youth's neck. "Stop." Sun Ba didn't expect Cheng Ziyuan to be so domineering, attacking as soon as he said so. "Me." Cheng Ziyuan snorted coldly as his eyes flashed with ridicule. He thought to himself that since I can't attack you, I'll kill an ordinary person to reduce your prestige. Anyway, you can't do anything to me for an ordinary person. Actually, Cheng Ziyuan was also frightened by Sun Ba just now. Therefore, he wanted to kill the honest youth to vent his anger and regain some face. The honest youth looked at Cheng Ziyuan and his face immediately showed unhappiness. He warned, "Don't attack me or the consequences will be serious." "Serious your ass." Cheng Ziyuan didn't care about the honest youth at all. He was just an ordinary mortal. He could easily crush him to death as easily as crushing an ant. Now, a mortal actually dared to threaten him. There was something wrong with his brain. "So what if I attack you? Trash. Ant." Cheng Ziyuan grabbed the young man's neck and taunted him. "Cheng Ziyuan, release him for this sect master." Under the leadership of Sun Ba, all the elders of the beast monster sect immediately surrounded Cheng Ziyuan. The people Cheng Ziyuan had brought with him immediately surrounded Cheng Ziyuan to protect him. "I'm not letting go. What are you going to do about it?" Cheng Ziyuan had the Spirit Pill sect as his backer, so he was unyielding. "You forced me to do this." The honest-looking young man lowered his head and saw the hand on his neck. He immediately looked at Cheng Ziyuan angrily and said in a cold tone, "Forcing you? Ah." Just as Cheng Ziyuan was about to speak, he felt a violent impact on his abdomen. Unable to hold on, Cheng Ziyuan was sent flying. A person standing behind Cheng Ziyuan was also sent flying by the impact. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked when they saw that it was Cheng Ziyuan who was sent flying. No matter how weak this Cheng Ziyuan was, he was still a martial saint. Could it be that he couldn't even take a punch from an ordinary person? If they didn't see Cheng Ziyuan fly out with their own eyes, everyone would have suspected that the two of them were acting. "I already warned you. Who told you not to listen?" The honest-looking young man humphed and retracted his fist. "Ant, I'll kill you." Feeling the intense pain in his abdomen, Cheng Ziyuan flew into a rage and crawled up from the ground. Cheng Ziyuan's face was covered in dust. However, no matter how he looked at it, the honest-looking young man was just an ordinary person. How could he have sent him flying? After thinking for a moment, Cheng Ziyuan felt that it was because he didn't use his martial Dao power and the honest-looking young man's strength was slightly greater. That was why he suffered a loss. Thinking of this, Cheng Ziyuan immediately circulated his martial Dao power and formed a defense around his body. At the same time, he punched towards the honest-looking young man's head. "You've angered me." The honest-looking young man raised his head and looked at Cheng Ziyuan. His tone was filled with anger. "Go to hell." Cheng Ziyuan looked at the honest-looking young man, who had opened his door wide. Cheng Ziyuan attacked from above, aiming for the young man's head. The honest-looking young man waved his arm and blocked Cheng Ziyuan's fist. At the same time, he grabbed one of Cheng Ziyuan's legs. Cheng Ziyuan panicked and immediately used his other leg to circulate his martial Dao power. With a piercing sound, he kicked towards the honest-looking young man's chest. With just this kick, even if a 10,000 Jin heavy iron plate was kicked, it would leave a large hole. However, the honest-looking young man didn't panic. He stretched out his other hand and grabbed Cheng Ziyuan's kicking leg. How is this possible? Cheng Ziyuan immediately panicked. Both of his legs were in the hands of the honest-looking young man. Cheng Ziyuan couldn't help but anxiously shout, "Quickly let go of me. I told you not to provoke me. It's too late now. Rip." Without waiting for Cheng Ziyuan to speak, the honest-looking young man directly tore Cheng Ziyuan into two. Blood splattered all over the honest-looking young man's body. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Because from the beginning to the end, no one had felt a trace of martial Dao power from the young man's body. Everyone thought that the honest-looking young man was just an ordinary person. But this ordinary person that everyone looked down on actually tore apart the martial Saint Cheng Ziyuan with his bare hands. This was simply a fantasy story, but it really happened in front of their eyes. Elder Cheng, seeing Cheng Ziyuan being torn in two, the people that Cheng Ziyuan brought immediately lost their heads out of fear and shouted loudly. But at this moment, The honest-looking young man's body was covered in blood. Although he looked like an ordinary person and didn't have a trace of martial Dao power, his appearance was extremely frightening. At this moment, no one dared to approach the honest-looking young man. Your beast monster sect, just you wait. Just wait for my spiritual medicine sect to punish you. The spiritual medicine sect people hurriedly ran away while not forgetting to warn. Seeing that the spiritual medicine sect people wanted to escape, Wang Chong immediately stopped them. Don't go, this person isn't from my beast monster sect. Because if he let these people go back to the spiritual medicine sect and add fuel to the fire in front of Zhao Xiong, although it wouldn't cause a calamity to the beast monster sect, it would definitely not be easy. In any case, Elder Cheng died in your beast monster sect. When the time comes, you can personally explain it. The spiritual medicine sect people shouted as they ran away. Wang Chong's face darkened. Looking at the spiritual medicine sect people who only cared about escaping, he ordered the elders, capture these people for me, don't let a single one of them escape. Good, your beast monster sect really wants to silence them. Hearing Wang Chong's order, all the elders immediately rushed into the sky. The spiritual medicine sect people panicked even more. Stop! Sun Ba suddenly shouted coldly. Hearing Sun Ba's words, all the elders immediately stopped and looked at Sun Ba. Sect Master, if we let these people go, there will be endless trouble in the future. Wang Chong said anxiously. If we kill them, it will be even harder to explain. Sun Ba sighed. But, seeing that the spiritual medicine sect people had already escaped, Wang Chong was extremely anxious. But he had to listen to Sun Ba's words. Wang Chong only wanted to persuade Sun Ba to change his mind. It's fine, at most, I will personally explain it to him. Ari. Wang Chong sighed deeply. The spiritual medicine sect originally wanted to find trouble with the beast monster sect. Now that an elder of the spiritual medicine sect had died in the beast monster sect, the spiritual medicine sect would definitely make a big fuss. Chapter 379. After the people from the spirit medicine sect had fled far away, everyone looked at the honest youth in shock. Looking at the honest youth, everyone was curious and fearful. What kind of monster was this? Even a martial saint expert could be torn in half with his hands. Even if he was born with godly strength, he couldn't be so powerful. At this moment, everyone no longer doubted the honest youth's words. With his strength, killing a Class 6 magical beast was easy. Sect leader, I think we should leave this kid here first. At least we can give the spirit medicine sect an explanation. Looking at the honest youth squatting on the ground and fiddling with the fire, Wang Chong said softly, let me ask him. Sun Ba looked at the honest youth for a moment before waving his hand at Wang Chong and walking toward him. Young man, you said you came to find your boss. Who is your boss? Is he from the beast monster sect? Sun Ba asked the honest youth. The honest youth raised his head and shook it. I don't know. I only know that my boss told me to come to the beast monster sect half a year later to find him. Do you know your boss's name? Sun Ba asked patiently. The youth thought for a moment before shaking his head again. Sun Ba was completely speechless this time. He didn't know anything and came to the beast monster sect to find his boss. What did he think the beast monster sect was? But when he thought about how the youth easily tore Cheng Ziyuan in half without using any martial strength, Sun Ba couldn't help but ask curiously, may I ask what your strength is? The honest youth shook his head again. He really didn't know what his strength was. He only knew that he was very strong but he had never cultivated before. Sect leader, I think he's just a fool. You won't be able to get anything out of him. Wang Chong walked in front of Sun Ba and looked at the honest youth with disdain. The honest youth suddenly stood up and said angrily, you're the fool, I'm not. The honest youth's words were muffled, but thinking about the scene just now, no one dared to provoke him. You. Who are you calling a fool? Wang Chong didn't expect the honest youth to retort. But he didn't dare to attack the honest youth because he didn't want to be torn in half. Dying like that would be too humiliating. Ha ha ha. Sun Ba suddenly laughed at Wang Chong's deflated appearance, and the other elders couldn't help but laugh as well. You'd better leave quickly. After laughing for a long time, Sun Ba stopped laughing and said to the honest young man. However, this was the first time in a few months that he had laughed so happily. Although he didn't know the young man's background and strength, he was adorable and honest. If he left the young man behind, the Spirit Potion sect would never let him off the hook. Rather than that, he might as well let him leave as soon as possible. I'm not leaving. I want to wait here for boss. The simple and honest young man shook his head. And I can help you beat up those people just now. This. Sun Ba was instantly tempted. If he recruited this expert into the Beast Monster sect, he would definitely be an expert. After all, this was someone who had torn apart a martial exalted with his bare hands. Even he did not know if he would be able to deal with him. After all, he couldn't tell how strong the honest young man was. Sect Master, why don't we keep him here? Wang Chong was actually thinking that at the very last moment, he could just hand the honest-looking youth over to the Spirit Medicine sect. Let them fight among themselves. It wasn't that he was being unkind, but that he was only thinking about the Beast Monster sect. The Beast Monster sect couldn't be eaten by the Spirit Medicine sect because of this unknown young man. Not even their bones would be left behind. All right then, I hope that you won't look down on our Beast Monster sect. Seeing that Wang Chong had agreed, Sun Ba also agreed. Sun Ba had just agreed. At this moment, the honest-looking youth seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned around and ran. Sun Ba and Wang Chong were both confused. They thought that this young man was afraid and ran away. After running for a while, the honest-looking youth was afraid that everyone would misunderstand, so he suddenly turned around and shouted with a smile, "Wait for me, rumble, rumble." After a while, just as everyone was waiting anxiously, the earth shook violently. Suddenly, an earth-shaking sound rang out from the ground. Everyone could clearly feel that the ground was trembling. Everyone, be careful. Prepare for battle. Sun Ba shouted warily. All the elders were on high alert as they looked in the direction of the voice. Wu Tilda suddenly, the sound of a bird could be heard. Hearing the sound of the bird, an elder suddenly shouted, "It's a rank 6 demon beast, flame bird." Everyone saw the flame bird rushing towards them and Wang Chong immediately shouted, "Prepare for battle." "Wait, don't be nervous, it's me." The honest-looking youth's voice rang out. Only then did everyone see that there was a person below the 10-meter-long flame bird. It was the honest-looking youth. This kid, how did he attract the flame bird? Everyone panicked. This kid really wasn't someone who was idle. "Kid, bring the flame bird away from the Beast Monster sect." An elder immediately shouted. The flame bird was around rank 6 or 7. If they wanted to deal with the flame bird, the Beast Monster sect would have to pay a heavy price. "Don't be afraid, I've already caught the bird." The honest-looking youth heard the elder's panicked tone and immediately replied with a smile. "What?" Everyone was stunned. Only when the honest-looking youth walked over did they see it clearly. At this moment, the 2 claws of the flame bird were being held by the youth. The flame bird was flapping its wings and frantically struggling. Actually, the flame bird had a sullen expression. It was sleeping and this honest-looking youth had pounced on it and grabbed its claws. When it saw the youth, the flame bird had a look of disdain. But then it was stunned because it found that no matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free from the youth's claws. "I'll wait for the boss here. I won't eat and drink for free. In the future, I'll catch demon beasts for you every day. I hope you don't mind." The honest-looking youth walked in front of everyone and said. Looking at the frantically struggling flame bird, everyone nervously looked at the flame bird and still hadn't come back to their senses. They were afraid that the youth would accidentally let the flame bird break free. This was a rank 6 demon beast. Of everyone present, Sun Ba was the strongest. But because the flame bird could fly, Sun Ba wasn't its match. As soon as the youth finished speaking, he smashed the flame bird's head into the ground. The youth jumped and sat on the head of the flame bird as he shouted, "Ha! Peng!" The flame bird's head was smashed and even the demon beast's core was revealed. "Quick, bring over the tools." Wang Chong immediately ordered the elders. The blood essence of a rank 6 demon beast was a treasure to them. How could they waste it? When everyone heard Wang Chong's words, they recovered from their shock. The elders immediately carried the corpse of the flame bird back to the beast monster sect as if they had picked up a treasure. What kind of monster is this? Sun Ba clicked his tongue in his heart. To be able to catch the flame bird so easily and smash it to death with a single punch, Sun Ba believed that he definitely couldn't do that. Didn't that mean that the honest-looking youth didn't have any martial arts strength at all? He was much stronger than him, the sect master who cultivated day and night. Could it be that he was born with divine strength? Sun Ba looked at the honest-looking youth and thought, how could there be someone born with divine strength that can compare to a martial saint? But even if he was born with divine strength, there was no need to be so abnormal. He had never heard of anyone surpassing the martial saint realm. Chapter 380. Sect Master. Sect Master. Something bad has happened. As soon as the group of people from the spirit medicine sect returned to the sect, they shouted towards the main hall in panic. Looking at the group of people with ashen faces, the spirit medicine sect's sect master, Zhao Xiong, couldn't help but frown. A trace of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. Main hall, sacred ground, all of you are shouting. What is this? We know our mistake. Seeing Zhao Xiong's displeased expression, the few of them immediately knelt on the ground. Didn't I tell you to go to the beast monster sect? Why are you back? And where's Cheng Ziyuan? Zhao Xiong scanned the crowd and didn't find Cheng Ziyuan, so he asked in puzzlement. Reporting to sect master, we did go to the beast monster sect, but the beast monster sect was too daring and killed elder Cheng Ziyuan. One of them hurriedly replied. Impudent. Zhao Xiong's face was filled with anger. The aura of Emperor Wu erupted from his body and collided with the few of them. They couldn't even resist and were sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. The few of them fell to the ground and hurriedly got up. They knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Sect Master, please spare our lives. Seeing the few of them begging for mercy, although Zhao Xiong's face was still filled with anger, he still withdrew his aura. Get up, tell me the details. Seeing their eyes darting around, Zhao Xiong didn't forget to remind them, you must report the truth. If there is a mistake, you know the consequences. Yes. The few of them originally wanted to add fuel to the fire, but when they saw the anger on Zhao Xiong's face, they knew that he was looking at them. They didn't dare to hide anything, so they told him everything that had happened. Impudent, a person without martial arts can kill a martial honorable. Do you think this sect master is a 3-year-old child? After listening to their narration, Zhao Xiong clearly didn't believe their words. In this world where martial artists were respected, martial arts was essential. The stronger one was, the stronger the martial arts one could control. And mortals didn't have martial arts, this was something everyone knew. Moreover, because mortals didn't have martial arts, in the eyes of martial artists, mortals were ants. Because even the weakest martial artist could easily crush dozens of mortals. And how could a mortal kill a martial honorable? It was like an ant trying to topple an elephant. That was simply unrealistic. Sect leader, everything we said is true. That fool really doesn't have any martial power. When he attacked Elder Cheng Ziyuan, there wasn't the slightest bit of martial power fluctuation from his body. Everyone was worried that Zhao Xiong wouldn't believe them and hurriedly said. Zhao Xiong narrowed his eyes and looked at everyone. Looking at everyone's expressions, it didn't seem like they were lying. However, without the power of martial arts, he was just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person kill a martial saint? This was simply unheard of. Is he an expert that beast monster sect invited? Zhao Xiong thought about it suspiciously as that was the only explanation. However, how powerful must that person be to be able to kill a martial saint without using martial power? That person must be at least a martial emperor. The more Zhao Xiong thought about it, the more shocked he was. If beast monster sect invited a martial emperor expert, that was something he wasn't willing to see. Quickly send an invitation to Mu Shengzon and ask them to send a few martial emperors to watch the competition. Zhao Xiong immediately instructed everyone. Now that Mu Shengzon had become his backer, it didn't matter if that young man was invited by Beast Monster Sect or not, he had to be on guard. Yes, I will do it now. Hearing that the sect leader was going to invite martial emperors, everyone couldn't help but sigh in relief. One of them immediately ran down. Oh right, when will Gudanzan and Bai Sheng Holy Dynasty's envoys arrive? Zhao Xiong immediately asked. According to the time, it should be about time. Someone calculated the time and said, when the time comes, we must receive them well. These envoys notified us first, they probably want to show their friendliness to us. We must seize this opportunity. Zhao Xiong's eyes were burning as he said. When he thought about the 3 sacred factions gathering at Spirit Medicine Sect and witnessing Spirit Medicine Sect's return to glory, he felt incomparably excited. Sometimes, Zhao Xiong wondered if the old ancestor of Pill Sect were all fools. Why didn't they hug Gudanzan's thigh? Why did they have to separate from Gudanzan? In his opinion, if Pill Sect hadn't separated from Gudanzan, they wouldn't have fallen to their current state. In his opinion, this was all the old ancestor's fault. Since it was the old ancestor's fault, he should make up for it. He must annex Beast Monster Sect and restore Pill Sect's prestige. However, he didn't think about it. Gudanzan was at its peak. Why would Pill Sect risk angering Gudanzan and separate from Gudanzan? However, he didn't think about these reasons at all. He only thought about swallowing Beast Monster Sect and establishing Pill Sect. Then, he would be the hero of Pill Sect and would be recorded in the history of Pill Sect for future generations to admire for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, he had prepared for this competition for too long. The disciples participating in the competition were all martial saints and the strongest had reached the peak of martial saint realm. Just this disciple alone had cost him countless spirit pills and countless of his blood and sweat. Not to mention anything else, just the strongest disciple's strength was probably comparable to Sun Ba's. Moreover, the people participating in the alchemy competition weren't weak either. They were all rank 5 alchemists. These alchemists were probably elders in the Beast Monster Sect. It could be said that he was filled with confidence in the competition. He wanted to laugh as Sun Ba handed Beast Monster Sect over to him and kneel at his feet, begging for mercy and admitting defeat. Yi Hao, where are we going now? Are we going to Beast Monster Sect or Spirit Medicine Sect? The 2 women sat on the black wind tiger, each holding a bottle of cola in their hands. Mu Qingyu stretched and asked, let's go to Spirit Medicine Sect first. Because the location of the competition was set at Spirit Medicine Sect, Yi Hao didn't want to waste time. We'll listen to you. The 2 women said in unison. A day later, a long line formed at the entrance of Spirit Medicine Sect. Everyone was looking into the distance in anticipation. In the distance, a dark cloud could be seen floating towards Spirit Medicine Sect. Suddenly, the dark cloud turned into a large black tiger and landed. A man and 2 women jumped down from the black tiger. Following that, the sound of air being torn apart rang out. It was more than 100 Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards stood behind Yi Hao and bowed to Yi Hao. We respectfully welcome the envoy of Bai Sheng Dynasty and the envoy of Gudanzan. Under Zhao Xiong's lead, the Spirit Medicine Sect immediately bowed respectfully to Yi Hao. Yi Hao looked at the crowd and nodded gently. He wondered if Zhao Xiong would still bow to him so respectfully if he knew that he had come to Spirit Medicine Sect to help Beast Monster Sect. It would be very good if he didn't chase him out. He wouldn't be fawning over him like he was now. I don't know who is the envoy of Bai Sheng Dynasty and who is the envoy of Gudanzan. Zhao Xiong looked at the 2 women and 1 man in front of the Imperial Guards and was secretly surprised. He didn't expect the envoy to be so young, but he still asked respectfully. This is our Commander Yi and this is Miss Guo from Gudanzan. One of the Imperial Guards immediately stepped forward and introduced them. Commander Yi. Zhao Xiong didn't have any contact with the Bai Sheng Dynasty, so he didn't know if the Bai Sheng Dynasty had a commander. However, looking at their attire, no one would be so bold as to pretend to be the Imperial Guards of a sacred faction. When he heard Miss Guo, his heart skipped a beat. The sect leader of Gudanzan is surnamed Guo. Could she be the daughter of the sect leader of Gudanzan? Greetings, Commander Yi and Miss Guo. Please enter the sect to rest. Chapter 381. Yi Hao's heart skipped a beat when he heard the voice. He was all too familiar with that voice. Then, his eyes burned with rage. Enemies are bound to meet. Yi Hao sneered in his heart. Yi Hao, what's wrong? Guo Shuefu and Mu Qingyu asked when they noticed the change in Yi Hao's expression. Go to hell. Yi Hao ignored the two girls. He took out his bloody scars and charged in the direction of the voice like a missile. Earth-devouring cleave. While everyone was still in a daze, Yi Hao shouted in the sky. Then, the martial power in the area started to churn violently. A black ray of light that was dozens of meters long appeared in the sky, as though it was going to devour everything. Many of the spirit herbalism sect disciples, whose cultivation bases were too low, were scared silly when they saw what was happening. They stood rooted to the ground. Commander Guo, I'm on your side. Please stop. The energy that erupted from Yi Hao's body made even Zhao Xiong tremble in fear. He was now convinced that Yi Hao was from the Bisheng sacred dynasty. If he wasn't from a saint-grade faction, how could he be so strong at such a young age? However, he didn't understand why Yi Hao would suddenly attack him. Logically speaking, the Bisheng sacred dynasty and the Mu Shengzon didn't have any deep grudges. Zhao Xiong shouted anxiously when he thought that there might be some misunderstanding. That was because, if these two powers got into a fight in the Spiritiberium sect's territory, then the Spiritiberium sect would be the one to suffer. Who knows, maybe even the Spiritiberium sect would be finished. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Mu Lei asked angrily as he looked at the young man who was charging towards him like a lunatic without distinguishing between right and wrong. Just now, he had painstakingly blocked Yi Hao's attack, but his body had also suffered quite a few injuries. At this moment, his internal organs were still in turmoil. Mu Lei looked at Yi Hao carefully and realized that he didn't know this young man. He didn't understand why this young man would hate him so much. Mu Lei could clearly feel Yi Hao's intense hatred towards him, as well as his murderous intent. But no matter how hard she searched her memories, she had never seen Yi Hao before. Do you remember some time ago when a divine weapon was born? You struck out a palm in the air and attacked a martial spirit realm cultivator? Yi Hao asked coldly. Divine weapon? Is there such a thing? Mu Lei was stunned. I've been cultivating for the past year. I've never left Mu Shengzon. Yi Hao's attack paused. Did I recognize the wrong person? That can't be. I definitely can't forget this voice. Haha. Kid, you're still too inexperienced. Everyone, follow me and kill this dog. Mu Lei saw that Yi Hao's attack had stopped and immediately retreated. He shouted at the Mu Shengzon disciples. Kid, how dare you provoke our Mu Shengzon? I'll let you know how to write the word death. A fourth-order martial emperor attacked Yi Hao's chest. Haha, you're courting death. Yi Hao sneered. Although he seemed to have stopped attacking, he had been on guard all along. Butterfly shadow step. Earth-devouring slash. Yi Hao shouted twice and rushed towards the fourth-order martial emperor. Ha ha ha, die. The fourth-order martial emperor stabbed his sword into Yi Hao's chest and laughed complacently. Suddenly, he froze. He had clearly stabbed Yi Hao, but Yi Hao had suddenly disappeared. Not good, it's an illusion. Boom. A black wave rushed towards him and swallowed his body. He didn't even have time to react. Ding dong, congratulations to host for killing a fourth-order martial emperor. Congratulations to host for obtaining 4 million experience points. Congratulations to host for obtaining 400,000 soul point. What a fast speed. Everyone was shocked. His speed was so fast that he could create an illusion. One could only imagine how terrifying his speed was. Who is he? What does he have to do with that trash? Mu Lei still couldn't imagine that Yi Hao was the person he had slapped. But he didn't dare to think that way. How long had it been? Normally, a martial spirit realm cultivator wouldn't be able to reach the martial emperor realm even if he was riding on a rocket. You're the only one left. Go to hell. The highest cultivation in the group was only a sixth-order martial emperor. In the blink of an eye, all of Mu Shengzon's disciples were killed by Yi Hao. Yi Hao held the blood-scar dual blades and closed in on Mu Lei. Yi Hao recalled the time when he was killed by Mu Zheng for no reason. Yi Hao swore that he would take revenge and destroy Mu Shengzon. Don't, let's talk. Mu Lei panicked. He didn't expect Yi Hao to be so strong. He immediately took half a step back. Black Dragon Charge. Roar. A faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. A black dragon flew out from Yi Hao's bloody scar dual blades and charged towards Mu Lei. Mu Lei's body was hit by the black dragon and his vitality dissipated instantly. Before he died, he shouted at Yi Hao with hatred, "I can't accept this. Kid, I will take revenge." Bitch, go to hell and take revenge. Yi Hao curled his lips in disdain. How could a dead person talk about revenge? Ding dong, congratulations to host for killing Mu Zheng's clone, Mu Lei. Congratulations to host for obtaining 7 million experience points. Congratulations to host for obtaining 700,000 soul point. What the hell is this? Clone. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Hao thought he heard wrongly and took a closer look. It's actually a clone. It's so strong. I didn't notice it at all. It's exactly the same. Yi Hao was shocked and envious of Mu Zheng's clone ability. Yi Hao thought that it would be great if he could have a few more clones. However, Yi Hao also felt that it was a pity. He didn't expect that he only killed Mu Zheng's clone. That meant that Mu Zheng's real body was still alive. Just you wait. I will kill you sooner or later. At this moment, in a secret room of Mu Shengzon, Mu Zheng suddenly opened his eyes. Damn ant, I will kill you with my own hands. After Mu Zheng finished speaking, he closed his eyes again and started to cultivate. As his cultivation had improved rapidly recently, his clone technique had also improved a lot. If there were no accidents, he would be able to have another clone soon. The strength of a clone was that as long as one clone didn't die, even if his real body died, he wouldn't die. Most importantly, with a clone, it was equivalent to increasing his combat power by several times. Similarly, if the clone cultivated, it would also increase his real body's combat power. However, he didn't expect that the clone that he had painstakingly cultivated for so many years would actually be killed by Yi Hao just like that. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be a gentleman. This. Looking at the blood rain falling from the sky, Zhao Xiong was terrified. Finally, the martial power in the sky dissipated. Zhao Xiong knew that the battle was over. However, there would be big trouble in the future. No matter which side suffered a loss, they would definitely not let it go. Yi. Commander Yi, just, you alone. Where are the others? Seeing Yi Hao land on the ground with the blood-stained dual sabers on his shoulders, Zhao Xiong looked up at the sky and carefully asked Yi Hao. Dead. Yi Hao spat out these two words. He had been thinking about the matter of his doppelganger. He imagined that since Mu Zheng could clone, then Mu Zheng must have a clone technique. Therefore, he had to get it. Therefore, for revenge and for his clone, he had to set foot on Mu Shengzon as soon as possible. What? Dead? All dead? Hearing Yi Hao's words, Zhao Xiong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't accept this news for a while. Mu Shengzon sent envoys, but they all died at the hands of Mu Shengzon. How was he going to explain this to Mu Shengzon? He estimated that even 10 spiritual medicine sects wouldn't be enough to withstand Mu Shengzon's wrath. Chapter 382. What? Do you have a problem with that? Yi Hao raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Xiong coldly. Yi Hao was also a little unhappy with Zhao Xiong. The fact that Mu Shengzon's people could come here meant that Zhao Xiong and Mu Shengzon were somewhat related. Zhao Xiong panicked when he saw Yi Hao's unhappy expression. He quickly shook his head and said, I wouldn't dare, that would be the best. Yi Hao said calmly. Then, please go back to the sect and rest. Zhao Xiong wiped off his cold sweat and said to Yi Hao fearfully. Regardless of his strength, Yi Hao was also a member of the Bai Sheng sacred dynasty. He couldn't afford to offend him. When Zhao Xiong saw that the 3 sacred factions had gathered at the spiritual medicine sect, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep. However, he felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Sect Master, what should we do? Seeing that Yi Hao had brought everyone in, an elder asked worriedly with a worried expression. Don't talk. Let me think about it. Zhao Xiong waved his hand impatiently. Seeing that Yi Hao and Guo Shuafu were so familiar with each other, it meant that the Baisheng sacred dynasty and Gudanzan were very close. This also meant that the 2 sacred factions had a connection. Although Mu Shengzon was only a sacred faction, it was also his backer. Now that he was in a dilemma, no matter what he chose, he would have to face the wrath of a sacred faction. Sigh, why am I so unlucky? Zhao Xiong sighed. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. Go and report to Mu Shengzon everything that happened. Zhao Xiong pondered for a moment and suddenly said. A few elders immediately asked worriedly, Sect Master, if we do that, we will offend the Baisheng sacred dynasty. What else can we do? No matter what, we have nothing to do with the Baisheng holy dynasty. Mu Shengzon is our backer. Seeing that the elders still wanted to speak, Zhao Xiong continued, moreover, the truth can't be hidden forever. It's only a matter of time before Mu Shengzon finds out about this. It's possible that they already know about it now. Then what should we do? When the time comes, he will charge us with the crime of not reporting it. Then our spirit medicine sect will be finished. After hearing Zhao Xiong's words, one of the elders immediately panicked. Therefore, we should try our best not to participate in this matter. However, we still have to report it. Zhao Xiong said cautiously. Because in front of this kind of saint-level force, he could only play the role of cannon fodder. If he got involved in something like this, and wasn't careful, he and the Spirit Panacea sect would all die a horrible death. Therefore, the best solution was to not participate. No matter which side it was, he would not participate in it. This was because he knew that these super forces would never start a fight. Because as soon as they started a war, the entire Myriad Kingdom continent would be shaken. Zhao Xiong thought for a moment and was still a little worried. You guys go entertain them. I will send a message myself. Zhao Xiong went to the sound transmitting pavilion alone and explained the matter in detail. Of course, Zhao Xiong cleverly removed the matter as if it had nothing to do with him. After a while, a message came from the sound transmitting pavilion. Sect Master Zhao, you did a good job in this matter. We already know that this matter is not over between us and the Baisheng holy dynasty. However, you have to find out whether that person is from the Baisheng holy dynasty or not. Phew. Zhao Xiong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and felt his body lighten. Sure enough, he had guessed right. Mu Shengzon already knew about this matter. Fortunately, he had reported it. Otherwise, he would have suffered a lot. However, he had already done what he had to do. As for the rest of the matter, he would try his best not to participate. Moreover, Mu Shengzon probably knew that he did not have the ability to do so, so he did not ask him to do anything else. This was what he was happy to see. Although Zhao Xiong believed that Yi Hao's identity should be correct, he still agreed to investigate whether Yi Hao was from the Baisheng holy dynasty. Yi Hao, who were those people just now? What grudge do you have with them? Guo Shuefu looked around and asked Yi Hao worriedly. The reason for that was because she was unable to understand exactly what had happened to make Yi Hao disregard everything and charge forward to fight without saying anything. At this time, Mu Qingyu did not ask, but she also looked at Yi Hao with concern. Those people are from Mu Shengzon. Yi Hao looked at the 2 women and did not hide it. Mu Shengzon. The 2 women's expressions changed. That was a saint-grade force. What kind of grudge did Yi Hao have with Mu Shengzon that made Yi Hao rush up to kill without hesitation? At the same time, the 2 women were also curious. Was Yi Hao really so fearless? Yi Hao had killed Baisheng king of the Baisheng holy dynasty. Not long ago, they found out that Bai Yi, the prince of the Baisheng holy dynasty, had also died at the hands of Yi Hao. This caused a blood feud between Yi Hao and the Baisheng holy dynasty. It was absolutely impossible to change or make up for it. After all, Killing the only prince of the Bai Sheng Holy Dynasty meant that he could become the crown prince of the Bai Sheng Holy Dynasty in the future. Regardless of others, the sacred emperor of the Bai Sheng Holy Dynasty would be the first to not let Yi Hao off. However, Yi Hao was so restless that he had killed Mu Shengzon's men as soon as he arrived at the spiritual medicine sect. This meant that Yi Hao had set up another strong enemy for himself. Moreover, Yi Hao's two strong enemies were one of the top forces in the Myriad Kingdom continent. What kind of trump card did Yi Hao have that made him so fearless? Some time ago, I almost died in the hands of Mu Shengzon's men. Because my cultivation was low, they didn't like me and wanted to kill me. So I swore that I would destroy Mu Shengzon. Yi Hao clenched his fists and said angrily, "There's such a thing." The two women were secretly surprised. No wonder Yi Hao had attacked Mu Shengzon's men at all costs. No matter who it was, they would be incomparably angry. However, for some experts, this was something they were used to. After all, in the Myriad Kingdom continent, the strong were respected. If I was stronger than you, I could kill you, and you couldn't do anything about it. Who asked you to be weak? This was a dog-eat-dog world. What was your strength at that time, and what was the strength of the other party? The two women looked at Yi Hao curiously. One had to know that in the eyes of the two women, with Yi Hao's personality, it was already good enough that he didn't cause trouble himself. How could someone provoke him? If Yi Hao knew what the two women were thinking at this moment, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. I was in the martial spirit realm at that time, and the other party should have been in the martial emperor realm. Yi Hao didn't have anything to hide from the two women and directly told them the truth. After the two women heard Yi Hao's words, they looked at each other. Their bright eyes were round, as if they wanted to pop out, revealing the shock in their hearts. They had thought that Yi Hao's cultivation realm would be very low at that time, but at the very least, he should be in the martial honor realm. Who would have thought that Yi Hao was only in the martial spirit realm? A martial spirit realm cultivator appearing in the middle of fighting for the divine artifact, how reckless was that? No wonder he was beaten up. If they knew that the divine artifact belonged to Yi Hao, who knew how they would feel? However, what shocked them even more was that Yi Hao, with his martial spirit realm cultivation, was actually able to survive the attack of a martial emperor. He was really an unkillable cockroach. Chapter 383. After recovering from her shock, Guo Shuefu analyzed, "However, we should be careful. I have a feeling that the spiritual herb sect has a special relationship with Mu Shengzon. They'll probably join forces with Mu Shengzon to deal with us. The spiritual herb sect is nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, I believe that Zhao Xiong doesn't have the courage to deal with me. At most, he'll send a message to Mu Shengzon. If he's not suicidal or has a screw loose, he'll probably stay out of this matter. He won't dare to do anything to me." Yi Hao smiled and shook his head. When the two women heard Yi Hao's analysis, they nodded approvingly. They felt that Yi Hao's analysis made sense. "Then what should we do now? Are we just going to wait for Mu Shengzon to come knocking on our door?" Guo Shuefu asked. She believed that Yi Hao wouldn't be so quiet. He would definitely make a move. Yi Hao smiled cunningly. "Of course not. Next, we'll announce that we're from the Bisheng Sacred Dynasty. Let the Bisheng Sacred Dynasty and Mu Shengzon fight each other." The two women rolled their eyes at Yi Hao. They hadn't expected Yi Hao to be so evil. He actually allowed two opposing forces to misunderstand each other and kill each other, while he watched from the sidelines and reaped the spoils of war. However, the two women were looking forward to seeing if the Bisheng Sacred Dynasty and Mu Shengzon would fall for the trap and start fighting. Therefore, with Yi Hao's secret agreement, the Imperial Guards wandered around the spiritual herb sect as if they were strolling in their own backyard. At the same time, they mingled with the disciples and elders. After all, people wanted to climb higher. Who wouldn't want to have more contact with powerful factions? When the spiritual herb sect's people saw the Imperial Guards lowering their stance and taking the initiative to mingle with them, they swarmed over like flies, trying to curry favor with them. The Imperial Guards were also generous. They told the crowd about their duty in the Bishing sacred dynasty's imperial palace. They boasted about it to the skies. The disciples and elders were so envious that their eyes lit up. Your Excellency, is the Bishing sacred dynasty really that good? You can sleep there and cultivate faster than I can in the spiritual herb sect. It can't be, my lord. I feel that our spiritual potion sect is already very good. When one of the imperial guards heard the two disciples' question, he glanced at the spirit medicine sect, his eyes filled with disdain. Do you know what a saint-class faction is? Look, your sect leader is only at the Emperor Wu realm. Look, I'm at the Emperor Wu realm. Think about it. I work in the palace. How can I have so much time to cultivate? The Imperial Guard continued to brag. At the same time, he released his aura. Wow! His Excellency is so powerful. If only I were in the Holy Dynasty. Many disciples exclaimed in envy when they felt the aura of the guard. If you do well, maybe I'll put in a good word for you with the commander. When the commander is happy, he might even take you back to the Holy Dynasty. The guard said with a smile. Ah! How can we? Thank you, Your Excellency. Please help us and put in a good word for us in front of the commander. Look, Your Excellency, these are the elixirs that I refined. Although I know that you won't like them, please accept them. I have some here too, here's mine too. Please accept them. When the disciples heard the guard's words, they were all excited. They scrambled to shove some of their treasures into the guard's hands. Zhao Xiong saw this and he couldn't help but feel angry. The Bishing sacred dynasty is really arrogant. And Yi Hao, he deserves to die. Although Zhao Xiong was angry when he saw the mess in the sect, he couldn't do anything about it. However, he had completed the task given to him by Mu Shengzon. He was certain that Yi Hao was from the Bishing sacred dynasty. There was no doubt about it. When the guards said that they were on duty in the Bishing sacred dynasty, they remembered it vividly and couldn't have made it up. If they weren't from the Bishing sacred dynasty, how could they be so lawless? Although Zhao Xiong couldn't do anything to Yi Hao, he had to badmouth Yi Hao in front of Mu Shengzon. Zhao Xiong immediately sent the results of his investigation to Mu Shengzon. At that moment, in Mu Shengzon, the sect master was addressed as the sacred master. An elder in charge of collecting information respectfully handed over the information sent by Zhao Xiong to the sacred master. The Bishing sacred dynasty has gone too far. Send 10 small teams of martial sages. No matter how big or small they are, destroy 100 countries and offer sacrifices to the souls of our disciples in heaven. The sacred master was furious. He had already been bullied. If he didn't do anything, he would be a laughingstock at Mu Shengzon. Yes, Your Excellency. An elder, who was a martial sage, immediately walked out of the hall. Tell all the countries and forces under your command to be on alert and prepare to destroy the prestige of the Bishing sacred dynasty. The sacred master continued to instruct. Although Mu Shengzon was a sect, it was a real sacred force. Its foundation was definitely not inferior to the national forces. Mu Shengzon had at least 80,000 countries, big and small, attached to it. Therefore, if a sacred force did not make a move, it would cause turmoil in the myriad country continent. Moreover, at their level, war was no longer about the number of people, but the countries. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of countries would become cannon fodder. Even the cannon fodder could not catch up. Their mountains and rivers would be destroyed and their countries would be wiped out. Sacred Master, isn't this a bit? Many elders were shocked. They did not expect the Sacred Master to make such a big move. Did the Sacred Master really want to start a full-scale war with the Bishing sacred dynasty because of this? In fact, this was not what the Sacred Master wanted. Someone had ordered him to do so. He dared not disobey that person's decree. However, he could not mention that person. He could only say in a deep voice, "Pass down my order. Do not disobey my decree. Otherwise, kill without mercy." Yes. Seeing that the Sacred Master was so tough, no one dared to make the Sacred Master unhappy. They immediately agreed. "Sacred Master, how should we deal with the spiritual medicine sect?" An elder immediately asked. The spiritual medicine sect is just a small chess piece. For that thing, nothing else is important. As long as you don't ruin my plan, don't interfere. The sacred master's heart was filled with enthusiasm when he thought of that thing. How should we deal with that reckless commander? The elder was naturally referring to Yi Hao. You don't have to worry about that. You just need to supervise the war. The sacred master waved his hand. After half an hour, all the forces on the continent were shocked. Because the forces of the countries that were attached to the Bishing sacred dynasty were destroyed in an instant. Among them, there were spiritual countries, king countries, and even honorable countries. Suddenly, the forces that were attached to the Bishing sacred dynasty began to feel threatened. After all, they were attached to the Bishing sacred dynasty. In addition to being afraid of the Bishing sacred dynasty, they also wanted the Bishing sacred dynasty's protection. According to the current situation, someone was going to attack the Bishing sacred dynasty. In the end, they would be the ones to suffer. After another half an hour, Mu Shengzon announced publicly that he was going to start a full-scale war with the Bishing sacred dynasty. Many forces were even more confused about the situation. Logically speaking, although these two forces were both saint-level forces, they were usually completely unrelated. Chapter 384. A full-scale war was not the same as an ordinary war. A full-scale war was a situation where one side would not rest until the other side was dead. If there was no deep hatred or irreconcilable knot, no force would do such a thing. Because it was a situation where one side would lose 800 men in order to injure the enemy. It would even result in a life-and-death struggle. Therefore, generally speaking, at most, two forces would send some experts and then drag the war to a few small countries. The two forces would then start a duel and the final winner would be determined. No matter what the result was, it would not hurt their foundation. However, a full-scale war was different. It would be fine if they did not do anything, but once they did, they would suffer great losses. Not to mention other losses, just the resources consumed would be immeasurable. Moreover, a war between the holy dynasties would take hundreds of years or even thousands of years to come to an end. At the same time, in the Nine Dragons Golden Palace of the Baisheng Holy Dynasty, Holy Emperor Baisheng sat on the throne that symbolized the supreme power of the Baisheng Holy Dynasty. He was high and mighty, looking down on all living things. At this time, there were thousands of officials standing in the imperial court. At a glance, the lowest cultivation level was at the martial emperor realm. Even the eunuchs around the emperor were at the martial emperor realm. This was the foundation of a holy dynasty. Dear ministers, do you know that Mu Shengzon has destroyed 100 countries? The emperor used his imperial aura to suppress all the officials and his voice exploded in the imperial court. Emperor, Mu Shengzon is too presumptuous. Let me kill him. A big man in silver armor walked out and knelt on the ground. If someone else had said this, they might have been mocked by others. However, this burly man was actually a martial sage. All right, King Baihe, I allow it. He has destroyed 100 countries of my Baisheng Holy Dynasty. Go and destroy 1,000 of them. The emperor was pleased when he saw someone stand out. His tone was calm as he spoke. Once his decree was issued, there would definitely be 1,000 countries that would be sentenced to death. One had to know that even the smallest country had a population of hundreds of thousands. How many people would there be in 1,000 countries? However, in the eyes of a superior, these people's lives were like grass that could be sacrificed at any time. In his eyes, killing 1,000 countries was no different from killing 1,000 ants. Baihe clasped hands and bowed, then strode out of the hall to carry out the mission the sage emperor had given him. Contact Gudanzan and ask him to deliver the elixirs to me. The Bisheng Holy Dynasty will remember his kindness, the Holy Emperor said as he watched Baihe leave. Pass down my order, the entire nation is to prepare for war. This Mu Shengzon, does he think the Baisheng Holy Dynasty is a pushover? At the Sacred Emperor's command, the long-dormant machine of the Bisheng Sacred Dynasty began to operate rapidly. All of you are dismissed. The sage emperor waved his hand. We will take our leave. May the sacred emperor live forever. All the officials and generals called out in unison. Seeing that all the officials had left, the sage emperor waved his hand at his servants. All of you are dismissed as well. Yes. Hundreds of eunuchs and palace maids immediately left the Nine Dragons' palace. Creak. The doors of the Nine Dragons' palace closed slowly. The sage emperor, who had been looking down on the world, suddenly had a change of expression. Hatred appeared on his face as he gritted his teeth and said, "My beloved son, don't worry. I will make sure that the person who killed you dies a horrible death. These 1,000 countries will be buried with you first." In fact, the sage emperor had known that Bai Yi was dead when he had heard about Bai Wu's death. He had also been wondering if someone was trying to deal with the Bishing Holy Dynasty. Otherwise, why would such things happen in the Bishing Holy Dynasty one after another? Although the sage emperor was saddened by the news of Bai Yi's death, he had kept it a secret. This was because the Bai family had tens of thousands of members of the royal family. Although he was the emperor, there were countless people staring at his throne with glittering eyes. After all, the blood of the royal family flowed in their veins. He had been upright in the past and had suppressed those people from acting recklessly. Besides, he had a son, so he believed that he could rely on his ruthless methods. He would definitely help Bai Yi ascend the throne. Then, the throne of the Bishing Holy Dynasty would be reserved for his bloodline. However, Bai Yi's death meant that his bloodline had been cut off. Moreover, because of his cultivation level and the cultivation method he had practiced, it was too overbearing. If nothing went wrong, it would be difficult for him to have a son in the future. If the news of Bai Yi's death was leaked, it would cause an uproar in the imperial court. Even the world would be shaken. It would also cause the royal family of the Bai family and some ambitious people to start coveting his throne. The longer he was the emperor, the more selfish he became. He absolutely could not tolerate the fact that the throne that should have belonged to his bloodline was given to someone else. Even if it was his own family. "No, I am not satisfied." The sage emperor's eyes were filled with unwillingness. "No matter what, I must have another son. The throne that I have worked so hard to obtain must not fall into the hands of others." After thinking for a while, the sage emperor made up his mind. It should be known that every country and every force was the same. The competition for power was extremely cruel. Even he did not know how many people he had stepped on and how many competitors he had killed to obtain the throne and become the sage emperor of the Bishing Holy Dynasty. He only knew how difficult the process was to obtain the throne. He could not give the throne to another bloodline. This was also why he had fought Mu Shengzon at all costs. He knew that Mu Shengzon had a secret technique that allowed him to create clones. As the sage emperor of the Bishing Holy Dynasty, he could not leave the Bishing Holy Dynasty alone and focus on procreating. However, he had to be busy with procreating so that he could have a descendant and not let his bloodline be cut off. However, he had to make it so that no one would notice. He had to procreate, be busy with the affairs of the imperial court, and cultivate. He would not be able to take care of everything. If he could create a clone, it would be the best way for him. Since Mu Shengzon had attacked him for no reason, he would be more than happy to oblige in order to obtain the secret technique to create clones. In his opinion, with Gudanzan's help, he would almost certainly win the battle. Elixirs played a huge role in a war. As long as Gudanzan provided him with an endless supply of elixirs, Mu Shengzon would be nothing in his eyes. After all, although a sect and a country were both sacred forces, there was still a big gap between them. Moreover, the Bishing Holy Dynasty had been quiet for a long time. It was time to let people know the power of the Bishing Holy Dynasty. Moreover, his son had been killed and his bloodline destroyed. This endless anger had been bottled up in his chest and it was time to vent it. Most importantly, he had no grudges with Mu Shengzon. However, Mu Shengzon had destroyed 100 countries for no reason. Did Mu Shengzon really think that he was a pushover? He had to teach Mu Shengzon a lesson and let the world know that the Bishing Holy Dynasty was not to be trifled with. The Bishing Holy Dynasty's decision shocked many people. They had thought that there was some misunderstanding between the Bishing Holy Dynasty and Mu Shengzon. They thought that Mu Shengzon was just trying to make a show of strength. As long as the Bishing Holy Dynasty softened their stance, the two forces would negotiate and the war would not start. After all, no one would have the temperament to start a war with the entire country just because of a disagreement. Just as everyone was waiting for the Bishing Holy Dynasty's response, suddenly, there was news that 1,000 countries under Mu Shengzon's command had been massacred. This made people even more confused. What was wrong with these two forces? Before they could figure out what was going on, another 1,000 countries had been destroyed. How much hatred did these two forces have? Chapter 385. Back in the Spirit Panacea sect, Meng Hao was in his room. This saint-class organization really is something else. Yi Hao couldn't help but click his tongue as he listened to Guo Shuafu's explanation. Yi Hao hadn't expected that his plan would succeed so easily. The two sacred factions would start a dogfight. However, Yi Hao was shocked when he heard the actions of the two sacred factions. Yi Hao hadn't thought about how the two factions would start a fight. In his opinion, it would be good enough if there was some friction between the Bishing Sacred Dynasty and Mu Shengzon. From the looks of it now, this was no longer a conflict. The two of them were absolutely irreconcilable. Yi Hao had originally thought that his Flame Dragon Empire was already a decent force to be reckoned with. However, compared to a saint-ranked force, he was still nothing more than cannon fodder. This made Yi Hao even more eager to subdue more factions. He had subdued more than 20 martial emperors in the primordial ruins. These people were basically the leaders of royal factions. Therefore, he had close to 20 royal factions under his command. Of course, these royal factions also controlled many factions. However, compared to the sacred factions, they were just the tip of the iceberg. What puzzled Yi Hao was that Mu Shengzon had attacked the Bishing Sacred Dynasty because of him. After all, he had slapped Mu Shengzon's face. It was normal for Mu Shengzon to go to the Bishing Sacred Dynasty to regain some face. However, why hadn't the Bishing Sacred Dynasty sent someone to Mu Shengzon to understand the situation? Why had they started a war? Yi Hao guessed that there must be more to this. No matter what, if the two factions started a war, it would only be beneficial to him. There was absolutely no harm in it. Now, without spending a single soldier, he had caused his two enemies to start a dogfight. Of course, Yi Hao was happy to see this. As long as the Bishing Sacred Dynasty and Mu Shengzon went to war, they wouldn't have time to deal with him. That would give him time and space to develop. If Mu Shengzon and the Bishing Holy Dynasty knew that Yi Hao was the one behind all of this, they would probably be angered to death. However, Yi Hao was also puzzled by the fact that he had killed Mu Zheng's clone. Logically speaking, Mu Zheng shouldn't have done nothing after all. But so far, it seemed that there really wasn't any movement. Yi Hao did not believe that Mu Zheng was such a generous person. Killing his doppelganger was equivalent to killing his life. How could Mu Zheng possibly take this lying down? Yi Hao guessed that Mu Zheng must be holding back a big move and waiting for him to jump into it. However, Yi Hao was still looking forward to Mu Zheng's appearance. After all, he was very interested in Mu Zheng's doppelganger technique. Meanwhile, in the direction of the Fire Dragon Empire, the allied forces of the four kingdoms of the Skywolf Kingdom were playing a game of cat and mouse. They were unhurriedly encircling the entire Fire Dragon Empire. My lord, the Fire Dragon Empire has been strengthening their defenses, but they haven't done anything else. The Skywolf ruler stood respectfully beside the black-robed sect master. 1 month's time is up. Destroy 4 cities. The black-robed sect master said softly. Yes. The Skywolf ruler agreed happily. After all, apart from destroying the 4 cities of the Fire Dragon Empire at the beginning, his 10 million allied forces had not done anything else. He knew that the 10 million allied forces were unable to endure the hunger and thirst. Of course, he hadn't been idling in secret these days. By relying on the might of the 9 million allied forces, he had secretly subdued dozens of martial spirit realm martialists. There were even a few hundred martial kings. He wasn't worried at all. Even if the men in black were to leave the Skywolf Kingdom, he was still confident that he could suppress the other 3 kingdoms and even take them under his command. Moreover, He had been secretly developing his forces. In a short period of time, the 4 million troops under his command had been secretly increased to 10 million. Compared to before, it had more than doubled. Therefore, he was now looking forward to the men in black leaving the Skywolf Kingdom as soon as possible. After all, he was used to being an emperor. Now, in his own palace, there were so many powerful people living there. He had to bow and scrape every day to deal with them. This kind of life was not something an emperor should live. Day by day, he was living too sullenly. He was no different from a servant. Moreover, he had to constantly worry about whether these people would get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness. If he was careless and angered them, they might even kill him. It's time to show you the might of the Skywolf Kingdom. The Skywolf ruler's eyes sparkled as he left the residence of the men in black. As soon as he returned to the main hall, the Skywolf ruler ordered his generals, order the allied forces to move out. Destroy one more city in each direction. Remember to wash them with blood. Don't even leave an ant behind. The moment the Skywolf Kingdom gave the order, the allied forces of the 4 kingdoms immediately moved out. 1 million troops were sent out in each direction. They were majestic, determined to destroy the 4 cities of the Fire Dragon Empire in one go. One had to know that the Fire Dragon Empire only had 20 cities left and only 1 million soldiers. Of course, this number was enough to crush all the other duchies. However, in the face of the allied forces of the 4 kingdoms, they were like weak babies. Moreover, there were at most 50,000 soldiers in each city. The allied forces of the 4 kingdoms had sent out 1 million soldiers in each city just to take down the 4 cities. This was making a mountain out of a molehill. How arrogant. Reporting. Greetings, Great General, left and right Prime Ministers. Little Cloud City is in danger. A large number of enemy troops have appeared and are beginning to attack the city. An intelligence soldier knelt at Guan Yu's feet and reported. What? How many troops are there? Li Hong's expression changed as he anxiously asked. There are about 1 million enemy troops. The intelligence soldier said with an unsightly expression. What? 1 million? Juji's heart suddenly trembled. The Fire Dragon Empire's entire army was only 1 million, and they were scattered across the various cities. Including the hidden forces, they had less than 1,500,000 soldiers at most. What was the point of fighting? They weren't even on the same level. Great General Guan, please quickly report to the Lord. The enemy is at the city gates. If something big happens, we won't be able to bear the responsibility. At this moment, an official anxiously said to Guan Yu. The Lord has important matters to attend to right now. He has no time to deal with such a small matter. Guan Yu's phoenix eyes swept over the civil and military officials. As the ruler of an empire, if the destruction of an empire is a small matter, then what is a big matter? I think this country will be destroyed sooner or later. Yang Long coldly snorted. Yang Long was a descendant of a fallen family. He was being hunted down. He wanted to hide his identity, but he accidentally joined the Fire Dragon Empire's army. Because he was a 4th-level martial spirit, his performance in the army was outstanding. His position in the army skyrocketed, but he also became more and more arrogant. Because in the Fire Dragon Empire's army, he found that most of the generals were only in the Wu-Hu realm. There were even many martial generals and only a handful of martial kings. Therefore, in the Fire Dragon Empire, other than Guan Yu, no one could suppress him. But because of his strength, he was highly regarded by Guan Yu. And the enemies he had offended were too powerful. It was almost impossible for him to go back. In the beginning, he felt very uncomfortable coming to this low-level area. But in order to survive, he had no choice. But after a long time, he got used to the feeling of power, so his desire grew more and more. In addition, he had been in the Fire Dragon Empire for so long, but he had never seen Yi Hao. So in his eyes, Yi Hao didn't deserve to be the emperor, nor did he deserve his loyalty. Chapter 386. However, Guan Yu's cultivation level was usually hidden, so he didn't know much about it. He had also asked around, but when he heard that Guan Yu had the strength of a martial honorable, he immediately curled his lips in disdain. What a joke! How could there be a martial honorable in this low-level area? Furthermore, he was only a great general. Even if he was leading thousands of troops, why would a martial honorable care about that? Unless there was something wrong with his head. It was like an adult leading a group of newborns. What was the point of that? Who dares to talk about Lord? I think he's tired of living. Great general, I want this dog's head. How dare he talk about Lord? He's courting death. He deserves to be killed. Don't fight with me. I'm going to crush this dog's head. There's a first-come, first-serve rule. Give me this dog's life. Suddenly, 5 voices rang out from outside the hall. Hearing the 5 voices, Guan Yu's face lit up. He put down the green dragon crescent blade in his hand. This was because Yang Long's words had crossed his bottom line. Although he had the intention to nurture Guan Yu, if Guan Yu dared to talk about Yi Hao, he would not show any mercy and would kill him. Presumptuous. Who dares to talk about him outside the hall? Men, take him down. Yang Long was enraged as he waved his hand. Immediately, dozens of guards rushed out of the main hall. "Mph, a bunch of little bastards. How dare you offend your grandfather Ran? You'll be bedridden for a few months." A mocking voice rang out from outside the door. Following that, sounds of fighting could be heard. In the end, all the guards fell back into the hall after a few seconds. Heavenly King Ran, this is not a good action. This is the forbidden area of the Imperial Palace. How can you use force? Shu Da laughed. Who are you? Men. Yang Long's eyes narrowed when he saw the guards being defeated. One had to know that these guards were all carefully selected and each of them had reached the Wu-Hu realm. Although they were not considered strong in the Myriad Kingdom continent, they were considered experts in this small place. No matter how weak they shouldn't be defeated in an instant. Hearing Yang Long's order, thousands of guards rushed into the hall and surrounded Ran Minute and the others. General Cheng, General Hua, please take down this group of thieves of unknown origin, Yang Long said as he looked at Cheng Yaojin and Hua Xiong. His current status was even higher than Cheng Yaojin and Hua Xiong. However, the two of them were the commanders of the Imperial Guards and were directly under Yi Hao's command. So, Yang Long's tone was still considered friendly. Cheng Yaojin and Hua Xiong were about to give the order. However, when he saw old KS, Zhao Zilong's, Shu Da's, and Yu Fei's armors, he was stunned. Commanders, what are you waiting for? Quickly take them down. Yang Long said anxiously when he saw the two not making a move. At this moment, Cheng Yaojin and Hua Xiong had a strange look on their faces. They did not understand what was going on. Why were they fighting with their own people? I don't believe that anyone dares to touch me. Zhao Zilong's silver armor was stained with blood. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Are you tired of living? Dian Wei looked at Yang Long with disdain. Humph, I am a third-grade general. Yang Long said proudly with his head held high. Third-grade general. Great general. They looked at each other. What? Are you afraid now? Kneel down when you see me, Yang Long said proudly. Afraid? Damn you. Ran Minute walked up to Yang Long and slapped him in the face. How dare you hit me? You are courting death. After being hit, Yang Long immediately activated his martial arts power and slashed at Ran Min's neck with his hand. Crackle. In an instant, the power in Yang Long's hand caused the air to explode. His powerful martial spiritual aura suppressed the entire hall. General Yang is so powerful. Of course. Otherwise, how could General Yang be second only to one person and above everyone else? Who are these people? How could they appear in the palace of the Fire Dragon Empire? It seems that they are unlucky. They have angered General Yang Long. How could they have a good time? The Fire Dragon Empire had developed rapidly, so there were many newcomers in the court. Furthermore, because they had kept a low profile, the identities of Ran Minute and the others had always been kept a secret. Other than a few people, very few people knew about them. Therefore, only a few people in the court knew the identities of these 5 people. Good timing. Seeing Yang Long's palm coming at him, Ran Minute sneered and slapped at him again. Slap. The crisp slap echoed throughout the hall. Yang Long was stunned for a long time. He didn't expect that the attack he had gathered all of his power for would miss just like that. Furthermore, he felt a burning pain on his face. Seeing that all the officials were looking at him, Yang Long immediately felt like he had been utterly humiliated. After all, he had always acted superior in front of the civil and military officials. Not to mention the others, even the two prime ministers of Li Hong and Zhu were looked down upon by him. He had never placed them in his eyes because he was strong. But now, he had been slapped in front of so many people. Furthermore, he had been slapped in the face twice. How could he accept this? Unforgivable. I will take your dog life. Yang Long was furious. He snatched the weapon of a guard beside him and slashed at Ran Minute. Yang Long's martial energy surged once again as he gathered all of his energy on the blade. Because the energy was too strong, the blade let out an intense trembling sound. This blade seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Get down on your knees. Looking at Yang Long, Ran Min's face was full of disdain. He didn't even put Yang Long in his eyes as he kicked at Yang Long's abdomen. Poochie. Yang Long was like a deflated balloon. The weapon in his hand fell to the ground and his entire body bent. At this moment, he could only feel the blood in his abdomen churning. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. Yang Long looked at Ran Minute with difficulty and asked with difficulty, "Who are you?" Yang Long knew that Ran Minute was definitely stronger than him since he could defeat him so many times. However, he was in the martial spirit realm. He was the strongest in this area. How could there be someone stronger than him? He couldn't accept it. You don't have the right to know your grandfather's name. Ran Minute looked at Yang Long with disdain. Such a piece of trash dared to talk about the Lord. He really didn't know if he had brains. General, avenge me. At this moment, Yang Long could only ask Guan Yu, who was sitting below the dragon throne, for help. He believed that Guan Yu would definitely save him. Talking about the Lord should be executed. Looking at Yang Long, Guan Yu's eyes were full of coldness. What? Yang Long's face changed. He was afraid that he had misheard. General, you, men, drag him away. Without waiting for Yang Long to finish, Guan Yu shouted at the guards, drag him away and feed him to the dogs. At this moment, some of the older people were still relatively calm. This was because they were already unhappy with Yang Long. In their hearts, Yi Hao was inviolable. Chapter 387. General, I can't accept this. Why do you want to kill me? Yang Long pushed away the guards who were trying to catch him and shouted unhappily. The crime of talking bad about His Highness is enough to kill you thousands of times. Guan Yu stared at him and said. Yang Long thought for a moment and suddenly knelt on the ground. General, I know I was wrong. But I have a high cultivation. I can make up for it with merit. Yang Long didn't understand what kind of magic potion Yi Hao had fed Guan Yu. How could he make Guan Yu so loyal to him? But he also knew when to give in, so he immediately begged Guan Yu. But now, with his cultivation of martial spirit realm, Guan Yu would not be willing to kill him. At the same time, he was secretly surprised. He didn't know who Ran Minute and the others were and why they were in Yang Long's palace. And each of them was strong. Guan Yu was partial to them. Could it be that Guan Yu invited them to help him? General Ran Minute greets the general. General Zhao Zilong greets the general. General Dian Wei greets the general. General Xu Da greets the general. General Yu Fei greets the general. Suddenly, the 5 generals put down their weapons and knelt on one knee in front of Guan Yu. Generals, you have worked hard and made great contributions. Please rise. No need to be so polite. Guan Yu immediately stood up and said, Thank you, General. The 5 generals stood up at the same time. Who are these 5 people? How come I have never heard of them? From the looks of it, he seems to be from our Yang Dragon Empire. How is that possible? Since when did our Fire Dragon Empire have so many powerful generals? It seems that even General Yang Long is no match for them. Doesn't that mean they are all experts of martial spirit realm? Seeing the 5 generals kneeling, the whole court was in an uproar. Everyone began to talk about it. And Zhao Zilong and the other 4 generals were all stained with blood on their armors. And they all had a murderous aura. It was obvious that they had been on the battlefield for a long time. How is that possible? How many secrets does the Fire Dragon Empire have that I don't know? Seeing that Zhao Yun and the others were really generals of the Fire Dragon Empire, Yang Long lowered his head and kept thinking of a strategy in his mind. At the same time, Yang Long kept winking at some of his confidants. Great General, General Yang Long made a slip of the tongue just now. Right now, we are in dire need of manpower. Let General Yang Long atone for his mistake by meritorious service. Yes, General. It's a pity to kill General Yang. Please spare General Yang Long. Great General, please forgive General Yang Long. General Yang Long has made a lot of contributions. You can't kill him just because of a slip of the tongue. Great General, please show mercy and spare General Yang Long. Now that Yang Long gave a glance, a group of people jumped out and spoke up for Yang Long. Yang Long sneered. Now that so many people are pleading for him, he has already given Guan Yu a way out. He believes that if Guan Yu doesn't want to offend the public, he won't make things difficult for him. Didn't you hear this general's order? Those who dare to talk bad about the Lord, kill without mercy. Those who dare to beg for mercy, kill without mercy. Guan Yu raised his hand and slammed the table and shouted loudly. Yes, a group of guards immediately surrounded Yang Long. Guan Yu, you really want to kill me? I am a martial spirit expert, you can't kill me. Yang Long's face is filled with disbelief. He pushed the guards away again. How can the guards be Yang Long's opponent? They were instantly sent flying. Ouch! Ouch! The guards fell to the ground and immediately let out miserable shrieks. Martial King Archer Team, capture him. Guan Yu immediately shouted coldly when he saw the guards being sent flying. What is a Martial King Archer Team? How come I've never heard of it? It's probably just a normal archer team. It's just a name to scare people. I don't believe that they are all martial kings. I think so too. If there were so many martial kings, there would be no need to hide them. Ta ta ta. The sound of armor scraping against each other interrupted the crowd's thoughts. Outside the main hall, 20 soldiers wearing black armor came in one after another. They were holding bows and arrows in their hands. More than 20 of them have cold faces. Their peak martial king aura surged in the main hall. Their aura is very oppressive, making it difficult for the crowd to breathe. Many of the officials have a feeling that if they are targeted by these bows and arrows, they will die. Everyone looked at the 20 martial king archers and their hearts trembled. When did the Fire Dragon Empire hide so many martial kings? They didn't even know about it. Being stared at by 20 peak martial kings and seeing the cold glint of the arrows in the hands of the martial king archers, Yang Long can't help but feel a chill down his spine. If there were only 5 peak martial kings, he could still deal with them. Even if there were 10 of them, they wouldn't be able to harm his life. However, looking at the armor and bows of these archers, he guessed that they were all specially made. If he wasn't wrong, they should be spiritual weapons. Moreover, the aura of these people seems to be carved from the same mold. At a glance, he can tell that they have undergone strict training. Yang Long can't see through this Fire Dragon Empire that he has always looked down on. Which principality could have so many experts at the peak of the martial king realm? It is already good enough for other duchies to have a beginner woo-hoo, unless they are in the top 100 of the duchy ranking. Only a few martial kings would be able to hold down the fort. However, the Fire Dragon Empire, as a duchy, actually has 20 peak martial kings. Moreover, there are 5 martial spirits behind me, whose cultivation is higher than mine. Was the country he was in really a duchy and not a spirit-grade organization? At this moment, Yang Long wants to cry. Yang Long lowers his head and ponders. After a while, he suddenly kneels on the ground again. I deserve to die. However, I am not willing to die at the hands of my own people. I beg the great general to let me go to the battlefield. I want to die on the battlefield. Good. 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 Yang Long's impassioned speech immediately affected the atmosphere of the crowd. A group of generals shouted loudly. Guan Yu closes his eyes and ponders. Suddenly, he says, "All right." Yang Long is overjoyed. He immediately kneels on the ground. "Thank you, great general. I will definitely die on the battlefield. I will do my best for Yang Long." However, Yang Long, who is kneeling on the ground, has a sinister smile on his face. "Mitch, you ignorant man. You still want to fight with me?" Zhao Yun stands to the side and looks at Yang Long, who is kneeling on the ground. He frowns but doesn't say anything. After all, in the Fire Dragon Empire, the civil officials are managed by Li Hong and Zhu Yu. As for the military, the generals are fighting outside. However, Guan Yu is in charge of dispatching troops. Zhao Yun can't say anything. However, he feels that Yang Long won't give in so easily. Chapter 388. Thank you, Great General. Yang Long's complacent expression became even more serious. "All right, all of you may leave. Left and right prime ministers, please stay behind. 5 other generals, I have something to discuss with you." Guan Yu waved his hand at everyone. After everyone left, Zhao Yun thought for a while and said, "Great General, this Yang Long, I'm afraid, don't worry. I don't think he has the guts to lie to me." Guan Yu waved his hand. "Yes." Zhao Yun said no more. "Generals, how is the deployment of the army?" Guan Yu asked. On the surface, the Fire Dragon Empire had 1 million soldiers and horses. However, due to the rapid development in the dark, the Fire Dragon Empire's army had increased by leaps and bounds. It had already broken through the 20 million mark. If all of them were mobilized, the 4 Great Kingdom alliance would not be a problem at all. However, those territories also needed people to guard them. He could not withdraw all of his soldiers and horses. He had to leave some people behind to guard them. He could not abandon those places in order to save this place. Reporting to the Great General, "I have already mobilized 2 million soldiers and horses from various forces. However, this is already the limit. If more troops are mobilized, I am afraid that the territories we have conquered will change." Zhao Yun was the first to speak. Reporting to the Great General, "I have also mobilized 2 million soldiers." Yu Fei quickly followed. "When did the Lord keep so many hidden pawns?" At this moment, the most shocked people were Li Hong and Zhu Yu. They originally thought that Yang Long was really finished this time. After all, they only had 1 million soldiers. How could they resist the 4 Great Kingdom alliances' nearly 10 million soldiers and horses? This was simply a fool's dream. Even a 3-year-old child would think that the Fire Dragon Empire would lose without a doubt. However, when they saw the great generals report one by one, they realized that 10 million reinforcements had already been mobilized without them knowing. Li Hong asked excitedly, "May I ask the great generals, what are your realms?" "I am not talented, but I am at the peak of the martial spirit realm," Shu Die said. "I am also at the peak of the martial spirit realm. However, I have already killed a beginner martial honorable," Ran Minute said with shocking words. "What? You've even killed a revered martial artist?" Li Hong and Zhu Di looked at Ran Minute in shock. One must know that in the Myriad Kingdom continent, the hierarchy system was extremely strict. Just a little bit of difference would result in a huge gap. As for the peak of the martial spirit realm and the martial honorable realm, it was obvious that the difference between them was even greater. There was only one possibility, and that was Ran Min's talent. Zhao Yun, Yu Fei, Ran Minute, Dian Wei, and Shu Die didn't seem to be ordinary people. The two of them were even more curious. Where did his lord get these people from? "Your Excellencies, I would like to ask you to take charge of the government. I have to take charge of the army. Yang Long has endured for so long. It's time for him to vent his anger." Guan Yu cupped his fists and said to the two. The two of them quickly agreed, "Then we'll have to trouble General Guan. Please, General Guan, you must defeat the enemy. Just leave the matters of the imperial court to us." Li Hong and Zhu Jun immediately agreed. "However, all of you have worked hard. Why don't we reward the army today?" Li Hong thought for a moment and said, "All right, let's relax for the last time. We'll start the war tomorrow." Guan Yu thought for a moment and agreed. "Great, we can finally have a good meal," Ran Minute said happily. Although there were fish and meat in the war outside, they weren't as exquisite. They were only used to replenish physical strength. They had heard that there were many powerful chefs in the imperial palace. Of course, even if they were ordinary chefs, their dishes would definitely be better than the food in the barracks. Although Yu Fei and the others didn't say anything, they all smiled. "Guan Yu, you ignorant man. What did I, Yang Long, do to you that you want to kill me? So what if I scold your lord? Your lord is a trash, an idiot. What can you do to me?" In a mansion not far from the imperial palace in the imperial city. The mansion was luxuriously built. Outside the gate, there were strong soldiers guarding the mansion. On the plaque, there were 2 arrogant words, Yang Mansion. This was Yang Long's residence. At this moment, there were more than 10 generals sitting in a secret room. Yang Long didn't care about anything and vented his anger. "General, what should we do next? We can't really go to Xiaoyun City, right? That would be suicide," one of the generals asked. "You want me to die? Do you really think I'm an idiot? This is just a stalling tactic." Yang Long calmed down and said with a cold smile. The generals in this secret room were all his trusted subordinates. Naturally, they didn't have any scruples when they spoke. "You should investigate who those 5 people are." Yang Long recalled Ran Min's aura and felt a lingering fear. "General, it is said that they are generals from Yanglong country," one of the generals replied. Yang Long's face turned ugly. "You don't have to say that. I want to know where they came from and why I have never heard of them before." This subordinate also doesn't know. "It's all His Majesty's fault." That general just called Yi Hao His Majesty. Yang Long's body flashed with a murderous aura as he looked at that general. The general immediately panicked and quickly changed his words. "It's all that dog emperor's fault for hiding too deeply. That's why we didn't know anything. Mph, everyone saw it. That dog emperor doesn't treat us as his own people. Otherwise, why didn't Yang Long tell us that he had such a huge trump card? He even made us worried and scared." Yang Long said to provoke. "Mph, the general is right. Since he is so heartless, then don't blame us for being unrighteous. No matter what, we are still generals of the Fire Dragon Empire. They didn't even tell us about such a huge matter. I guess it's just like what the general said. They never treated us as their own people. General, what do you think we should do? At most, we won't work with him. We will follow the general." "That's right, we will follow the general." Just as Yang Long finished speaking, a few of his trusted subordinates immediately shouted. Instantly, everyone's dissatisfaction was drawn out. Actually, rather than being dissatisfied, it was more like they were trying to comfort themselves. They were trying to give themselves an excuse to betray the Fire Dragon Empire openly and confidently. "All right then, I agree with everyone and share the same ideals. Then, please gather your men. We will defect to the Celestial Wolf Kingdom tonight." Seeing that everyone's emotions had been stirred up by him, Yang Long immediately said this. Hearing Yang Long really say this, everyone hesitated. Seeing everyone's hesitation, Yang Long raised his eyebrows. "What? You don't want to follow me? We don't dare." Everyone hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted that they didn't dare. "Don't worry, the Fire Dragon Empire won't be able to jump around for much longer. You should know that the Celestial Wolf Kingdom has an army of 10 million. Even if they have hidden soldiers, how many can they have? I estimate that they have at most a few million. The Fire Dragon Empire going against the Celestial Wolf Kingdom is like throwing an egg against a rock. Do you think that the Fire Dragon Empire can smoothly get through this crisis? Defect to the Celestial Wolf Kingdom with me. That is the way to go." Chapter 389. Sure enough, Yang Long's words were very effective. Because no matter what, there was at least one thing that was correct in their eyes. The Fire Dragon Empire would not last for long. After all, it was the Four Kingdoms army. No matter how many trump cards the Fire Dragon Empire had, it was impossible for them to take out 10 million soldiers. All of them fought to be the first to speak. Rebel, this kind of country is not sincere to us. Why should we be loyal to them? General, we will follow you and rebel against Yang Long. General, I will go and gather the troops now. After being fooled by Yang Long, some of them felt that it was reasonable. Some of them had their own thoughts. Since the Fire Dragon Empire was going to be destroyed, why should they waste their time here? Most importantly, the Sky Wolf Kingdom army was cruel. Wherever they went, they would not leave a single blade of grass behind. Even ants would be trampled to death. They did not want to be buried with the Fire Dragon Empire. Looking at the angry faces of the crowd, Yang Long laughed in his heart. Guan Yu, you want to fight with me? You are too inexperienced. I will wait to see your head fall to the ground. At night, the entire palace was brightly lit and filled with a bustling atmosphere. Everyone knew that they would be rushing to the battlefield tomorrow. At that time, life and death would be decided by the heavens. Therefore, everyone was playing to their heart's content. Come, generals, let us drink to Yang Long's victory and defeat the enemy. Guan Yu raised the big bowl in his hand and said to the generals, Victory at the start. Defeat the enemy. Victory at the start. Defeat the enemy. Victory at the start. Defeat the enemy. All of the generals, including the Imperial Guards, shouted in unison. Cheers. Guan Yu shouted. Cheers. Everyone shouted in unison. Hey! Where is General Zilong? Suddenly, Ran Minute looked around. Strange, it seems like General Ufa is also missing. General. Yang Long drank the wine in his bowl and suddenly knelt on the ground and shouted loudly. Guan Yu looked at Yang Long and did not hide the dissatisfaction in his eyes. What is it? Great General, I'm about to die on the battlefield. I want to go home and spend more time with my family. I'll take my leave first. Yang Long said respectfully. Guan Yu nodded. It's rare for you to be so considerate. You can leave now. Thank you, Great General. Yang Long hurriedly bowed again and then retreated. Seeing Yang Long leave, everyone retracted their thoughts and began to flatter each other. At the same time, what the crowd didn't notice was that after Yang Long left, many other generals also left in succession. At this time, in front of the Yang mansion, there were already many military horses parked in front of the mansion. Creak tilde suddenly, the door was opened from the outside. A general drew his weapon warily and asked, Who is it? It's me. Yang Long replied from inside. Seeing that it was Yang Long, everyone hurriedly put down their weapons and welcomed him with joy. Someone asked worriedly, General, are you all right? That man didn't make things difficult for you. Is he suspecting us? Yang Long smiled proudly. This group of idiots, even if you gave them 10 heads, they wouldn't suspect us. At this moment, they probably think that I'm really going to die on the battlefield and are accompanying my family right now. Yang Long said with a cold smile. Ha ha ha, General, you're so smart. The group of people were not stingy as they flattered Yang Long. Are our men ready? Yang Long was flattered by this flattery. However, he didn't forget about the important matter and quickly asked. Don't worry, General, our brothers have already been gathered outside the Imperial City in the direction of Dang Ancient Town. As long as we pass through 10 checkpoints and 5 cities, we will be able to reach Xiao Yun City. Good, follow me. I will bring you all to enjoy glory and splendor. Yang Long raised his arm and shouted. He immediately got on his horse and quickly left the Imperial City with a group of people. Stop. Who are you? The group of people had just reached the city gate when they were immediately stopped. A general immediately urged his horse forward and whipped the ground. Open your dog eyes and see who you are stopping. This is General Yang Long. How many heads do you have to chop off for delaying the military? This lowly one knows his mistake. This lowly one greets General Yang. The guard immediately knelt on the ground and said in a panic. Yang Long pretended to be very calm and said in an impatient tone, Cut the crap. This general is going to complete the urgent task given to me by the general. Quickly open the city gate. General, do you have a military order? The guard quickly asked. You are courting death. Don't you even believe General Yonglong's words? This is a verbal military order. There is no document. Quickly open the city gate. The general glanced at Yonglong and immediately said. But the guard was still a little worried. If something happens, General Yonglong will bear the responsibility. If you delay the military, be careful that your 9 generations will be exterminated. The general continued to threaten. Yes, yes. Quickly open the city gate. The guard quickly got up and quickly opened the city gate with the other guards. Jiao. Seeing the city gate open, Yonglong's heart finally calmed down. He immediately urged his horse and took the lead to rush out of the city. Jiao. 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 Everyone hurriedly urged their horses. Seeing Yonglong and the others leave, the guard who was originally panicking and fearful of Yonglong suddenly raised his head and calmly said to the guard beside him, "Quickly go and report to General Zilong. The fish has taken the bait." Yes. The guard beside him sneered. He quickly mounted his horse and rushed out of the city gate along a small path. Rubble alley. There were huge rocks everywhere. The smallest was 1 to 2 meters in size and the largest was hundreds of meters tall. If one did not know the way, they would definitely get lost. At this moment, Rubble Alley was terrifyingly silent. On a huge rock, there were 2 people standing with their hands clasped together and looking into the distance. General Zilong, are you so confident that Yonglong will betray Yanglong? These 2 people were Yu Fei and Zhao Yun who disappeared. At this moment, Yu Fei looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and asked Zhao Yun. Just wait and see. A confident smile appeared on Zhao Yun's face. They are here. After waiting for a while, the faint sound of horse hooves came from afar. Yu Fei immediately picked up his weapon. Zhao Yun stretched out his hand to stop him. They are on our side. Sure enough, after a while, a lone guard came to the front of Rubble Alley and shouted, "I am Li Xiao of the Imperial City Guards. May I ask where General Zilong is? Come, let's go down." Zhao Yun and Yu Fei immediately jumped down from the huge rock. They appeared in front of Li Xiao. Looking at the 2 people who suddenly fell from the sky, Li Xiao was startled. Even the horse he was sitting on was surprised. Li Xiao saw that it was Zhao Yun and his heart was relieved. He quickly subdued the restless horse. Subordinate. Li Xiao turned over and dismounted. He was about to greet the 2 people when he was pulled up by Zhao Yun. No need to be so polite. How is the Imperial City? The fish has taken the bait and is rushing over here. Li Xiao quickly replied. Good, this Rubble Alley is the only way to Small Cloud City. We just need to wait here. General Zilong, I admire you. Yu Fei cupped his hands and said to Zhao Yun. General Yu, you don't have to be modest. If you didn't guess that Yonglong would betray you, you wouldn't have come with me. Zhao Yun waved his hand and said, I am here to help General Zilong make a great contribution and kill the traitor. I don't care about the contribution. I just want to share the burden of the Lord. Ha ha ha, Zilong really suits my taste. Why don't we become sworn brothers? Okay, brother Yu. Ha ha ha, brother Zilong. Go, go, go. Ta, ta, ta. At this time, vague shouts and the sound of horse hooves came from afar. Chapter 390. General, that's right. There is a rocky mound in front of us. As long as we pass through the rocky mound, we can reach Dang Jiu town. Our troops have already gathered. A deputy general replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, this group of idiots. They let us escape so easily. As long as we get out of this rocky mound, it will be our world. Another tall and sturdy man said with a smile. Hearing the two's words, all the generals laughed out loud. Wait a minute. Yonglong suddenly reined in his horse and stopped moving forward. What's wrong, General? A group of people also stopped and looked at Yonglong in confusion. From the beginning, Yonglong felt that something was wrong. But after thinking for a long time, he could not figure out what the problem was. He could only say, something is wrong, but after listening to the sturdy man's words, his train of thought was instantly opened. Indeed, the way out was too smooth. When he thought about it, He felt scared. Something is wrong. What's wrong? The tall and sturdy man asked puzzledly. He then said, General, don't think so much. As long as we get out of this rocky mound, we will be safe. Yang Long ignored him and suddenly looked in the direction of the rocky mound. His heart became nervous for no reason. Although the rocky mound was quiet, it was so quiet that it made people afraid. It was so quiet that it made him panic. General, are you okay? Seeing Yang Long's appearance, everyone became vigilant. They pulled out their weapons and looked in the direction of the rocky mound with flickering eyes. I'm afraid of an ambush, Yang Long said with a trace of worry on his face. It can't be, General. They shouldn't have realized that we are going to escape. The sturdy man looked at the direction of the rocky mound with suspicion. Yang Long closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his mouth. You guys, come with me. Yang Long pointed at a few people and said, yes. Although they did not understand, they were all Yang Long's confidants. They did not think much and immediately dismounted and followed. Brother Zilong, why did they stop? They were afraid that Yang Long would notice, so they did not dare to use their mental power. They could only use their eyes to see. But the sky was dark and they were too far away. They could only see a group of people standing in the same place. Yu Fei said worriedly, they won't notice us, right? Don't worry, Brother Yu. If they want to escape to Little Cloud City, they will have to go through Messy Stone Alley. Zhao Yun replied with a smile. He's here. Suddenly, the sound of horses neighing could be heard as a group of people rushed over. Giddy up. Big Brother Yu, take down the person at the front. Zhao Yun shouted at Yu Fei and rushed out with the courage of Dragon's silver spear. Hey Tilda, who dares to block the path of General Yang Long of the Fire Dragon Empire? Hurry up and get out of my way. A person pointed his weapon at Zhao Yun and shouted valiantly. I am Zhao Zilong, the one I am trying to stop is Yang Long. Zhao Yun stood on a huge rock, his armor rustling in the wind, and the tip of his spear flashed with a cold light. Charge! Yang Long said in a hoarse voice. He waved his hand at the generals beside him. Everyone immediately drew their weapons and charged at Zhao Yun and Yu Fei. Yang Long, get off your horse and surrender. Yu Fei took the lead and attacked Yang Long. When Yang Long saw Yu Fei attacking him, the aura of a peak martial spirit surged out of his body and he immediately fell to the ground. So weak. Yu Fei is somewhat suspicious. After all, no matter how weak this Yang Long is, he is still a martial spirit expert. How can he be so weak? Yu Fei used his drain spring spear to pry open Yang Long's helmet. He could not help but frown and coldly shouted, Speak, where did Yang Long go? I don't know. The one who was thrown off his horse is not Yang Long, it is a person who looks similar to Yang Long looking at the drain spring spear that is emitting killing intent. He is so scared that he almost peed his pants. He quickly shook his head. What's wrong? Big Brother Yu? Zhao Yun also quickly defeated everyone and looked at Yu Fei in confusion. We were tricked. Yang Long ran away. Yu Fei looked at Zhao Yun and said in a regretful tone. Damn it. This Yang Long is actually so cunning. Zhao Yun said with a trace of unwillingness. Wait for me, I will go and capture him. Brother Zilong, the moon is dark and the wind is strong. Moreover, we are not familiar with the rocky hills, who knows where Yang Long ran to? I am afraid that you will encounter danger, we should quickly go back and report to the great general. Yu Fei quickly stopped him. Zhao Yun looked at the incomparably messy rocky alley and released his mental power unwillingly. After searching for a long time, he could only sigh and said, All right, let's go back. Reporting to the great general, General Zilong and General Yu Fei have an important matter to discuss with you. In Guan Yu's mansion, an attendant reported. Zhao Yun and Yu Fei, I did not see them last night. Why are they looking for me at this time? Quickly invite them in. Guan Yu crawled out of bed and quickly put on his coat. Greetings to the great general, we disturbed you so late because we have an important matter to report, please forgive us. Zhao Yun and Yu Fei looked at Guan Yu who just finished putting on his clothes and immediately bowed. No need to be so courteous, why are you two looking for me so late at night? Guan Yu waved his hand and gestured for them to sit down and asked. Bring them in, Zhao Yun shouted outside the door. Go, quickly. A group of soldiers escorted a group of generals with disheveled hair in. Seeing the uniforms of these generals, Guan Yu could not help but frown. He looked at Zhao Yun and Yu Fei and asked, "What's going on?" Reporting to the great general, "These are Yang Long's subordinates and his confidant." Zhao Yun stood up and replied, "Yang Long's subordinates?" Guan Yu was still puzzled. "Why did you capture Yang Long's subordinates?" Reporting to the great general, "Yang Long is trying to lead his troops to rebel. These people were captured by me from the rocky alley. He's courting death. Who gave him the guts to rebel? Where is Yang Long?" Hearing that Yang Long actually dared to rebel, Guan Yu immediately became furious and shouted loudly, "I am useless. Yang Long used a trick to escape." Zhao Yun said with a vexed expression, "Tell me, where did Yang Long run off to?" Guan Yu glared at Yang Long's confidants and asked. Seeing Guan Yu's sharp gaze, none of them dared to look him in the eye and lowered their heads. "Speak, if you dare to lie, you will be dismembered," Guan Yu shouted. At the same time, he released his aura without leaving a trace. Even Zhao Yun and Yu Fei's hearts trembled as they looked at Guan Yu with admiration. This was a peak martial saint. Reporting to the great general, Yang Long, shut up. One of the generals was just about to reveal Yang Long's betrayal when he was glared at by the great general and immediately shut up. "Please. Great general, give us justice." Suddenly, the great general knelt in front of Guan Yu and complained tearfully. Chapter 391. The burly commander looked at Zhao Yun fearfully, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Zhao Yun frowned. "Why are you looking at me like that? If you have something to say, just say it. No need to be long-winded. Say it quickly." Guan Yu shouted. "Yes." The majestic general quickly nodded and said, "General Yang Long originally wanted to rush to the battlefield overnight and die on the battlefield to show his loyalty. Who knew that he would be stopped by these two people, who insisted on framing General Yang Long for treason. Fortunately, General Yang Long saw the opportunity and escaped. Great General, please be impartial and uphold justice for us," the burly commander said as if he was telling the truth. "Nonsense. Do you believe that I won't kill you?" Zhao Yun was furious. He did not expect the burly commander to accuse him. "Great General, save us. Don't let this despicable person be lawless." The burly commander immediately crawled to Guan Yu's feet. He smiled sinisterly and looked at Zhao Yun provocatively. "All of you, what he said is the truth," Guan Yu said sternly. "This." The commanders began to hesitate. "Ahem." The burly commander coughed with a threatening look in his eyes. Yes. It is as General Li said." "That's right. We originally wanted to follow General Yang Long to the battlefield. Who would have thought that these two would capture us without distinguishing between right and wrong on the way? Great General, please uphold justice for us and for General Yang. Great General, please believe us. We were wronged. We were framed. Under General Li's threat, all of them lied. After all, if they did not lie, they would be accused of treason and die. How dare you? Men, drag these people away and put them to death by 1,000 cuts. Do you really think that I am so easily fooled? I had already noticed your scheme. That's why I sent these two generals to capture Yang Long." Just as everyone was feeling proud, Guan Yu suddenly bellowed. Hearing Guan Yu's words, everyone was stunned. How is this possible? General Li was also dumbfounded. If what Guan Yu said was true, then there was no need for him to lie. General Li's face turned purple and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Zhao Yun and Yu Fei looked at Guan Yu in surprise. They were really afraid that if Guan Yu believed their words, the two of them would not be able to defend themselves. However, they did not expect that Guan Yu would help them. "Great General, spare my life. The guilty general will confess honestly. Great General, spare my life. General, please spare my life. I didn't mean to frame General Zilong and General Yu. He forced me to do this. Sir, please investigate thoroughly." We didn't intend to deceive you. Seeing the hundreds of soldiers swarming into the hall, some of the generals couldn't hold on any longer and immediately begged for mercy. Even though they had never seen it with their own eyes, what was dismemberment? But they had heard of it. They shuddered at the thought of being dismembered. Many generals felt weak in their limbs and lost control of their bladder when they thought of being dismembered. I'll give you a chance. Tell me the truth. Guan Yu looked at them coldly and sat down. Everyone looked at Guan Yu, who was sitting in the seat of honor, with a murderous look in his eyes. None of them dared to lie. Reporting to the great general, it's Yang Long who wants to rebel. One of the generals spoke first. Continue. Guan Yu suppressed the anger in his heart. After all, he was the one who took Yang Long into the Fire Dragon Empire. He was also the one who promoted Yang Long. Now that Yang Long had really betrayed the empire, how could he accept it? Yang Long has gathered close to 500,000 soldiers in Dangjiu. They should have already met by now. Another general spoke. They only wanted to mention more of Yang Long's crimes and beg Guan Yu to reduce their punishment. What? 500,000 soldiers? Everyone was stunned when they heard this number. Although Zhao Yun and Yu Fei both have millions of troops under their command, but who was this Yang Long? He had just arrived at the Fire Dragon Empire a few months ago. He had climbed from nothing to the position of general. Moreover, 500,000 soldiers was almost half of the Fire Dragon Empire's strength on the surface. Yet, Yang Long had instigated a rebellion. One could imagine that Yang Long had been harboring evil intentions all along. If not for today's matter, Yang Long would have continued to be on duty in the Fire Dragon Empire. The consequences were simply unimaginable. Men, drag these people away and behead them. Guan Yu was furious at this moment as he ordered the soldiers. Great General, please spare our lives. The generals hurriedly begged for mercy. Great General, why don't we temporarily imprison these people and sacrifice them to the battle tomorrow? Zhao Yun said. All right. Guan Yu agreed. Zhao Zilong, heed my order. Guan Yu felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart as he watched the generals being dragged away. After all, many of them were generals that he had personally promoted to their current positions. Who would have thought that they would all be bought over by Yang Long and Yang Long, which almost led to a disaster? Moreover, the 500,000 soldiers were not a small number for the Fire Dragon Empire. Moreover, the Fire Dragon Empire had spent countless efforts to cultivate them. In the end, they had become rebels. This made him feel very bad. This general is here. Zhao Yun's voice was sonorous and forceful as he cupped his fist and knelt on the ground. I order you to quickly lead the martial King Iron Cavalry and capture the traitor Yang Long. Anyone who resists will be executed immediately. The troops will be under your command. You can't let him join the Heavenly Wolf Empire. This general orders. Zhao Yun did not dare to delay and immediately rushed outside. Zhao Yun urged the Jade Knight Lion to follow behind him. Nearly 100 mounts followed behind him, all of them were peak martial kings. Go, go, go. General Zilong, Dang Ancient Town is just ahead. Should we be careful? One of the people following Zhao Yun cautiously said. It's just a small Dang Ancient Town, no need to worry. Zhao Yun took the lead. Dang Ancient Town was called a town, but it was actually an important stronghold. Therefore, after a long period of construction, it had already developed into a city that could house 1 million soldiers. Moreover, there were hidden sentries everywhere. The city walls were at least 50 meters tall. Even martial kings would shrink back at the sight of this place. I am Zhao Zilong. Quickly open the city gates. Zhao Yun took out his token and loudly shouted from below the city walls. I am Zhao Zilong. I have orders from the general. Quickly open the city gates. Zhao Yun shouted twice, but no one responded to him. Oh no, I'm late. Zhao Yun immediately rushed towards the city gates. Catcher. With a loud sound, Zhao Yun's spear blasted open the city gates. Ouch. Immediately, miserable shrieks echoed. It turned out that there were many soldiers hiding behind the city gates. They did not expect Zhao Yun to be so fierce. He directly blasted open the city gates and killed hundreds of people. Kill. More and more soldiers came to surround them. Chapter 392. You traitors, what face do you have to be conferred the title of Marquis? If you don't kneel, I can spare your lives. Zhao Yunlong boldly flicked his silver spear forward and a wave of air blasted forward. Instantly, more than 10 people flew back. Kill. Seeing how fierce Zhao Yun was, immediately many soldiers began to retreat half a step in fear. Kill this person and you will be conferred the title of Marquis, 10,000 taels of gold and cultivation techniques. The general once again tempted the crowd. Sure enough, the crowd was unable to resist the temptation and immediately rushed forward. Stubborn. Kill. Looking at the guards rushing towards him, Zhao Yun raised his arm and shouted. Immediately, the martial King Iron cavalry began to form a formation and charged towards the crowd. Go, go, go. Zhao Yun and his horse entered an unstoppable state. No one was a match for Zhao Yun's spear. Every time the spear shot out, several or dozens of people would be sent flying. The martial King Iron cavalry was even more ferocious. They were like killing machines, rampaging through the crowd and wantonly harvesting people's heads. Charge, don't retreat. At this moment, many soldiers were completely stunned by this scene. They were simply not human, so abnormal, how could they continue to play? Although these soldiers had been trained and their mental fortitude could be considered strong, their cultivation was too low. They were simply not a match for the martial King Iron cavalry. Under the martial King Iron cavalry's attacks, the hearts of all the soldiers had already begun to collapse. Whoever dares to retreat, kill without mercy. Seeing that the soldiers were gradually not listening to his command, the general chopped off the heads of the retreating soldiers. However, this was simply useless. The soldiers were still desperately retreating. The general could only anxiously say, "Stop them, reward them with 10,000 taels of gold and cultivation techniques. Don't you want glory, splendor, wealth and immortality? *CK your grandpa, I want to live. I don't want to play anymore. This is too terrifying, I want to go home. I am loyal to Yang Long, they forced me to do this, please spare my life general." At this moment, the soldiers were completely scared out of their wits. How could they still listen to the general's command? Many of them directly threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground crying, "Kneel down and surrender, disarm and you will be spared." Seeing that the morale of the soldiers had completely collapsed, Zhao Yun loudly shouted, "Bastard, you are courting death. Get up, who told you to kneel down?" The general looked at the kneeling soldiers and could not help but attack them and loudly cursed. "You are courting death." Seeing the general's actions, Zhao Yun's heart, he directly charged towards the general. Protect the general. Zhao Yun's soldiers had the ability to protect Zhao Yun's soldiers. You overestimate your own strength. Zhao's his. Many people were directly blasted into minced meat. The general shouted loudly. He raised his sword with both hands and circulated his martial power. Then, he charged at Zhao Yun with no regard for his life. Speak, where is Yang Long? Zhao Yun swept his gaze over the crowd and pointed at a general. The general hastily crawled to Zhao Yun's side and said, reporting to the general, "General Yang Long left with his troops before daybreak." How many people did he take? How long did he take? Zhao Yun did not expect that even though he had rushed over, he would still be a step too late. He took 450,000 soldiers and left 2 hours ago. The general ordered us to delay you for 6 hours. The general hastily answered Zhao Yun's question. "I know that you were deceived by Yang Long and were forced to betray him. Now, I will give you a chance to redeem yourselves. Do you want it?" Zhao Yun swept his gaze over the crowd and asked. "We sinners are willing to listen to the general's orders." The soldiers were originally cannon fodder. They had been left behind by Yang Long. They had originally thought that they would die. They had not expected Zhao Yun to give them a chance to live. How could they not be grateful? Good. Follow me to chase after the rebels. Zhao Yun roughly looked around. There were still 40,000 soldiers here. He would not be at ease if he left them here. Furthermore, he did not know how long it would take for the troops behind to catch up. He was already short on manpower if he took out people to watch over these people. Thus, he had no choice but to take a risk. He was gambling on whether the Fire Dragon Empire or Yanglong was more important in the hearts of these soldiers. However, Zhao Yun believed that as long as these people were not stupid, they would definitely be biased towards Yanglong. Furthermore, some of the soldiers had been forced to follow Yanglong and betray him. After all, if they had not followed Yanglong, they would not have had a chance to live until now. They could only be killed by Yanglong. Of course, there was no lack of people who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get promoted and get rich. However, time was of the essence and he did not have much time to think. If Yanglong really escaped to Little Cloud City, he would not be able to bring back these 450,000 soldiers. He had to rush over and stop Yanglong before he reached Little Cloud City. We are willing to redeem ourselves. We do not want to bear the infamy of the rebels. The general suddenly stood up and shouted. We do not want to bear the infamy of the rebels. We want to redeem ourselves. We do not want to bear the infamy of the rebels. We want to redeem ourselves. We do not want to bear the infamy of the rebels. We want to redeem ourselves. Under the general's lead, the soldiers stood up one by one and shouted with tears in their eyes. This was because many of them still had Yanglong in their hearts. After all, their families were still living on this land. They did not know what would happen to their families if they followed Yanglong. However, as low-level soldiers, they had no choice but to carry out orders. Now, Zhao Yun had given them this opportunity to wash away their disgrace. This made them extremely grateful. Even if they died in battle, they would die honorably under the name of being loyal to their country. If they really became rebels, they would not be able to rest in peace even after death. Furthermore, they had witnessed the development of the Fire Dragon Empire over the past year and the various policies it had implemented. These policies had truly been for the sake of the people of their country. This kind of country had not done anything wrong to deserve their loyalty. All right, you are all good men of the empire. Don't worry, I will plead on your behalf. No matter what happens in the end, your families will not be blamed. Zhao Yun promised as he looked at the crowd. Immediately, everyone fell to their knees. That was exactly what they wanted Zhao Yun to say. Chapter 393. Chase after them. I believe they haven't gone far, Zhao Yun shouted as he commanded the troops. After all, Yanglong was leading 400,000 men. Even if they wanted to run fast, they couldn't. General, we'll be free in 4 hours at most, a deputy general said excitedly beside Yanglong. Increase the speed. Reach Little Cloud City in 2 hours. Otherwise, kill them all, Yanglong said unhappily. General, if we increase the speed, I'm afraid the soldiers won't be able to take it, the deputy general said worriedly. After all, everyone had been traveling at top speed for 4 hours. They were all panting and didn't even have time to eat. If they increased the speed, it would greatly exceed the limits of their bodies. Pass down my orders. Don't make any mistakes. Let's see if they want to live or die. If you want to live, then use all your strength. Yanglong couldn't relax until they reached Little Cloud City. His tone was very unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. He didn't expect that his painstaking plan would almost be ruined by Zhao Yun. If it weren't for Zhao Yun, he would have already started traveling toward Little Cloud City. By the time Guan Yu reacted, it would have been too late. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and escaped with a few of his personal guards. However, he had still sacrificed dozens of his trusted subordinates. This made his heart ache. Yes. Seeing how unyielding Yanglong was, the deputy general didn't dare to refute. He immediately shouted, increase the speed. Try to reach Little Cloud City in 2 hours. 2 hours. Even if you beat me to death, I won't be able to reach it. I'm clenching my teeth and persevering. I can't run anymore. That's right. It should have taken at least 12 hours to reach Little Cloud City. We've already suppressed it to 8 hours. Why are we still suppressing it? My lord, we've already run here. No one should be able to catch up to us. As soon as the Deputy General said that, a group of soldiers immediately started complaining and resisting. This is a military order. Those who can't fulfill it will be dealt with according to military law, Yang Long said unyieldingly. Hearing Yang Long's words, and that it was a military order, no one dared to refute. They could only grit their teeth and continue running. Many people had to throw away a portion of their rations in order to increase their speed. At this moment, none of the soldiers dared to relax in the slightest, because it was practically impossible to reach Little Cloud City within 2 hours. However, Yang Longye had already issued a military order. They had no choice but to work hard and hope that they could make it. Half an hour later, Zhao Yun finally arrived with the Martial King Steel Cavalry. As for the other soldiers, they had long been left behind. General, look. A Martial King pointed at the many trampled dry rations along the way. It seems that they are running in a panic. However, they should be in front of us. Let's chase. Zhao Yun did not dare to rest. He immediately urged his horse. Giddy up. Reporting. What is it? Yang Long looked at the scout and asked anxiously. Reporting to the general, there are horses catching up from behind. The scout replied. What? So fast? Yang Long turned pale with fright and couldn't help but urge his troops, speed up. Quick, quick. An anxious look appeared on Yang Long's face as he asked, how many horses are there behind? 40 to 50. What? Only 40 to 50? Are you sure? Yang Long asked in disbelief. Following that, his face revealed a trace of joy. Absolutely, the leader is a silver-gowned general. He is holding a long spear in his hand. It is very dazzling. His aura is extraordinary. Ha ha ha, Zhao Zilong, there is a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. Instead, you come to hell. After hearing the scout's description, Yang Long immediately guessed Zhao Yun's identity and began to laugh arrogantly. If Zhao Yun was leading a large army, then he would not dare to stay for long. However, if there were only 40 to 50 horses, then they would be buried in his hands. Although a peak martial spirit was powerful, it still required enough martial Dao power to support it. One must know that he had 450,000 soldiers here. Even if these soldiers stood still and stretched their heads out for Zhao Yun to chop off, Zhao Yun would still be exhausted to death. Instruct the rear troops to be in a defensive state. I want to kill Zhao Zilong. Yang Long immediately instructed the deputy general beside him. Immediately, the entire army stopped. The majestic 450,000 soldiers and horses, the air was filled with a desolate aura. Who? Zhao Yun chased for half an incense stick's worth of time and finally caught up. He stopped his horse in front of countless soldiers. Where is Yang Long? Zhao Yun pointed his spear at the crowd and asked fearlessly in front of the 400,000 soldiers. Because he was confident that he could come and go as he pleased in this army of 450,000 soldiers without any danger to his life. Ta. Suddenly, a path opened up between the soldiers. Yang Long rode a horse and slowly walked out. Oh, isn't this great General Zilong? I wonder what business you have with me. Yang Long said with a strange smile. Yang Long, I ask you, are you really going to betray us? Zhao Yun looked at Yang Long and asked. What betrayal? I am just seeking my own survival. Is there anything wrong with that? Is it your business, Great General Zhao? Yang Long's face was filled with disdain as he said provocatively. If it was a one-on-one fight, he would not be a match for Zhao Yun. However, he had 450,000 soldiers behind him. He was not afraid of Zhao Yun at all. Mph, Yang Long is a traitor. What right do you have to be so self-righteous? Zhao Yun was furious and wanted to kill him. Go to hell. Soldiers, charge. Seeing Zhao Yun's killing intent, Yang Long immediately urged his horse to retreat and ordered the soldiers. Archers, shoot. Yang Long ordered and over 10,000 archers narked their bows and drew their arrows. Tens of thousands of arrows rained down on Zhao Yun's position. Seeing this scene, Yang Long was inwardly shocked. However, he was already smiling. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhao Yun would definitely be turned into a beehive. Protect the general. One of the martial king cavalrymen shouted loudly and immediately led a few dozen people to surround Zhao Yun. Bang bang bang. Instantly, the sound of weapons hitting arrows filled the air. Damn it! Zhao Yun cursed. Although these arrows could not injure him in a short period of time, there were too many of them. He had to be extremely vigilant. All of you, be careful. Zhao Yun shouted to the martial king cavalryman as he shot down the arrows. Whoosh, ah! A martial king cavalryman was shot in the back in a moment of carelessness, causing him to be distracted. Be careful. Zhao Yun also noticed the martial king who was shot and quickly approached him. However, there were too many arrows. Because of this slight distraction, the martial king was hit by dozens of arrows and turned into a beehive. Damn it! Zhao Yun's heart ached. He did not expect that he would not be able to save the martial king in time. Chapter 394. Yang Long, give me your life. Zhao Yun roared when he saw a martial king fall from his horse. He stepped on the horse's back and flew into the air. Quick! Shoot him down. Yang Long panicked when he saw Zhao Yun flying in the air. He immediately hid in the crowd. All the archers aimed their arrows at the sky. Whoosh 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 tilde tens of thousands of arrows were shot into the sky. The arrowheads reflected the sun's rays and whistled through the air. Many soldiers felt their scalps go numb when they saw the arrows in the sky. Go back! Zhao Yun roared. The courage of Dragon's silver spear in his hand turned into a 10-meter-long shadow. The shadow was formed by martial arts. It moved with the courage of Dragon's silver spear in Zhao Yun's hand and attacked the arrows that were coming at him. Bang bang bang! Immediately, a large number of arrows were struck by Zhao Yun. Haha, let's see how long you can last after becoming a live target. Yang Long laughed coldly when he saw Zhao Yun in the sky. He was covered by the arrows and could no longer see him. What was that sound? Suddenly, a soldier raised his head and looked at the sky. He immediately saw something terrifying and could not retract his gaze. The arrows that they had shot out were reflected back at them at an even faster speed. How is this possible? Everyone was so shocked that they almost forgot how to react. This was the attack of tens of thousands of people. How did Zhao Yun do it? The 40 martial King Iron cavalry were also shocked. However, they reacted quickly and immediately retreated from the battlefield. Fart! 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 One arrow after another fell from the sky and shot into the crowd. The rebel army suffered heavy casualties. In just a few seconds, the number of casualties reached 5,000 to 6,000. At this moment, the ones who were most embarrassed were none other than the group of archers. At this moment, they were trembling as they raised their bows and looked at the majestic Zhao Yun in the sky. The arrows were already narked on the bowstrings. But at this moment, they could neither shoot nor not shoot. Go, go, go. The sound of horse hooves came from behind. It turned out that the martial King Iron cavalry and 40,000 soldiers had arrived. Kill them. Zhao Yun stood in the sky and pointed his spear at the rebel army. His voice shook their souls. Kill. The time has come to wash away our shame. Earlier, the scene of Zhao Yun deflecting the arrow had already been seen by everyone. One by one, the soldiers shouted passionately. They did not feel that they were in a disadvantageous position at all. After all, the other party had 10 times more men than them. However, with Zhao Yun's encouragement and the determination to wash away their humiliation, they no longer cared about their own lives. Instead, it was the rebel soldiers who were frightened by the roar. One by one, they involuntarily retreated. Don't panic. There aren't many people on the other side. Hurry up and defend. Seeing the panicking troops, Yang Long immediately shouted. You'd better take care of yourself. Suddenly, Zhao Yun's voice exploded in his ears. Yang Long didn't bother to look back and immediately hid in the crowd again. As he hid, he shouted, Stop him, kill. Immediately, a group of soldiers raised their weapons and attacked Zhao Yun. Courting death. Zhao Yun landed on the ground. Just now, he had been flying in the air and shooting down thousands of arrows. At this time, he had used up more than half of his martial power. In order to conserve his martial power, he had no choice but to land on the ground. Zhao Yun immediately whistled into the air. The nightlight jade lion immediately heard its master's call and ran in Zhao Yun's direction. Let's see where you can run. Zhao Yun flipped onto his horse and looked at Yang Long, who was fleeing among the thousands of soldiers and horses. He immediately urged his horse to chase after him. Stop him! Stop him! Yang Long shouted loudly as he fled. With his cultivation, he could also fly in the air for a while. However, it would be easier for him to expose himself. Therefore, he only dared to flee in the crowd. Kill! A group of soldiers waved their spears and stabbed at Zhao Yun and the Nightlight Jade Lion. However, the Nightlight Jade Lion was able to automatically dodge some of the attacks. Those who block me will die. Zhao Yun looked at the group of soldiers surrounding him. There were at least 10,000 of them. Moreover, there were even more soldiers surrounding him. Seeing that Yang Long was about to escape, Zhao Yun roared and clamped his legs on the horse's belly. The Nightlight Jade Lion immediately let out a long cry and rushed in Yang Long's direction. The courage of Dragon's silver spear in Zhao Yun's hand was like his own arm. It turned into the scythe of the Grim Reaper as he constantly brandished it. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. As long as one was hit by Zhao Yun, they would either die or be injured. The tip of Zhao Yun's spear brought forth flowers of blood and broken limbs. This is too terrifying. Even a martial spirit expert doesn't need to be so terrifying. I can't even see where his weapon is. One by one, the soldiers were flustered by Zhao Yun's killing. Is this still a human? This is simply a god of death. In the midst of thousands of soldiers, he is still so calm and collected. The Nightlight Jade Lion riding on him was like walking on flat ground in the midst of thousands of soldiers. Is this really the peak of martial spirit? This is too abnormal. Yang Long looked at Zhao Yun, who had opened up a bloody path in the midst of thousands of soldiers. His heart was unable to calm down for a long time. It wasn't that he had never seen a peak martial spirit expert before, but they were definitely not this strong. At this moment, Zhao Yun's body was filled with killing intent and his body was covered in blood. He was like a god of war bathed in blood. Not to mention anything else, just feeling the aura that Zhao Yun was emitting made Yang Long's heart tremble. At this moment, he wished that he could grow a few more pairs of legs and quickly leave this place. If you don't want to die, scram. Zhao Yun swept away several people with his spear. Attack. Whoever dares to retreat, this general will skin him alive. Yang Long did not forget to shout from the side. The group of soldiers did not know whether to retreat or to attack. Many soldiers could only grit their teeth and charge at Zhao Yun. One of the generals, who was a rank 1 martial spirit, looked at Zhao Yun, who was slaughtering his way through thousands of soldiers. His eyes shone with battle intent. However, he did not move. He was waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill Zhao Yun in one fell swoop and make a name for himself. He had joined the Fire Dragon Empire for quite some time, but he was only a small general. How could he be willing to accept this? Therefore, he had been waiting for an opportunity. He originally wanted to kill Yang Long in one fell swoop and replace Yang Long's position. However, at this moment, he changed his mind. Since he was going to stake it all, he might as well stake it all. As for Yang Long, who was constantly fleeing through the crowd, he was filled with disdain towards Yang Long. Although his body was constantly moving through the crowd, his eyes were fixed on Zhao Yun. However, his eyes were fixed on Zhao Yun. Evidently, he had already viewed Zhao Yun as his stepping stone. He only needed to wait for the right opportunity to kill Zhao Yun. At that time, Yang Long would definitely put him in an important position. However, in his eyes, Yang Long was so cowardly that he did not fear him at all. He would also become his stepping stone. Wait a little longer, endure it. Wait a little longer, he kept repeating in his heart, afraid that he would not be able to hold himself back and rush out. Chapter 395. Who are you? Shalong quickly turned his head and looked back, only to see a man wearing armor and holding a leaking spring spear. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Shalong looked at Yu Fei with vigilance in his heart. I see that you want to kill him. Yu Fei raised his eyebrows and pointed at Zhao Yun, who was killing everyone in the distance. Shalong muttered in his heart. Could it be that this kid has the same goal as me? He immediately smiled and said, What? Let's join hands and kill him together. We'll make a contribution in front of General Yang Long. On the surface, Shalong had relaxed his vigilance. However, he was still staring at Yu Fei. As long as there was the slightest sign that something was wrong, he would kill Yu Fei. Yu Fei smiled and shook his head. With a face full of regret, he said, What a pity. Pity? What's a pity? Shalong was stunned. He did not understand what Yu Fei meant. However, in his opinion, Yu Fei looked extraordinary. No matter how bad he was, he could attract Zhao Yun's attention or be used as a shield. Therefore, he had to drag Yu Fei into the water. He could not help but provoke him. Could it be that you don't dare? As a martial artist, if you're afraid of this and that, what's the point of living? Look, he's already tired. He won't be able to hold on in a while. We have to seize such a good opportunity. Shalong pointed at the slightly tired Zhao Yun and continued to tempt him. Do you know who he is? Yu Fei looked at Shalong with some amusement. Are you stupid? Of course he's someone sent by the Fire Dragon Empire to kill us. Shalong rolled his eyes at Yu Fei and said matter-of-factly. He's my sworn brother. What? Hearing Yu Fei's words, Shalong's heart suddenly trembled. His reaction was also fast. He raised his long sword and stabbed at Yu Fei. You can also die in peace. It's a pity that with your cultivation, you didn't walk the righteous path. Instead, you became a rebel. Yu Fei looked at Shalong, who was attacking him, and said unhurriedly. Yu Fei lightly flashed and dodged Shalong's attack. Seeing that his attack had missed, Shalong looked at Yu Fei in disbelief and asked, What realm are you? Peak Martial Spirit Realm. Yu Fei replied softly. What? Shalong was clearly flustered. He didn't expect to meet such a tough opponent. Why was his luck so bad? He thought that this was his chance. Unexpectedly, before he could carry it out, he met Yu Fei. If Yu Fei was a second-stage martial spirit, or even a third-stage martial spirit, he had the confidence to escape. However, Yu Fei was at the peak of the martial spirit realm, which made him feel powerless. You see, your sworn brother can't hold on any longer. Why aren't you going to help him? Shalong's eyes spun wildly as he suddenly pointed at Zhao Yun and said, Child's play. Yu Fei didn't even turn his head. He just looked at Shalong. It wasn't that he didn't care about Zhao Yun. It was because he had confidence in Zhao Yun's strength. Although Zhao Yun might not be able to capture Yang Long in this chaotic battle, he would definitely be able to come and go as he pleased without any danger. He actually didn't fall for it. What should I do? Shalong was extremely anxious. However, Yu Fei's aura had already locked onto him. He didn't dare to escape at all, and he couldn't escape at all. Am I really going to die here? But I can't accept this. Shalong screamed powerlessly in his heart. This was the first time he had shown his talent. No. It seemed like he hadn't shown his talent yet. In the end, he was going to end his life in such a dramatic manner. Arrogant brat, get out of my way. General Yang Long, don't panic. I am here on the orders of my master to save you. Suddenly, a shout came from Zhao Yun's direction. Thank you, General. Quickly help me capture him. I will lead the entire army to surrender to the Tianlang dynasty's monarch. Yang Long wasn't surprised to see the peak martial spirit realm aura coming from the person who came. He finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking that he was saved. Actually, Yang Long had been on guard since the beginning. Because no matter how fast an army of 450,000 marched, it wouldn't be much faster. He was also worried that Guan Yu would send people to chase after him. Therefore, early in the morning, he sent people to the Tianlang dynasty's camp to ask for reinforcements. Sure enough, the Tianlang dynasty's monarch didn't disappoint him. He sent a peak martial spirit realm expert. Now Zhao Yun is exhausted. This person is also a peak martial spirit realm expert. Killing Zhao Yun won't be a problem. Zhao Yun clearly didn't expect that Yang Long would still have this trump card. Seeing the peak martial spirit realm expert rushing towards him, Zhao Yun immediately pulled back his spear to block. Boom! Their weapons collided and immediately there was a violent explosion. The martial arts power scattered in all directions and many soldiers immediately fainted. Zhao Yun felt his entire arm swell. After all, he was on the verge of exhaustion. However, Yang Long was right in front of him. If he didn't kill him, he wouldn't be satisfied. However, if this dragged on, it would be disadvantageous for him. After all, the person who came was also a peak martial spirit realm expert, the same realm as him. However, he was full of energy and he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for him. Good boy, I can't even kill you like this. Zhu Jie looked at Zhao Yun and couldn't help but ridicule him. However, he could already see that Zhao Yun was powerless. He charged at Zhao Yun again and ridiculed him. Let's see how long you can last. At this moment, Zhu Jie's weapon was filled with martial arts power. When it struck the air, there was a sonic boom. Seeing Zhu Jie's fierce attack, many soldiers immediately retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the attack. Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed. Zhu Jie's attack had at least 90% of his strength. In this moment of crisis, Zhao Yun no longer panicked and became even calmer. Since he couldn't block Zhu Jie's attack, he had to seize the opportunity to dodge. Let's see if you die or not. I don't believe that you can still escape. Yang Long narrowed his eyes and looked at this scene with a complacent expression. Just now, he was chased by Zhao Yun and fled. Now that Zhao Yun was about to be killed, his pride and humiliation would be washed away. He had already thought it through. He definitely wouldn't let Zhao Yun off so easily. He must whip Zhao Yun's corpse to vent the hatred in his heart. Seeing Zhao Yun in a daze, Zhu Jie laughed disdainfully. It seemed that this kid was scared silly by his attack and didn't know how to counterattack. Close. Still a bit away. Zhao Yun carefully calculated the intensity of the fight between himself and Zhu Jie. He had to calculate a precise distance before he could dodge Zhu Jie's full-strength attack. If there was even the slightest mistake, he would be in danger. Now's the time. Suddenly, Zhao Yun moved. He poured all his strength into his legs and dodged to the side. Rumble. The sound of Zhu Jie's weapon exploding the air echoed in Zhao Yun's ears. Zhao Yun only felt that his eardrums were in pain from the vibrations. Boom. Zhao Yun suddenly felt that his tensed mind relaxed. Following that, he felt that there was a change in his body. His martial power, which had been depleted, was rapidly recovering. The martial arts power between heaven and earth was converging into his body. He had actually broken through. Zhao Yun also did not expect that he would always be at the peak of martial spirit realm. Although he would cultivate before sleeping every day. Unfortunately, he did not have a cultivation technique, so his cultivation did not improve much. He did not expect that at the moment of escaping from death, he would actually break through. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.